Hasanabi on the beat. Yeah. The people they won't leave. What is threatening about divesting and want a piece? The problem isn't the protest, it's what they're protesting. It goes against what our country is funding. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. When I was 7, I learned a lesson from Cuban Eazy-E. What was it again? Oh yeah, fuck the police. Actors and badges protecting property in a system that was designed by white supremacy. But the people are in the streets. You could pay off Meta, you can't pay off me. Politicians who serve by any means, APAC, Kufi, and all the companies. You see, we sell fear around the land of the free, but this generation here is about to cut the string. You could ban TikTok, take us out the algorithm, but it's too late. We've seen the truth, we bear witness. Seen the rebel, the buildings, the mothers and the children, and all the men that you murdered, and then we see how you spin it. Who gets the right to defend and who gets the right of resistance? It's always been about dollars and the color of your pigment. But white supremacy is finally on blast, screaming free Palestine to their home at last. We see the lies and claiming it's anti-Semitic to be anti-Zion, assessing Jewish brothers and sisters out there and riding in solidarity and screaming free Palestine, with them organizing and learning and finally cutting ties with the state that's gotta rely on apartheid system to uphold an occupying violent history been repeating for the last 75. The Nakba never ended, the colonizer lied. Your students' intents posted on the lawn, occupying the quad is really against the law, and a reason to call in the police and their squad. Where does genocide land in your definition hot? Destroying every college in Gaza and every mosque, pushing everyone into Rafah and dropping bombs. The blood is on your hands, Biden, we can see it all. And fuck no, I'm not voting for you in the fall. Undecided, you can't twist the truth, the people out here united. Never be defeated when freedom's on the horizon. Yet the music industry's quiet, complicit in their platform of silence. What happened to the artist? What you gotta say? If I was on a label, you could drop me today. I'll be fine with it, cause the heart fed my page. I want a ceasefire, fuck a response from Drake. What you willing to risk? What you willing to give? What if you were in Gaza? What if those were your kids? If the West was pretending that you didn't exist, you want the world to stand up, and the students finally did. Let's quit it.
Everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday, News Day. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Monday, News Day. It's 3/17/2025. And I am a little late. It's 11:30. Yeah, it's 11:30. So I'm a little late, and I apologize, but I have a good reason for that. But we're live, we're alive, and I hope everyone is hopefully doing a fantastic one, all things considered, even though America is obviously descending into the BURGERREICH on a day-to-day basis as we tumble closer and closer towards fascism. But yeah, it's also shout out to the Irish, you know, happy Ireland Day. I know. I took the day off yesterday, so obviously chat initially is going to be a little wild, I think, a little reckless, as they are known to be when I first come on the scene after taking a day off. I know you missed me. I'm here though, and I have a lot to talk about, obviously. Did you see this? Yeah, did you see that? I suspect that there's going to be a lot of people that are like, why aren't you doing like an IRA thing? Well, it's because there's a lot going on, so. You can't just keep flaking on your job, little bro. Yes, I can. And I have. And I will continue to do so. Anyway, Saturday night I ended the broadcast. I ended the broadcast, and then I actually went out. You probably heard about it if you watched the Fear End podcast already. The Fear End episode is out with Pokimane. And yeah, I didn't really do much yesterday. I didn't really do much. I just had a lot of I just had a bunch of stuff that I needed to take care of that I have been putting off for quite some time. And that's precisely what I did. And by that, I mean play Kingdom Come. I played a lot of Kingdom Come. That's what most of my work was, my day off was. I played basketball, lost the first 2 games, won the last game, felt pretty good on Sunday morning. Good way to start off the day off. Afterwards, I took Kai to the Apple store where she was the queen. She literally runs the show wherever she goes. It's kind of funny. But yeah, I took her to the Apple store, and there were a lot of people who were just like super stoked to see her. Both fans of mine and also just like random people who just could not believe that there was this beautiful dog in their presence. It's kind of funny. But yeah, my phone is I'm still on the old one. I have the 14. It's like broken. It's so broken that it has like little pieces that just kind of fall off of it. That's when you know you have to get a new phone. You know what I'm talking about? Like for me at least, I don't like get a new phone until I like physically have to. And my phone is officially, it's not even planned obsolescence. Like I'm gonna be honest with you, this is like it's I broke it too much. So it's like a 14, I think. And now there's a 16. But yeah, it's more so just like the glass shards that are on it that just like kind of annoy me. But yeah, I'm getting the 16. I did get it, but look at the back of this fucking thing, dude. I mean, look at this. I think I need a new one. You know what I mean? Like it's a little broken. So I don't even know what happened. Like I don't know how it broke this hard, but in any case, yeah, I need a new one. And it's funny because like the front is basically held together, I think, by this like tape that I put on it. Like the safety tape that I put on it has basically made it so that the phone doesn't break. But it's literally being held together by tape. Like the front of the phone is held together by tape. But yeah, so I got, is your shirt new merch? Yes, it is. I got a new phone. Problem is, I'm lazy and and also stubborn, and I had refused to like upgrade my iCloud to like iCloud Plus or whatever in order to do a backup. So I haven't backed up my phone, and I have almost 1 terabyte of data on this, and I'm too lazy to go through it and like delete a bunch of stuff. So I've been trying to back this into the iCloud for the past day, so that I can then download it into the new phone so I can use the new phone. So I have a new phone. I haven't been able to use it yet. So great stuff overall. Great stuff overall. I started my backup yesterday. Like it's been more than 24 hours at this point. So yeah, iCloud $9.99 is 2 terabytes. Yeah, I know. You can back up your phone to your PC. I know. I have the 16. It's fine. Camera is good. I turned all the AI crap off. Yeah, I got the 16 Pro. I know you can transfer directly phone to phone, but I bit the bullet basically because I didn't want my data to perish permanently. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want my data to perish permanently. Like, what if there's an issue? It's a fucking terabyte. Basically, it's 780 gigs of data on this phone. Obviously, in the process of doing phone to phone transfer, that would knock my phone out. That would basically knock my phone out for as long as it takes for the data transfer to happen. And also on top of that, in that process, what if there's an issue and then it's Jover? But yeah, 1 terabyte of data transfer wouldn't take longer than your stream lol. Yeah, it's been taking that long. I don't know why. Dude, what the fuck do you have on your phone? I have photos from like when I first got an iPhone from like 2009, dude. Like, what are you talking about? Anyway, I did all of that. I got a new Apple. I got the new Air Max Pros too, but I haven't used them yet because the old ones are dusty. And I went and I talked to them about my Apple Watch. Apple is great, man. It's so wonderful. I mean, I'm saying this sarcastically. I go to the Apple Store. I'm like, yo, my watch doesn't go for like 48 hours. Like, what the hell's going on? It used to go for 48 hours. He's like, oh, don't worry. You know, if you got it like relatively recently, I don't know what the deal is, but like if your watch battery has gone down to like 80% of its life, then Apple will replace it with a new watch. I'm like, okay, or a new watch battery. I'm like, okay, great. Does that mean like I get it for free? They're like, no, it's $100 to replace. And they won't even replace the battery unless it's below 80%. And I'm like, okay, that's weird. And then he's like, he ran the diagnostic and he's like, yeah, actually your battery's fine. It turns out your charger is bad. And I was like, but I think I bought the charger here. He's like, well, you can bring that in. I was like, no. So I ended up buying a new charger. I had to go and buy a new goddamn charger. Anyway, this is all annoying shit that I'm sure everybody deals with. Like, you go in hoping that they're going to like fix some stuff. And you just end up buying new things that you didn't even know you needed. That's the story with Apple in general. Anyway, so bought a new charger. Hopefully the watch will be a little bit better. Yeah, it's because it's for the environment. Apple really cares about the environment. They put Mother Earth in a commercial played by Octavia. Yeah, that's why they have AI nonsense in their new phones. But at least we got USB-C. I did it for you, Hasi. What is this? USB-C is better anyways. I agree. I'm fully going to migrate to USB-C across the board when I get there. But yeah, I haven't been able to get there yet because my phone is still backing up. I think it's going to take like 3 days probably total. But yeah, I did that, shot the podcast, played a lot of Kingdom Come. I'm officially in Act 2 in Kingdom Come Deliverance. I've been playing a lot, and it's awesome. Lots of fun. Genuinely enjoy it. But yeah, it is what it is. That's it. That's all I did. I watched White Lotus last night. Good episode. White Lotus this season is a little, like, it's not as good as the last season, but I'm still enjoying it, you know? I still think it's good. But yeah, Jesus Christ be praised. Lots of Kingdom Come, lots of Kingdom Coming. I'm gonna come. I've been having a lot of sex with like the maidens. I've been having a lot of sex with like the bathhouse wenches, maidens, fair maidens. I piped at like the wedding. Just, you know, Henry's just kind of been on a tear. Still haven't been able to have the gay sex though. I was trying to do the gay sex run and I haven't been able to get the gay sex out of the game. Like my goal was to get to a certain point where I can have the gay sex and then finally have that gay sex on stream. But I haven't been able to do the gay sex run. But yeah, that's it. That's all that good stuff. There's a lot to talk about, obviously. You know, I surprisingly stayed offline this past Sunday. Normally I would stay online, but I am not online. This past Sunday I was not online, and it felt pretty good. It felt pretty good overall, except we did this one very funny TikTok. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you saw it, here it is on Pokies. Yeah. It's good. It was good to disconnect. We need George Clooney to arrive at another. Found a very Zoomer Core drama video for reacts about how obscenely cringe Elon is. Ooh, I like that. Zoomers think Elon is cringe. That makes me happy. What is this? Put in a token gay sex scene and a token black character, and every liber idiot on Twitch will praise your fucking fashy shit of a game. Dude, I need you to understand something. Okay? I need you to understand something. Kingdom Come Deliverance is amazing. It doesn't matter if there is a token gay sex scene or a token black character in it or not. It's a fucking amazing game. It is an incredibly fun game. It is awesome. Okay? I don't care having gay sex in it, having a black character in it or not. If there was 0 black characters and 0 gay sex in it, I still would play it and I still would tell you it is an amazing fucking game because it is. Okay? Saying it's like a fashy game because, like, first of all, I should be more offended. I should be more offended than you. My people are the villains in this fashy game. Okay? They use Turk as a pejorative. Like, the current character I'm playing with before Henry in the interim is like the priest who literally talks about how he cut off the heads of Turks in Kosovo. Like, they use Turks as a catch-all term, as a barbaric horde of monstrous fighters who are really good fighters, but they're also like really scary. I should be more upset than you. Why are you mad? You're American. Why the fuck do you care about like the 1400s? And I'm not, because it's awesome. The game is amazing. Okay? You're just saying the game is fascist is so stupid. It's a great video game. Did you see Moist Critical's video on the chess.com tweet, outrage, or the tweet itself? No. I think there's a lot more happening in that field, though. Like, I think people are just going to get dumber and dumber, and there's not really much we can do about it. Honestly, you liking Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 might be the biggest surprise of this year. Doesn't seem like a U-type game, but glad you enjoy it. Dog, I grew up on... My favorite game for the longest time was Morrowind. I grew up on Morrowind. Okay? Are you kidding me? I love convoluted RPGs, like real life simulator RPGs. It is amazing. Kingdom Come Deliverance is like Kingdom Come Deliverance for a guy my age, especially. Like, it feels like they made it specifically for me. You know what I mean? It's got everything. It's like what Bethesda games used to be like. How Bethesda games made me feel like. The only other time I felt this way playing an RPG, I would say, was Cyberpunk. It's amazing. It's got a fantastic story. It's got great characters. It's really good. Bro, are you playing AC this week? I think so, yeah. What was I gonna say? Boots of blinding speed. Did you ever use those? I don't know. Gutenberg is a city is the first time Cyberpunk and No Regret in Witcher 3. The city felt alive and big. Yeah, I haven't even gotten to that city yet. I'm literally right there though. I haven't gotten there. Have you considered playing Repo? It's a funny horror game with up to 6 players. So much fun, potentially. The mundane historical content is low-key some of the best parts of the game. So immersive, seeing everybody doing all kinds of work. Yeah, it's amazing. Dude, it's so good. It is such a good game. Anyway, I really enjoy it. I don't know why you guys are saying it's fashy. It's also so funny to just like say a good piece of media is fascist, because when you say a good piece of media is fascist, you are handing it to the fascists, basically. Like, even if a good piece of media was fascist, you won't catch me admitting that. Do you see what I'm saying? Because I don't want people to think that fascists can make good art. but it's not, in any case. It's just literally made by a history autist. They told me I fuck bad at the wedding. Did you get that too? No, I fuck good at the wedding. What are you talking about? My pipe game was strong. I fucked at the wedding, dude. Obviously, my girlfriend is the herb woman in the Nebakov, right? Is it what it's called? Nebakov, the fortress. Like that was she's the cutie. That's like for sure my girlfriend. No, not Bojena. Not the first herb woman, dude. No. That's funny. Yeah, Bojena. Yo, I can't. Dude, I love that granny. Oh, my God. She got that granussi. Bojanussi going crazy style. Oh, man. Anyway, all right, let's keep going. That's it. That's kingdom come deliverance, baby. That's all we got for that. There's so much going on. Also, this was really funny. Hassam supports terrorism. Who's Hassam? This is all you got to do, okay? I can't believe this got 39,000 likes. Sometimes shit pops off on Twitter and I'm like, damn, maybe people do know all of this like silliness and also yeah, Hassam. Yeah, we went from Hassan Parker to Hassam. Guys who are like, this guy's the arch terrorist. I just don't know his name. Love the majority of the Stan haters have no idea who the hell you are or your talking points. I know. They're just like kind of yelling off into the wind. It's just, you know, the dumber my naysayers get, the dumber their audiences get, and the dumber their talking points get. But it seemingly hasn't stopped. But yeah, whenever I see stuff like this pop off, I'm happy because I'm like, okay, not everyone is so stupid. Like people see this stuff and they think it's stupid as well. But that's it. Let's get it twisted. Let's blast off, baby. It's blasting off time. Hold on. Solo leveling cliffhanger was crazy. Yeah, solo leveling is awesome. There's a weird online battle that revolves around you. Everything progressive I don't like is Hassan Piker. I know. It's just funny. If you're marginally to my left, that means you're a tanky fascist or something. And you must be a Hassan fan and you must love radical terrorism. You know? If you're just like slightly to my left, I hate you more than I hate the Republicans. It's very stupid. You won't catch me doing that, is my point. Like, Bad Empanada, definitely to my left, okay? Bad Empanada has called me a liberal Zionist. I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? Do you see what I'm saying? That's the difference for me. I don't necessarily let minor disagreements or even larger disagreements get in the way of people locking in, especially considering that we have a straightforward fascist administration in charge currently. I'll take the help wherever I can get, all right? All right, let's blast off and let's do it. Or, sorry, Bad Empanada didn't say I'm a liberal Zionist. He said I help liberal Zionism. All right. BURGERREICH is here. Trump deports Venezuelans he gave TPS to using Alien Enemies Act in defiance of court order. attacks on Yemen as they implement blockade over Israel's genocide continuing. Does anyone have a blast off meme? ... Yes, it's true. You clocked me. Okay, you clocked my T, sis. Guess what? I do want a blast off meme. What the hell is this? This is the dumbest meme I've ever seen, but I'll use it. The torture y'all do to women on this podcast. Oh yeah, that's the whole point of the Fear and podcast is having female guests on to just exclusively torture them with the most insane things that we can say. Yeah. That's what makes the podcast great, though. That's what it is. All right, we've blasted off, locked and loaded. Having Pokemon without Cutie was dastardly. Dude, what do you mean? What do you want me to do? I want Cutie back, okay? I miss her. I miss her a lot. Both as a friend and also as someone I see at least once a week, and also as a podcast co-host, okay? What do you want me to do? I literally flew out to see her. The fuck do you want? Go tell her to come back. She's having too much fun playing Sims. She doesn't even miss us. She wants to torture us in the Sims world, okay? Cutie Cinderella doesn't even miss us. She just wants to torture us in the Sims world. That's what she's doing. That's... That's what she's been up to. Yeah. But here it is. Here's the blast off meme. The 13 Keys, Hasanabi's mansion, eat the rich, tiny head. I don't even know what this meme is. This is the dumbest meme of all time, but fuck it, I still used it. What did I do? You got kidnapped in her Sims last night? Yeah. Oh, that's great. Last time Pokey was on.
You're just mad that there's a successful woman in the room. Okay.
Are you saying Cutie's not a successful woman?
Oh my God, that's not what I meant.
I'm not.
Oh my God.
I am not.
I put my foot in my mouth so much.
That's so fucked up.
Cutie.
I'm not.
Oh, it's true.
Never go back and compare. An adult, you can never go back and compare your penis, right?
Yeah.
So in my mind, my dad's penis is always going to be larger than mine. I don't know if that's true, but for years I haven't seen it since I was like 8. Yeah, no. When you become an adult.
Yeah, we got great stuff. We got great stuff on the last episode of Fear and okay, on the latest episode of Fear and. Highly recommend it. It was really good. It was really good. Some of Will and Austin's best stuff. Okay. Can you please cover Conor McGregor talking at the White House? He's talking at the White House? That's crazy. What is this Denims video? What you guys sent me a Denims clip. What is this?
God, dude, that's pathetic. Who sent me the poop sock? One of you fucks thought you were going to get me.
Okay, stop. Yeah, y'all suck. Yeah. Brief note on this also. Motaz spoke out about this too. I didn't even realize I feel kind of bad that he saw this, but I guess he sees a lot of stuff online nowadays. But initially, Ethan and Gila apparently have been talking about sending me to Gaza and they've made a joke about it. Because I've talked to Palestinian journalists and they've wanted me to come out, and I can't get any security assurances against Israel, obviously, and that's the major reason why it is incredibly dangerous. It's not because of Hamas or anything, and these guys still make a joke about it, and I think that joke plays a very nefarious purpose of making it seem as though I think in their minds, they're just basically saying oh, you're too much of a pussy or whatever. But the underlying hidden premise there is that Gaza actually is totally safe from Israeli bombings. And I don't like that. I don't like that because it's basically a thinly veiled threat almost, where it comes across like a fucking pager joke. You know what I mean? It's not a war zone, it's a genocide. It's very different. Okay? You can go to a war zone. It's like almost like an individually crafted, like, I hope your pager goes off type joke. They know what they're doing. It's also funny when they dick ride Israel so hard, but they're also like, yeah, go ahead, Hassan, see what happens. Yeah, that's what Israel, yeah, exactly. So they had posted
People
this.
want to stand by their principles. They want to be these heroic advocates, but they don't want to risk fucking anything. Hassan.
That's such a funny thing to say, by the way, in terms of, like, they don't want to risk anything is such a funny thing to say about pro-Palestinian advocates in general. Not for me in particular. Also, you know, any material financial loss, deplatforming, threats from the federal government is nothing in comparison to like the existence of the average Palestinian in Gaza. So all of that stuff doesn't really matter, but it's a weird thing to say when you're a content creator personally and all you do is yell at other content creators for at least demonstrating a little bit, like a fraction of the fucking moral courage necessary to speak out against Israel at a time when people like Ethan and many others are actively trying to not only deplatform every pro-Palestinian voice, but also specifically get them, like get the Trump administration to pack them up, right? So yeah, like what are you doing? You've done nothing. All you've done is spend every waking moment just shitting on pro-Palestinian voices. Like that's your advocacy. That's where your advocacy ends, and that's where your advocacy begins. But it's crazy that he just like that part aside. It's just genuinely crazy that he's just like, why doesn't he just go to Gaza? Oh, it's because he's afraid of Hamas. It's like, no, dude, I'm afraid of the fucking apartheid regime that you're defending that has literally fucking killed like 70 plus journalists in 2024 alone. Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. And then they'll turn around and be like, well, other people have gone to Israel. It's like, yeah, exactly. I know. Patrick Beverly talked about how he was going to the fucking beaches in Tel Aviv as Israel was pummeling Gaza. That's what happens when you're an apartheid state that is doing settler colonialism, that's engaging in a genocide. The in-group doesn't get harmed. Yeah, no shit. Like, Sex Pestany going to fucking Israel is not the same. He went with Eylon Levy, the Israeli spokesperson, the former Israeli spokesperson. You think the conditions are the same? Anyway, yeah, zone of interest.
Should go to Gaza. And if he doesn't, he should be severely judged by his audience for being a total fucking coward.
I mean, it's part of why I judge him. He doesn't know shit about that conflict. He's never been to Gaza, never been to Israel. He doesn't know shit about it.
No, he doesn't.
He does not.
Yeah. These people said Yoav Gallant was a good guy, by the way, like a couple months ago, and then had to apologize in deep shame because everybody was like, what the fuck do you mean? He's literally a war criminal. Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, who famously said, all of the Palestinians, like, we're shutting off their food, their electricity, and their water because we're fighting beasts. That was a week into the Israeli genocide. Yeah.
Not. But he talks like with such authority. Oh my God. You would think.
Yeah. I mean, this is also this is also a ridiculous assessment to make because not only is it an ongoing issue, not only is it an ongoing conflict, but I have had people who have survived it. I have genocide survivors on this stream. And I also talk to journalists who are literally directly in the crosshairs on a daily basis that inform my perspective. So not only is it wrong on that front, it's also entirely stupid as an argument to make. It's like, okay, I know about the Holocaust. I didn't fucking visit. I didn't see it with my own two eyes, but I learned about it. I read about it. You know what I mean? Like, what a ridiculous statement. I know about the apartheid in South Africa. I wasn't alive when it was happening. Same with World War II, but it doesn't matter, you know? You can inform your perspective by reading and learning. And especially as it pertains to like ongoing genocide, ongoing conflicts in general, yeah, you can still get a pretty solid assessment on the situation, on the morality of it, on the on the ongoing conflict in general by, you know, talking to people that are there, journalists that are there, relying on NGOs that are constantly documenting these atrocities.
I think he's been there like 5 times since October 7th.
You sound like someone that needs to talk to Sam Cedar.
Yeah, Sam Cedar, another one I'm ready to burn.
They got smoke for Sam too? God damn. Anyway, I hadn't even seen that last part of this video. I said, God damn, these people are fucking unbearable. It's so strange that this audience thinks it's a fucking meme to go to Gaza. Are they not remotely curious as to why Western reporters can't get in? Are they aware of how many journalists Israel has killed? Is this all they do now? Is what I said. And I posted the Reporters Without Borders document on it. Journalists targeted, killed, newsrooms destroyed, internet and electricity cut off. 1 year in Gaza, how Israel orchestrated a media blackout on a region at war. And I also posted my interview with Motaz Azaiza, who is a genocide survivor. Like, this is a man who was a photojournalist from Gaza who escaped Gaza. So I have talked to people that inform my perspective directly. Like, I've hosted them. I've talked to them. I don't know why. Like, what have these people done? Like, it doesn't make any sense. And Motaz saw it, and he quote tweeted it. He said, I remember my conversation with Hassan the Hun when he hosted me in his house for an interview. I saw how much he was moved and wanted to learn more from the people who have lived the genocide in Gaza. It's, of course, impossible for Hassan and others to enter Gaza because of restrictions from the Israeli occupation. The only way for the world to see and hear the truth is through the eyes of the Palestinians who document the constant Israeli crimes or lived under the occupation. We're all being censored or deplatformed some way. Thank you, Hassan, for refusing to be silenced by ignorant people. I hope one day we can welcome you in Gaza and in a free Palestine. Doubt that this will be mentioned on the H3H3 podcast in any capacity, of course. I'm sure that this was not mentioned in their subreddit because that would go against their we're pro-Palestine, but we hate everyone who's pro-Palestine position. You know? It's so gross. It's so fucking gross that this community still acts like they're pro-Palestinian and pro-Palestine, and they just like do this. This is all they do. Their entire commentary around this thing, around this ongoing genocide, is just like talking shit about people who have something to say. You know? Anything that breaks away from this like carefully constructed narrative, this hug box that they've cultivated, is considered unacceptable. Like, let's not pay attention to it. Yeah, that was a brief note I wanted to talk about here. But yeah, there's a new New Yorker article that came out finally. When I was going to the Bradley Martin Zoo Culture Gym, the journalist that was with me for an entire week. And this is like a profile / like a broader analysis about like bro-y content creators and like what the future of the Democrats look like for a lot of people that have felt like the Democratic Party. Do you just cover lib articles about you? What do you mean? The New Yorker magazine is a pretty reputable institution. Like, they spent a lot of time and effort putting this together. What do you mean? Hugbox doesn't even come close to the hug dimension they made for themselves. Yeah, I was getting shadowed by Andrew Pretz, who wrote the article. You are not leaning them left? What do you mean? Like New Yorker magazine readers? I'm not leaning them left by a profile? Is that what you're saying? Bake Frame. Good luck to your endeavors on doing agitated propaganda on your own. I'm sure that you will report back with the endless success that you have done in this field. Okay, Thank you for instilling class consciousness by coming into the chat and being like, you're not doing enough. I try, you know. I hope you are too. I think this right here is probably a really good step. Is a step in the right direction in terms of creating class consciousness. I think like immediately all the wages are going to turn around and be like, yeah, we need to rise up. We need to rise up against our masters. And you know who the biggest master is in this circumstance? Some random Twitch streamer that I dislike for not being sufficiently left-leaning. I agree. Thank you. So, they don't mention you have a huge queer community. It just sounds like a bunch of juiced up dudes. I mean, it's fine. But there was a subtle slight against, not so subtle slight against the offliners. I got to end the broadcast here, he said shortly after 8 p.m. I'll see you tomorrow. After turning the camera off, he seemed to deflate a bit. Comments were still floating up on one of his monitors as thousands of fans in the chat dwindled to a few hundred. The inner circle who were devoted enough or lonely enough to keep one another company after the feed had gone dark. The Democrats are smug and condescending, and everything they say sounds fake as shit, Piker said. Trump lies constantly, yes, but at least people get the sense that he's authentically saying what he's thinking. Lonely enough. God damn, offliners getting slaughtered out here in mainstream press, dude. What is going on? Lonely enough. Offliners found dead. I love this part of the article. What is this? Mamma mia, he said on air. This is the first day where there will be no Italiophobia on this broadcast. Already his chat was full of spaghetti emojis and free Luigi. Piker walked a fine line, celebrating Mangione as hotter than me and speaking in generally exalted. What is this? Sitting in his desk, a screen share of whatever he's looking at on his computer in his chat where fans supply pertinent links, caps lock, shit talk, and puppy emojis, all surging in real time up on the right side of the screen. Stavros Halkias, a comedian and a friend of Piker's, told me he's built up enough trust with his audience that if he's being boring and academic for 40 minutes, they'll stick with it until he starts doing something more interesting, playing a Japanese dating simulator or whatever. It's true. That's the goal, baby. That's the purpose. But hey, listen. It is funny that that one chatter was like, you're not sufficiently moving people to the left. Not true. Gaming is the most uninteresting part for most. Shut up, socialist pig. Yeah, Jason made it into the New Yorker article, obviously, and so did Bradley Martin. This is pretty funny. Jason made it into the New Yorker article. Twitch stars often appear on one another's streams, hoping to pick up some new fans. One afternoon, Piker headed to Zoo Culture, a gym in Encino, owned by a streamer and fitness influencer named Bradley Martin, to do a collab. It would also feature Jason Wynn, a 20-year-old Twitch star from Texas who goes by Jason the Ween. Bradley's a big Trump guy, and we talk politics sometimes, but mostly we just talk about Jim Bro shit, Piker told me. Jason probably leans Trump, if I had to guess, but his content isn't really political at all. I don't lean towards anyone, Wynn wrote, when reached for comment. I don't want anything to do with politics. Wait, I didn't say Jason probably leans Trump. That's crazy. That was a misquote. Did I say that? I don't think that at all. By the time we got to the gym, Wynn was already there, performing for the camera by flirting with a woman on a weight bench. Is Jason rizzing right now? Piker asked. No, I think that was a misunderstanding. I was talking about Bradley, who was leaning for Trump, not Jason. Anyway, yeah. By the time we got to the gym, already there, performing for the camera by flirting with a woman on a weight bench. Is Jason rizzing right now? Piker asked. Martin, who nodded. Is it working? Piker asked the woman. She replied a little bit before she left. She gave Wynn her Discord. So a team sat with you for a week and then dump over the entire purpose? What's the point? Wait, what do you mean dump over the entire purpose? Guys, this is a 56-minute article. Do you understand? Like, looking at a couple snippets here and there, you are not like make you out to be a terrible person. Is that what they did? I literally have not read the whole thing, but I doubt that they did that. I don't think that they did that. It took Mike all day to cover it. The article was terrific. Yeah, what? I listened to the whole thing. It's actually not very clear if it's positive or negative on you. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, not everyone is going to write glaze articles, dude. It's okay. And there's always going to be some pieces. There's always going to be some parts of it that are like misquoted, you know? It's, dude, you have to remember this is you have to remember, like, this is over the course of like a week. Like, I was shadowed for an entire week. Also, let me keep a $1.50 with you, okay? When mainstream media writes about me and doesn't call me a like Fox News, I'm good. I'm happy with that. So, any plans to cover Serbian protests? Yeah, I will. Yeah, you're missing one thing. This article is mainly about losing the white young men voter base. Exactly. Isn't this just the writing style of the New Yorker? Yeah. Is liberal so they paint you as silly sometimes? Like they say that you sometimes blame everything on capitalism. Yeah, it's. They also mentioned anti-Semitism.org as an activism group. It's fine. Are you going to talk about the U.S. begging American or European countries for eggs now? Yes. We already covered it. There's something called an informative article, chatters, but also American media just has an inherent tone to it, I feel like. Yeah. Guys, my positions, my worldview, you can see a few places where the editors meddled. I highly recommend you read it and promote it, to be honest. You need more coverage like that. We will do that. I'm going to do some regular news coverage and then I'll get back to it. But here's the thing, okay? My perspective, my advocacy, my worldview is outside of the confines of permissible speech in mainstream media, okay? It directly goes against it. It directly contradicts a lot of mainstream media narratives because mainstream media is a firm, committed part of manufacturing consent and upholding capitalist hierarchies, upholding the State Department's agendas. So, in that regard, any kind of even neutral coverage with like some slight, subtle, underhanded remarks baked into it is still very good. My expectation is never that I'm going to get like incredibly positive coverage, and your expectation shouldn't be that either. You need to understand, like, the broader goals of the article also have to be something you factor into this. Like the broader goals of this article, especially in this current media landscape, is about how the white men have left the Democratic Party. Like the dissuaded white men who feel jaded, who feel angry at the Democratic Party. Like, where are they? And can they actually turn back to progressive politics, or are they gone for good? Like that is what the purpose, the broader purpose of this article is. So in that regard, like, yeah, I just play one role in here. I play a tiny marginal role in this process. Editors also, yeah, there is a thing called editors that will greatly change the dynamic of an article. It's like kind of thing. An article that might have been written by a fan journalist, for example, can still be a rather contentious article if the editors themselves decide to change the direction of the article. Anyway.
Over the weekend, the Trump administration deported hundreds of Venezuelans that it says are gang members.
Yeah, we're going to obviously start off on our news coverage with the BURGERREICH. It is upon us. It is here. Very much so. It is incredibly damaging. The Alien Enemies Act is being used for the first time ever in U.S. history when there is no active war happening. This is devastating for many different reasons, but it is one of the darker chapters of American history when we had Japanese internment camps here in the United States of America, as you guys might recall, during World War II. Instead of learning from those lessons and vowing to never repeat them again, Donald Trump has now decided to use that same act, this time against Venezuelans. Venezuelans that he actually brought here. Venezuelans that had to escape Venezuela as a direct consequence of the sanctions regime that he implemented against Venezuela, and then also offered temporary protected status to. Donald Trump was such a fan of TPS that he actually offered an extension on the TPS, temporary protected status, that he had afforded to the Venezuelan migrants coming in from Venezuela, the refugees, on his way out. Now, 4 years after that fact, when he's back in office, he's back with a vengeance. He's now decided that if you are of Venezuelan descent in the United States of America with a temporary protected status, which means proper documentation, mind you, as a refugee, he will revoke it. He will treat you as a hostile enemy combatant, and he will falsely smear you and claim that you are a part of the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua. And even if judges decide that this is illegal and try to hit a TRO, temporary restraining order, to stop the administration from falsely shipping Venezuelans, not to Guantanamo Bay this time, but instead to the CCOT facility in El Salvador, which is a direct concentration camp, the Trump administration will still follow through. They do not care. It is a new era of fascism. Earlier this morning, I said, I think that an even darker chapter of American history might be upon us. People might turn around and say, what do you mean, Hasan? America was founded on indigenous genocide. America was founded on ethnic cleansing and upholding chattel slavery. America was built on white supremacist slavery. You're right. And yet I still think that this next chapter in our history might be even darker than that. Truly. Because it kind of feels like we are moving in to the new fascist movement here in the United States of America, like straight Nazi Germany. We have a lot more technological prowess to be able to engage in industrialized death. And we are officially there. Let's take a look.
Over the weekend, the Trump administration deported hundreds of Venezuelans that it says are gang members, despite a judge's order to turn the flights around. The law at issue dates to 1798. A constitutional clash is likely looming. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce is tracking the story. Good morning, Mary.
George, good morning. Well, we are now seeing a real showdown between this administration and the judicial branch. The White House this morning is celebrating this move, insisting the president is acting within his authority to speed up deportations, despite that directive from a federal judge that these Venezuelan immigrants be returned to the U.S. immediately. This morning, hundreds of alleged Venezuelan gang members are waking up in prison in El Salvador after the Trump administration rapidly deported them, ignoring a federal judge's directive. This video shared by El Salvador's president shows the...
It's sad that we will never ignore injunctions or court orders at the behest of a greater good for the public. Like the what are you going to do about it mentality should have been ever present when the Biden administration was following the letter of the law and using its executive powers to abolish all student loan debt, right? Can't do that. No, we can't do that. Those are institutions that we must defend. Okay, here's how you do it for evil. It only goes in one direction.
The alleged members of the Tren de Aragua gang arriving in San Salvador Saturday, just hours after a judge ordered planes carrying the men to immediately...
Yeah, they're doing straightforward Nazi propaganda on this, by the way. They're doing straightforward Nazi propaganda on this. They shave their heads. There is no justification shown whatsoever that any of these people that were targeted and picked up were actually a part of any gang. Even if they were a part of Tren de Aragua, by the way, this kind of, like this right here, what they're doing here is completely unjustifiable. We have due process. You can't do that. Or you must not do that. We're officially in the black bagging stage. ICE comes in, does dragnets, grabs people, claims that they're Tren de Aragua, claims that they're a part of a terror group now, claims that they're a part of a gang, engaging in criminal activity, and then ships them to a foreign nation. And we've contracted out, because we outsource everything, we've also outsourced our concentration camp, dude. This is how it happens. For people that wonder, like, how did we get here? How did Nazi Germany become what it was? Like, this is it. You're here. You're watching it happen. You're watching an overseas example in Israel, and you're watching the domestic example here in the United States of America.
returned to the U.S. Trump over the weekend invoking the Alien Enemies Act, an obscure wartime law from 1798, allowing the government to deport non-citizens with little or no due process. The law last used to play a role in the internment of Japanese Americans during World War II.
I'll simply say they never should have been allowed into our country in the first place. It's ours.
Trump allowed them into the country. Trump is a major role player in why they had to leave Venezuela, okay? It's not just about Maduro. You need to understand something. I don't care what, like, Venezuelans that live here will say over and over again. I don't care what the media says over and over again. Trump and his sanctions regime on Venezuela played a very big role in the Venezuelan economy going tanking even further at a time when they needed aid, okay? They said Maduro's a bad guy, fair, sure, whatever, okay? And use that as a justification to make the economy scream. And the economy did scream. And as a direct consequence of that instability, many Venezuelans escaped Venezuela. They went to Colombia. They went to other Latin American countries. And a lot of them also came to the United States of America. Trump, politically, as he has done in the past, as the American administrations have done in the past with like Cubans who are escaping Cuba, right? Offered Venezuelans temporary protective status. He said, you guys are political refugees. We are anti-communist. You are anti-communist. Come to America. We'll use you, right? That's usually the goal for American empire. They bring in a bunch of reactionaries or bring in a bunch of people who are escaping political repression and use them as a propaganda tool. So that's what we did. The American government did that. And in the process, Donald Trump was such a fan of offering temporary protective status to the Venezuelan refugees that came into the United States of America that he actually extended it on his way out. And then Joe Biden became president for 4 years, and now he turned around and is revoking the TPS in this insanely violent manner, deciding that every single Venezuelan on U.S. soil that has documentation, mind you, documented or undocumented, but virtually all of the Venezuelans on U.S. soil are documented. They have the paperwork. They got temporary protected status. Understand that they have the documents. These are not undocumented migrants, okay? They have the documents, or they're in the process of getting their documentation, as in their court documents. The Trump administration turned around and black-bagged a bunch of Venezuelans that they had actually welcomed into the U.S. Inside of the U.S. boundaries, and in a pure political ploy, decided to ship them to the El Salvador Anti-Terror Prison Unit, CCOT. We've watched the El Salvador CCOT prison before on this broadcast because a bunch of right-wing Mexican YouTubers went there and glazed Bukele and also the prison structure and talked about how awesome it is that they're like torturing people there. Lights on 24/7. Here we are. Another gross violation of human rights. In El Salvador, we've been under a state of exception since 2021, meaning we have no constitutional rights. People can be jailed without committing a crime or ever seeing a judge. Bukele has shut down all transparency, so any Venezuelan sent here can end up in a concentration camp with no records or oversight. Yes, I know. The prison system in El Salvador right now, due to MS-13 gang activity that was truly violent, okay, which is another American issue that we that we basically gave to El Salvador, but I'm not going to get into the history of that right now. Having said that, because of the massive amounts of crime caused by MS-13, which was born out of the U.S. prison system, where we initially dumped El Salvadoran migrants that became radical in the California prison system. We without telling the El Salvadoran government, deported those migrants to El Salvador, creating a network, a back and forth for MS-13 to operate. MS-13 became this like incredibly powerful gang as a direct consequence of us deporting El Salvadoran criminals from the California prison system, from MS-13 into El Salvador without informing the government, without telling the El Salvadoran government that these guys were MS-13 gang members. You can say, sure thing, buddy. It's just the truth, okay? It's just the truth. I'm not even talking about Venezuelan gangs right now. I'm talking about MS-13 and how MS-13 became a thing, became like this internationally renowned gang. I'm not talking about Tren de Aragua. I'm talking about MS-13, okay? Pick up the pace. Maybe you can accidentally learn a thing or two. So, Nayib Bukele, who initially came into power with a fairly progressive ticket, okay, who had a fairly progressive background. Nayib Bukele is literally of Palestinian descent. Before he became this like weird cryptocurrency guy, he was actually seen as like part of the pink tide. The social democrat to socialist revolutionary figures that were winning a lot of elections all around Latin America. And then he quickly changed that attitude. He actually had a lot of rehabilitative programs. Initially, when Nayib Bukele came into power, he had rehabilitative programs in mind. He was like, we have to do due process. We have to make sure that like we fix the underlying material conditions to make sure that crime can never manifest ever again. And then he became this monster. Okay? And yes, for those of you who don't know, there are a lot of Palestinians or people of Palestinian descent living in Latin American countries. Anyway, he came in and he built this massive prison structure called CCOT. And he started doing dragnet operations where if you were even 11 steps removed, okay, without any care or consideration to how you became MS-13 adjacent or MS-13 aligned, because MS-13, the way that they work, they'll go to a village or they'll go to a town and they'll basically say, we're going to kill your mother and your daughter if you don't work with us, right? Like basically shopkeepers, like anyone and everyone that they could claim was actually MS-13, they just grabbed, black bagged, and put in front of a judge, sometimes 200 people at a time. 200 people sitting in front of a judge wearing a balaclava as the judge decides on all 200 being a part of MS-13 in real time like that. And once you have been decided, once you have been considered an MS-13 gang member, it's over for you. And that's what they did. That's what they did. And that's what they've been doing in El Salvador. Now, Bukele is saying you can use our concentration camps for the people that you're deporting from the United States of America. And that's precisely what's going on. Yeah. 7.7 million Venezuelans have left the country since 2015, okay? They've gone mostly to other Latin American countries. Some of them have gone to Spain. And some of them have made their way all the way to the United States of America. The largest population went to Colombia, obviously, as I talked about before. This is a major destabilizing force. When you have 7.7 million refugees, you have a refugee crisis. And it did not have to be this way. Where is this? I remember reading this article about Bukele a few years ago. They interviewed a mother whose severely autistic son was abducted by the cops, and days after searching for him, found out he was sent to Supermax, where they don't even feed you consistently unless your family pays. Yeah. Even before he started the slave labor business, I could take one look at this guy and guess he was already embezzling from the treasury. Not that we needed the help, but American prestige will crater even further when everyone figures out the obvious here. Yeah. Nayib Bukele, who has been yelled at by Donald Trump, ironically enough, on numerous occasions, which is why I always thought it was strange. Donald Trump would go on CPAC and be like, Nayib Bukele, he sucks. He's dumping out his prisons, like probably because he doesn't know anything about Latin America. He probably thinks El Salvador is Venezuela or something, okay? And he would constantly shit on Nayib Bukele, who's also a crypto guy, is now working with him because he said, hey, it's great. Send us all of your deportees. We'll use them as slave labor in our fucking concentration camps. That's where we're at right now. I need you to understand how insane this is. I'm not being hyperbolic at all. Okay, this is not hyperbole. We are here. We are officially in Nazi Germany status, but unlike Nazi Germany's concentration camps being maintained directly by people of German descent or the foreign legions or whatever, we are outsourcing the concentration camp to El Salvador. Okay. Now watch this video. Watch this promotional video from Nayib Bukele and tell me that this isn't Nazi shit. Okay. Go ahead. Nayib Bukele says, today the first 238 members of the Venezuelan criminal organization Tren de Aragua arrived in our country. They were immediately transferred to CICOT, the Terrorism Confinement Center, for a period of 1 year, renewable. The United States will pay a very low fee for them, but a high one for us. Over time, these actions, combined with the production already being generated by more than 40,000 inmates engaged in various workshops and labor under the Zero Idleness Program, will help make our prison system self-sustainable. As of today, it costs $200 million per year. On this occasion, the U.S. has also sent 23 MS-13 members wanted by Salvadoran justice, including 2 ringleaders. One of them is a member of the criminal organization's highest structure. This will help us finalize intelligence gathering and go after the last remnants of MS-13, including its former and new members, money, weapons, drugs, hideouts, collaborators, and sponsors. As always, we continue advancing in the fight against organized crime, but this time we are helping our allies, making our prison system self-sustainable and obtaining vital intelligence. They're making their prison system self-sustainable by doing slave labor. Okay? They're literally, we're doing slave trade shit for Venezuelans who have not gotten any due process whatsoever. Venezuelans that have not, this is a work camp, okay? Arbeit macht frei shit. Understand? Work sets you free shit. It is, I don't know what words to use. Like, it is not hyperbolic at all when I say this. We're there. We're here. Okay? This is it. This is the first step of the final act of the darkest chapter of American empire. Okay? Full tilt fascism. It was the first thing that Rubio made headlines doing when the admin got into office. It supposedly can hold 40,000 people, and Rubio said we'd like to send U.S. citizens there as well. Yes, I remember. Did they copy this from Xinjiang? Oh my God, there are still people in here talking about Xinjiang. I'm losing my mind. Dude. Focus on what's happening in front of you. Stop trying to cope by being like, look at China. Okay? What are you saying? Do you like what happened in Xinjiang? Do you think that that was good? If your answer is no, why the fuck are you saying that right now as a counter in this circumstance? When I'm talking as an American about what we are doing to documented migrants whose documentation we are revoking. Holy fuck. Yeah, Americans see something American happening, Americanly in America. What are we, a bunch of Asians? What are we, fucking Chinese, dude? No, this is America. It's happening in America. Do you have nothing to say about this in the United States of America? This is where we're at. And plenty of people are celebrating this. They're championing it. They're salivating at the prospect of doing this kind of fascist nonsense. It is alarming to say the least. It's so weird to also talk about Xinjiang when America did this in U.S. borders against people of Japanese descent, when we had internment camps for people of Japanese descent. Okay? We did this already in World War II, which was already unacceptable, completely unacceptable. You understand? No, we didn't do this post 9/11. You're wrong. No, we did not do this post 9/11. The Patriot Act greatly normalized a surveillance state and basically set the legal basis for doing a lot of this stuff. For sure, it was an expansion of pre-existing, quote unquote freedoms that people had against government surveillance like this. But no, this is different. This is an expansion on top of that. We are reaching the end point. We are reaching the logical conclusion of the post 9/11 world. But even after 9/11, we didn't do internment camps overseas for people that we decided were a part of the axis of evil. Okay? Yes, America did this to Germans too during World War I and II. Yes. America did this during World War I as well. Yes. Yes, you did. Guantanamo. This is a chatters. I know how Guantanamo Bay works. Okay? There was still some semblance. This isn't a defense of Guantanamo Bay and the process. We are operating on a different scale than Guantanamo Bay now. Okay? Wake up. Guantanamo Bay is a permanent land lease agreement with the Cuban government, and they can't really say anything about it, obviously, so that we can avoid American laws and engage in torture and numerous other things on non-American soil. Guantanamo Bay captured people from all around the world with very little evidence whatsoever. Many of them were simply innocent, but were considered to be a terrorist. and were routinely tortured under a military facility. Okay? This here is just people on the basis of their ethnicity being denaturalized or having their immigration papers revoked while being called, utilizing the same technique, but with at a much greater scale. It's a much larger scale. For like every 100 person that was nabbed from Muslim communities in the United States of America or all around the world, you are going to experience this tenfold, because there are 400 or 500,000 Venezuelan migrants on U.S. soil right now with documentation. It is a scale that is far larger than Gitmo. It is an expansion of what we have done so far. Anyway, watch this. Watch this and tell me if this isn't Nazi propaganda. They grabbed a Venezuelan dude for having tattoos. Like that's what they're doing. And they're like, think about it. We didn't use the Alien Sedition Act post 9/11. We didn't even use the Alien Sedition Act post 9/11. There is no war happening right now, and the Trump administration is claiming that it's an invasion, that migrants are invading. How do you not see that this is an even greater expansion of the previous surveillance state? This is not a justification for the previous surveillance state. I have fought against it every single step of the way. Having said that, this is moving beyond that now. This is a logical conclusion. Yeah, they shaved everyone's heads. Except for this guy, apparently. Oh, they shave him in Seacon. Hold on, I gotta pee.
Sotomaya.
Easy!
Oof. Why are they firing their heads down when moving them? It's all different ways of engaging in like body torture, dehumanization, and to keep them in a state where it's an intimidation tactic. It's a way to keep them as like non-threatening as possible. It's like more difficult to do, more difficult to resist. It's also dehumanizing. It's like when you realize that the cruelty is the point, you will recognize why they're doing all of this. Yeah, human rights organizations have been actively writing about CCOT, actively writing about the lack of due process in El Salvador for almost a decade at this point, since it began, since it opened up. These facilities opened up, half a decade. What? You got fooled? This is El Salvadoran gangs, not people extracted from the U.S. Dog, they're using this as a propaganda piece. They're using this as a propaganda piece to say, this is what we're doing to the Venezuelans. What do you mean I got fooled? That's what Nayib Bukele is saying in the fucking video. What are you talking about? And we already know that the American government did ship a bunch of Venezuelan refugees. 238 of them. Then why are you showing the propaganda? Dude, why is it that when you're just in the wrong, there's something in you that just says like, no, I'm going to double down and like move. I'm just going to move the goalpost. Like, it's okay, man. It's all right. Like, we get things wrong sometimes. I get things wrong sometimes. You know what I do when I get something wrong? I say, I'm sorry. I was wrong about that. You can do that too. It's a healthy thing to do. All right. It's fine.
Responsibility to protect our families, to keep our streets clean and safe. And that's exactly what the president said he was going to do.
But after some non-citizens represented by the ACLU sued the administration, that federal judge in an emergency hearing Saturday.
Yeah, they also actively ignored the court orders, okay? The White House says it ignored a court order to turn around 2 plane loads of alleged Venezuelan gang members because the flights were over international waters and therefore the ruling didn't apply. Okay? It doesn't matter anymore. Like, they're basically saying, like, nope, there's nothing you can do about it. They were already in the air. Like, it's crazy. No rules, baby. Once the plane wheels are up and you're on international airspace, is over. You can do whatever you want.
Saturday ordered any plane containing these folks that is going to take off or is in the air needs to be returned to the United States, adding this is something that you need to make sure is complied with immediately. The 2 planes already in the air, sources tell us the administration made the calculated decision to ignore that directive. Sources say the planes carrying the alleged gang members took off during the hearing, the administration eager to get them in the air out of U.S. airspace and over international waters before the judge's ruling. In response to that order to turn the planes around, the president of El Salvador, a Trump ally, posting, "Oopsie, too late."
They needed to be brought back.
The other side of this, aside from like the active cruelty that we are watching in broad daylight as the government is functioning, in this like fascist state, collaborating with another fascist government, is that they're so fucking lame. Like, oopsie libtard. It's like I don't know what the historic equivalent of this is, okay? Like, the aesthetics are also busted. Everything is devolved. It's like moving away from the old Nazi font to Comic Sans as you're doing fascism.
And the judge absolutely had authority to do that. The United States government, the executive branch, defying a federal court order raises the stakes enormously, not just in this case, but for how we're going to proceed as a constitutional republic.
But the White House this morning insists the administration did not violate the court order and that the president acted within his authority, claiming federal courts have no jurisdiction over the president's conduct of foreign affairs or ability to remove foreign enemies. Now, all of this is coming as a Brown University professor, Dr. Rasha Alawi, a kidney transplant specialist, has been deported despite having a valid work visa and despite a court order temporarily blocking her expulsion. A Lebanese citizen, she was detained last week after returning to the U.S. from visiting family and put on a plane out of the country, again, despite that court order. A hearing in this case is expected later today.
Okay,
George.
Mary, thanks. Let's get more on this from our chief Washington correspondent, John Carl. John, let's start with...
I get what you're saying, but why would you want gang members in your country? Oh my God. Oh my God. Chatter. I'm going to explain this one more time. Why do you believe everything that the government tells you? Why do you automatically assume that every single person being deported is a gang member? Why do you not want the American court system to actually actively handle violent gang members? Why? Not every country is El Salvador. Not every country has a concentration camp like this. Okay? If there are violent criminals that have engaged in violent criminal acts and they don't have citizenship on U.S. soil, I want them to be prosecuted and placed in an American facility. Okay? I want them I want the victims to see justice. That's number one. Number two, these people that are being deported, a big part of this problem right now is that they're nabbing everybody, whoever they can, without any sort of consideration, without any due process whatsoever. Due process is a right. It exists for a very good reason. It's so that the government doesn't do this, because the government that can do this to Venezuelans can do this to other Americans as well eventually. And if you think that they're not going to do that, you are fucking delusional. They are lying to you. They're trying to get you to respond by going, I don't understand. Why do you want violent criminals to stay in this country? That is the entire purpose. That is the entire reason as to why they are claiming anyone and everyone is a terrorist. They said this about Mahmoud Khalil, who was not a terrorist at all. He was a Columbia University student negotiator. He was a lead negotiator for the student movement on Columbia campus. He had never violated a single law, and they actively admitted that. They said he didn't violate anything. We just think he's a terrorist. We think he's a threat to American foreign policy, so he's now going to get deported. We're going to revoke his green card. A green card means you have legal permanent status. A green card is one step removed from being a naturalized citizen. The only difference between a green card holder and a full-blown U.S. citizen is that you just, or a naturalized citizen, is that you don't have the right to vote. That's it. He endorsed terrorism? No, he didn't. No, he did not. And for the record, even if he had, that is not, it's not, you can't deport someone or revoke their citizenship for that reason. You can't do that. Not only did he not do that, but even if he had done that, guess what? There's a thing called the First Amendment, dipshit. It's specifically designed for this. Do you understand? It's no different than saying being Jewish, being of Jewish background in Nazi Germany and endorsing socialism, communism, trade unionism makes you a terrorist. It is the exact same principle. How do you not understand? Every government that has historically engaged in acts of fascism have created its own legal structure in an effort to justify these actions. And a lot of dumb fucks who don't understand anything about history and can't comprehend that will just go along with it. We'll just go, oh, well, the government said he's a terrorist, so I guess it's fine. Not realizing that the vague standard of terrorism, the vague definition of terrorism is unironically the perfect way to do this. Oh. Instantly ban Lamau, W streamer, I guess, Kappa. I unbanned you. So you can keep being stupid in the chat if you want to. But it is kind of funny that you would complain about being banned. You can still watch the stream while you're simultaneously justifying revoking someone's green card. Like, if you think this minor nuisance for you is a major problem, then try to understand, like, putting someone in this torturous condition, detaining them falsely without due process, and trying to revoke their legal permanent residency. A person with an American wife who's 8 months pregnant, like, please. It will come to you as well. Also, yeah, we'll get around to you as well has always been the project, but it's still striking to see them say it. Fascism wants to eat you too. Its hunger can't be sated. Will Chamberlain, denaturalize and deport Mehdi Hassan. Yeah. All that forehead and no brain. Don't worry, we'll get around to you as well. I hear tailoring's a thriving industry in Vietnam. Anyone that hurts my feelings must be deported and denaturalized. That's where we're at here for a lot of these guys. They're very openly saying it. They're very openly saying it, where it's like, listen, we will denaturalize, we will deport. You're not a part of the in-group. If you're not a part of the in-group, we will come for you. We want the government to come for you. It's crazy that this is not like a universal, that Americans are not universally against this. And yet there's still libs and conservatives watching the stream and hesitant to call these people and their sentiments fascist. I know. They will never, they will not realize what is happening, okay? They will not realize what's going on. And slowly but surely, they will be advocates for it. That's it. That's how it goes. And hopefully, if justice is served one day, they'll turn around and hide their head in shame. They'll be like, oh, no, we were always against this. You know, always. What do you mean? I was totally against this. Like, the fact that a judge, a federal judge, put forth a court-backed injunction to stop the deportation process, and that the White House simply ignored it, is another severe move in the direction of destroying everything. Like, what the last ticker tape, the last piece of ticker tape that held this entire process together is gone. It is perishing in front of our eyes.
The deportations to El Salvador. We just heard Mary say the administration knew they were defying the order. So this is likely to head perhaps to the Supreme Court.
Yes, George, as Mary reported, it was we are told, a calculated decision to ignore the judge's directive. The hearing on this is rather extraordinary. The hearing on this had already started before those planes took off. It was before the judge actually...
If you find it amazing that Americans are supporting this, you don't understand America. This has always been here. Chatters that come in here to tell me, of all people, okay, that this is their "I told you so" moment. Yes, dude, you wanna maybe take a deep breath and try to comprehend why I think this is an even greater expansion of previous revocations of civil liberties and rights that people had. I'm trying to wake up people who don't recognize what is going on, as it's like slamming them in the head. Okay? Just simply being like, this is how it's always been, is so utterly unproductive and incredibly stupid. Especially because this is not how it's always been. Do you understand? This is not. It is not how it's always been. Every single step that you will point to throughout American history has moved the needle in the direction of this moment, okay? It's always been an expansion. Barack Obama accelerating ICE deportations and giving more power to ICE after the agency was developed when there was a previous agency called INS, okay, for immigration enforcement. The Department of Homeland Security is invented after 2001. ICE is a part of that. Obama greatly expands ICE's power and lack of jurisdiction, really, where they can just like operate everywhere. Trump comes in, also does the same. No one reins it back. Joe Biden doesn't rein it back. Trump comes back in, and now here we are. The reason why I say this will not stop at simply non-citizens is because of is precisely because like it is a consistent expansion of previous. It is a consistent expansion of like violating previous rules that kind of were supposed to stop you from doing this. Okay?
Issued the order, but it was after it was quite clear the judge was skeptical of the use of this 1798 Aliens Enemies Act. By the way, that is an act that has only been used 3 times in all of American history. So the judge was clearly skeptical of it. And then when the order came, the order was clear that even if the planes had taken off, they were to turn around. Let me read you what the judge said. You shall inform your clients of this immediately. Any plane containing these folks that is going to take off or is in the air needs to be returned to the United States. Now, the White House says that this is an order that was an extraordinary imposition on the executive branch, that the judge simply had no authority to interfere with the president's conduct on national security and foreign affairs matters. But as you also heard Mary point out, this has huge implications for the other court cases working their way through right now on other actions by this president.
Which is why it's likely to go to the Supreme Court. And the Brown University doctor had a valid work visa. So what authority did the administration use to deport her?
Well, her attorneys say she had a valid H-1B visa to be an assistant professor at Brown University. By the way, she's educated in the United States, Washington University, Yale University. We'll find out more on this at today's hearing.
Meantime, the president also claimed overnight that the pardons issued by former President Biden are void for the January 6th committee members, but the pardon power in the Constitution for the president is absolute.
Oh, no. Oh, no. He's going to lock up Liz Cheney. He's going to... Oh, no. Democrats will maybe get animated now. When Joe Brandon is in the crosshairs, Democrats will finally get animated. Thousands of people deported. I sleep. Joe Biden's pardon might be, Joe Biden's like personal pardons might be revoked. This is the greatest threat to American, to American civil liberties. Yeah. Yeah, maybe they'll spring into action now.
It is. And by the way, there's no indication that President Biden signed these with an auto pen. That's what President Trump is arguing, that these were signed with an auto pen and therefore they're not valid. We don't know that they were signed with an auto pen, but even if they were, it's unclear that that would be an issue. In fact, President Bush back in 2005, the White House did a study on this and determined that even orders signed with an auto pen are valid orders. That proposition's never been tested in court. I guess the big question here, though, George, is does this imply that that President Trump wants to actually prosecute members of the January 6th committee?
John Carl, thanks very much.
Following the Trump administration's move to deport more than 130 Venezuelan immigrants by invoking the Alien Enemies Act over the weekend, you might be wondering, what exactly is that law? Well, the Alien Enemies Act was passed in 1798. It says if the U.S. is either at war with or facing an invasion from a foreign nation or government, then the president can remove non-U.S. citizens affiliated with the, quote, hostile country in question. The act has been used just 3 times in U.S. history, during the War of 1812, World War I, and World War II. That last and most recent example famously led to the internment of 31,000 non-citizens of Japanese, German, and Italian descent after the bombings of Pearl Harbor. By the way, decades later, under President Reagan, the government issued a formal apology, calling it a grave injustice and acknowledging that it was motivated largely by racial prejudice. Back to today. The U.S. is not at war with Venezuela, but the Trump administration claims that we are facing an invasion of dangerous gang-affiliated people from that country. And on Saturday, hundreds of deportees, including the accused Venezuelans, were processed at a Salvador jail, despite a U.S. judge's order one day earlier not to deport them. It all raises questions over whether President Trump has the authority to use the Alien Enemies Act in this way. Joining us now to break it all down is Catherine Jan Ebright, a lawyer with the nonpartisan Brennan Center for Justice. Her work focuses specifically on wartime powers and the constitutional separation of powers. Good morning, Catherine. So we just broke down what the act says, but what do you think people need to understand about the Alien Enemies Act, particularly in terms of its use now?
Yeah, thanks for having me. I think there are 2 things that are really critical to take away from this. First is this is a wartime authority only. The term invasion, the term predatory incursion, that language that the Trump administration is trying to use, it refers to armed attacks, not metaphorical, quote-unquote, invasions, not migration, not even narcotics trafficking.
Yeah. They're using predatory incursion, okay, instead of declared war invasion, because it's not an invasion, it's not a declared war. So they're saying that this is a predatory incursion. Okay, that is the attempt of legally justifying this new erosion of pre-existing rules. Okay, something that hasn't been utilized post 9/11, mind you. And obviously, this doesn't mean that we didn't black bag people and send them the Gitmo during 9/11. We did in the aftermath of 9/11. Of course we did that. Okay. This right now would not be able to happen if we didn't do that, if we didn't already violate pre-existing rules. This is, however, a new degree, because this gives a broad, if implemented, if solidified by the Supreme Court, this is the first step to legally justifying concentration camps. Okay, a legal justification for permanent detention, torture, violation of due process, and targeting people on the basis of their ethnic identity, targeting people on the basis of their background, documented or undocumented. It doesn't matter. And I need you guys who are legalists, okay, who look at the law and say, well, the law is the law, follow it, to understand something. The Nazis did something similar as well. So did the apartheid South African government. So did the government during segregation or during times of slavery. Every single government that does horrifying acts like this, that we now understand with the benefit of hindsight was horrifying, doesn't just go around being like, we're evil and we're doing this because we love violating the law. No, they create a legal justification for it. That is precisely why I always say slavery was legal. Freeing slaves was illegal. Okay? Sheltering Jews was illegal in Nazi Germany. There was a legal framework created to go after every single Jewish person, go after every single disabled person, go after every single gay person, go after the Roma population, and put them in concentration camps and death camps. There is a legal framework that is always set by the administrative apparatus. They don't just say, we love violating the laws, lol, what are you going to do about it? Even though this administration is so incompetent that they do kind of say that, ultimately, there are still more intelligent people behind the scenes that are trying to find a way to rework pre-existing laws and precedents in an effort to make it so that this is legally appropriate. It's above board. Or change pre-existing laws if necessary.
That's not to downplay the seriousness of crime, but it is to say that a wartime authority cannot be used for peacetime immigration enforcement. The other thing to note is that this law, using this law, is an attempt to bypass due process, which is a constitutional right that even non-citizens have. And so these men who are being accused of being members of Tren de Aragua are not receiving real hearings. There's no real evidence that would stand up in a court of law or an immigration proceeding. And so we don't actually know who we're deporting.
So there's limited precedent here. It's just been invoked 3 times in the past.
I need you guys to understand something, by the way. Even though the administration is coming out now and saying, well, we actually think the court order is patently unlawful, that's not the internal conversation that took place. The internal conversation behind closed doors that took place was not whether or not the court order was unlawful, because it's not. It is a lawful court order. And actually, what they're doing is violating the law. The real conversation that took place behind closed doors was, what are they going to do about it? Can we get away with doing this? And they decided, yes, we can get away with doing this. We can get away with just not listening to the courts. This actually shakes the foundation of the judiciary in a very meaningful way. Okay? This is a huge, huge erosion of the checks and balances that are supposed to exist in this country that obviously have been neutered. Like, the legislative body is completely ineffective. It is completely neutered. But this is a constitutional crisis ready to explode, okay? This is 2 months in, and we are officially saying bye-bye to the judiciary. You need to understand how damaging that is. You need to understand how devastating that is. The last set of checks is now being eroded, shredded. Americans, I think, due to the comfort of living in the imperial core, cannot comprehend what it's like when a fascist dictatorship overtakes your government. An authoritarian leader comes in and just starts violating all of the previous, like, remaining institutions and just does whatever it wants to do. You guys don't see it because you're not used to it. You've never experienced it. You don't understand. Coming from Turkey, okay, I know exactly what the fuck is going on, and I keep ringing the alarm bells, but people don't see it. Any chatter who is like 1 generation removed or lived anywhere else outside of the United States of America, in a developing nation, a second world nation, third world nation, knows exactly what the fuck is going on. But Americans living in the heart of empire have never experienced something like this, so they just don't understand it. And as long as, you know, jalapeno poppers are $5 still, they're like, yeah, it's fine. Some are looking at this and going, it's based.
Well, I mean, again, the whole thing is just preposterous. So, as the Department of Justice has said in writing, nothing that the administration did conflicted with the court order. But there's a bigger issue here, which is the court order is patently unlawful. And if we got into a place in this country where district court judges could, for example, help is the wrong word, could interfere and direct specific targeting or non-targeting in, say, Houthi-controlled territory, could direct which general on the battlefield is going to be in charge of making which decisions, could direct, for example, we can send this military asset to this country, but not this country, could direct what intelligence we could share with Israel versus with Saudi Arabia. If a district court judge can be involved in the conduct of our foreign policy, under no definition do we have a democracy in this country. I mean,
yeah, a democracy is when the Trump administration gets to do whatever it wants and violate constitutional rules like that were set ahead of time. A democracy is when Donald Trump single-handedly with his administration can just like destroy the judiciary. Like it's just over. It's done. It's game over for the judges. Throw them out. Throw the courts out. The only time that they're actually of use is when they're of use to the administration's goals. You know, when you can ship someone like Mahmoud Khalil to a Louisiana detention facility because you know there's a judge there that's going to expedite the process of deportation without any care or consideration for constitutional norms being violated, First Amendment rights being violated in this process. And when we get to a constitutional crisis, when we have a supermajority Supreme Court that's conservative, that might actually decide against Donald Trump, this still probably is not going to stop the administration. Do you understand? That's where we're at right now. Legal migration far, far outweighs illegal migration. So don't be a pussy and just say that's your actual problem. The irony of complaining about indigenous population of your country become a minority in fucking America. The rise of the far right in Europe is entirely due to immigration fear mongering, by the way, which of course stems from racism. So never let a person tell you racism is not a problem anymore. Oh, this is Conor McGregor's takes from, God. Isn't our multicultural world beautiful? You can have a South African fascist purchase an American social media company, and then you can have an Indian dude operate a fucking white nationalist Jesus Christ is King channel called Inevitable West, where he talks about, you know, deporting all of the migrants. Wonderful stuff here. This is the multicultural, multi-ethnic, ethnically diverse fascist movement that is a global project. It's super sick. Everyone is doing it just for money. All of these fucking accounts. You first, buddy. I'm an American citizen, dickhead. You can fantasize about deporting me all day, every day, okay? If they do something to me, it's already over for you. You understand? Do you understand that? Like, not you, Hassan? Oh, sorry. I thought you were shitting on, you know, me getting deported first. I was born on U.S. soil. If they fucking denaturalize me, it's game over already. We've already literally moved in that direction of concentration camps for anyone that the government doesn't like.
But talk to us about how past uses of the Alien Enemies Act, especially during World War II, what that says about its use today.
Yeah, so the only time that this law has ever been used in response to a quote-unquote invasion or predatory incursion was in response to the attack on Pearl Harbor. The War of 1812, World War I, that was in response to Congress's declaration of war. And migration, narcotics trafficking look very different from an armed attack with armed aircraft, armed submarines on a U.S. naval base and other Pacific holdings. And so that's to say that this is not the kind of invasion that we saw in Pearl Harbor. And also, of course, as you just said, the internal...
Also, that wasn't chill either. For the record, like, I hope that this is not I don't know what their perspective is, but I certainly don't think that Japanese internment was a good thing or a justifiable thing, because that was also unjustifiable. That was also insane. Okay? It is like one of the darkest chapters in like close American history. I don't know why it's effing, but it's not on my end. It's on Twitch end. Okay. It's a Twitch server side issue. If you're seeing Fs, if you're seeing like minor blips in the broadcast, is because of, I don't know, it's a server side problem.
Of 31,000 non-citizens without due process and based principally on their ancestry was a shameful moment in American history. And so reviving the Alien Enemies Act to target new ethnic groups today is frankly un-American, and it shows that we haven't learned from the mistakes of our past.
Catherine, the concept of war as declared by Congress is clear to me, but I know the Biden administration declared this gang a transnational criminal organization, and then the Trump administration escalated that to call them a designated terror organization. Does that give them leeway within the law to fight with more aggressive means, given how difficult it is otherwise to identify gang members?
What the Foreign Terrorist Organization designation does with respect to Tren de Aragua is it actually unlocks power under peacetime immigration law to target that gang. That peacetime immigration law that is unlocked through the Foreign Terrorist Organization designation complements other parts of immigration law that would allow this administration to go after individuals who have perpetrated serious crimes and are convicted on those crimes with due process. And so the Foreign Terrorist Organization designation...
Yeah, thank God Kamala Harris said she would prosecute transnational gangs at every speech. Thank God liberals capitulated to the right-wing framing on the issue that, like, migrants were a criminal element on this nation's soil. Before people say Kamala Harris would never do this, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Okay? I need you to understand something. Kamala Harris lost in part because of that kind of sentiment, because she did not mount a significant defense against a significant counterbalance against growing fascism. And it wasn't just Kamala Harris either. It was the entirety of the Democratic Party. This is an issue that I've been talking about for fucking years at this point. Go all the way back to the beginning of the Biden administration, and you will hear me tell you that if the Biden administration does not actually follow through on the promises it made about offering amnesty to undocumented migrants and like fixing the migrant crisis, not in the ways that the right wing claims there is a crisis, but fixing the side of processing with expeditious processing, making sure that people are properly documented in this country, creating legal protections for the migrants that are now documented. This is going to move in only one direction, and it did. And it did, and we're here now. They won't deport you, but maybe they won't let you back into the country when you travel abroad. No, dude, what are you talking about? I am an American citizen. If that happens to me, it's already over. We're moving in that direction. Yes, you're not wrong, but these concerns at this point are not valid. Because if it can happen to me, it's over. It's done. It's dead. Okay? I'm an American citizen, born on U.S. soil. If it happens to me, it's over.
Is not about war powers. It is not about invoking a war authority from 1798.
Let's keep talking about you. I know. I'm not the one who keeps bringing it back to myself. Chatters are. I'm actively trying to not talk about that. Okay? I don't know why you just, I don't know why people don't see that.
Law. And so the idea that you can use this designation to then abuse a wartime authority or invoke it has no basis in the law.
Well, let's talk about checks and balances. The Trump administration seemingly defied a court.
Yeah, here. This border crisis narrative is incredibly from March 15th, 2021, but I talked about it prior to this as well. And I talked about it in prior administrations as well. Annoying from the media, by the way. They are absolutely feeding into this. And they're going to cause the Democrats to behave in a totally, even in a more reactionary way than they were already going to behave. It is so incredibly manufactured. There's always been a crisis at the border. When there are humanitarian problems occurring at the border as a consequence of the conditions there, 120 degrees they have to traverse in the desert, all that sort of stuff. And then also the American government adding on to the cruelty with the way that they choose to deal with people that are crossing the border, that are seeking asylum. There is an extra crisis on the border. There's always a crisis on the border. It's never stopped. The problem is the way media covers it. You can either cover it like you do under the Trump administration, which is somewhat honestly, from a moral grandstand point of view, like an actual honest point of view, by saying this is really messed up, this is really horrible, the way that we are treating these people is absolutely ridiculous. Or you can treat it in a way where you look at the border and you say, there's a gigantic crisis happening in the border currently, and it's really bad because so many people are coming in. So many people are coming in. So many people are coming in. What are we going to do? Depending on who is in charge, we either deal with it from the point of view of reactionary garbage, claiming that this is a huge issue, not taking an actual stance on it, but just simply channeling the right-wing agitations as they have done. Just covering it as, many Americans are concerned that the border border is turning into a pylon with hundreds of thousands of migrants coming in through the floodgates. Like, that's no different than what Fox News says. No different than what Fox News says. When MSNBC is saying it, or whenever, you know, the Associated Press is covering it in that way, they're doing a disservice. If they truly have a left-wing point of view in the way that, like, so many imply, then they have to recognize that simply offering contentious coverage on a particular matter does not mean that you're doing honest coverage on the issue. So, House GOP leaders head to the southern border as immigrants ready, yeah, that's where we're at. That is where we're at. This is if you're wondering how we got here, this is how we got. By capitulating to right-wing framing, the Democrats in charge basically created a process in which these kinds of actions were inevitable. Instead of creating a counter narrative against the faucet of misinformation and lies being told about undocumented migrants, claiming that they're all violent criminals over and over and over and over again, the Democrats first didn't say anything. Secondly, did not actually follow through on the different trajectory in terms of how we handle undocumented and documented migrants in this country. And basically, by the end of the 4-year process, directly capitulated to the right-wing framing and tried to pass their own reactionary right-wing border bill. Even if you don't care about the humanity of the migrants in this process, if you were to just like remove morality from this equation and simply look at it as like a political game, simply look at this as pure politics, you still look like a hypocrite. You look like a dumbass. After years and years and years of saying, oh, build the wall is stupid, it's racist, it's stupid, it's racist, turning around and being like, no, we want to build the wall now. Trump doesn't want to build the wall, lol. That only makes you look like a hypocritical asshole. Okay? That's it. That's all this is.
Court order not to deport these people. They have a different argument saying that, you know, the timing was off and that, you know, there wasn't jurisdiction where the deportees were. What does this say about checks and balances in our system?
I think a real strain on the checks and balances on our system. The courts are supposed to be able to rein the president in or rein the Congress in when they do things that are not consistent with the laws it's written or with the Constitution. And the court very clearly said that any individual who is in custody, who is subject to the Alien Enemies Act proclamation of the president, cannot be deported. And that the flights, if there were flights underway, had to be turned around. And so this was defiance of a court order. It is concerning, and it is a strain for our democratic system with those checks and balances. But I think the real question is, what does the non-compliance or compliance with the judge's order look like moving forward? And I don't mean to discount the seriousness, really the gravity of sending hundreds of men into Salvadoran prisons that are notorious for torture, which is what just happened. But at the same time, in terms of upholding rule of the United States, it is really critical in the coming hours, days, weeks to see what the administration does in following or disobeying the judge's orders.
Catherine, I don't think any American would want to see an innocent person, even if they cross the border illegally, sent to a prison they don't belong in. But at the same time, the reason this is happening politically is because there is concern about the power of this gang, what it's done to other countries.
Dude, oh my God. Oh, come. Bro, that is crazy, dude. That is, he immediately is just like, but, you know, there are valid reasons for just black bagging people, you know? Double Cirque Tony at it again. God damn, dude.
Crimes it's
Tony
committed
fucking two-tone, baby.
Here. The NYPD chief of detective was quoted in saying it's tough to identify them here in New York because they trade immigration paperwork and, you know, they're not admitting what they belong to. So within the law, what can this government do to take care of the very real threat of violence without trampling on the civil liberties that you're concerned about?
As I've said, there are immigration laws that already...
You say that now, but you wouldn't say if they were in your... I live in Los Angeles. Where the fuck do you think the supposed criminal migrants are? What are you talking about? What is happening with Twitch today? I mean, I'm not seeing the Fs at all. I don't know why you guys are saying that, but I live in LA, dumbass. This is supposed to be the heart of the criminal activity. What are you talking about? Motherfuckers in Duluth think, yeah, motherfuckers living in Terre Haute, Indiana are like, dude, you don't understand. These criminal migrants, they're coming after me, baby. Like, what are you saying? Jesus Christ.
Already give the president the authority specifically to target members of this gang, even to conduct summary deportations of individuals who've been convicted of serious crimes. Summary deportations, if there is, before that, the due process that actually establishes that someone has committed criminal activity.
But we don't have
and relying on a wartime...
I'm sorry, we don't have a...
Relying on a...
Dude, this guy is a fucking real freak.
Due process that actually establishes that someone has committed criminal activity.
But we don't have
and relying on a wartime...
I'm sorry, we don't have a...
Relying on a wartime authority is inappropriate here.
He's like, no, let me manufacture consent. I got one speed, baby. One speed only. Let me just manufacture a little bit of consent, please. What a freakish way to operate here. Oh, God. You can only say this if you have no care or consideration for anything, okay? We've moved beyond care and consideration for the humanity of migrants, okay? Documented, undocumented alike. But you officially don't care about, like, an administration that could also just as easily violate your due process. It doesn't make any sense. You're so horny to justify the violence that undocumented migrants are being subjected to, that in your mind are like, in your mind, they're bad, they're evil, they're criminals, right? So you're so horny for that violence to be dished out to them that you have no self-preservation remaining. This is a real, you know, chickens for KFC moment, okay? It doesn't make sense. If they can do that to them, that's not where it's going to stop. I don't know why you think it's going to stop there.
I don't want it to be a situation where they have to commit a crime here first before, like, why should an American suffer a violent crime before the investigation can happen and they can be removed? It's a catch-22.
No, it's not. Oh, my God. Dude, there is no pre-crime. What are you talking about? He's literally justifying the Lake and Riley Act, by the way. Oh, my God. That's not how this works. That assumption only works if every single person that is doing a crime is undocumented. That, like, documented U.S. citizens don't do any crimes whatsoever. It's just undocumented migrants that are doing crimes. All the crimes are being conducted by undocumented migrants. Oh, my Lord, dude. Oh, dude. We are so cooked. We're so cooked. This is supposed to be the liberals, by the way. Liberal mainstream media. What the fuck are you saying, you goddamn freak?
Yeah, but people have to commit crimes in order to be...
I don't think it...
To be charged with a crime.
I mean,
it is...
They might be wanted in Venezuela, but we don't have an agreement with Venezuela to find out. So there's like a soft spot here where I don't know what the solution is.
Yeah. Immigration law already gives, based on the foreign terrorist organization designation, the president the power to pursue people based on membership in Tren de Aragua. If that can be shown in an immigration proceeding.
We're so close to thought crimes. No, dude. We've passed the thought crimes. We are now officially saying, if you're Venezuelan, you're a part of Nicaragua, and I don't even care for due process to check. If you violate due process that way, one day you might be in the crosshairs. You don't even have to be Venezuelan. That's the whole principle behind due process being afforded to everyone unconditionally. That's the entire point of due process. When you violate it, when you say no more due process, then guess what? You're Venezuelan now. And by virtue of being Venezuelan, you're Nicaragua. You're a terrorist. That's the whole point. That's it. And it will move beyond looking Venezuelan, okay? It's not even a thought crime at this point. It's just pure ethnic fascism.
And so if this government, if this administration has actual evidence that the men that they're picking up, the Venezuelans they're picking up, are members of Nicaragua.
You're screaming, but you voted Jill Stein, dude? I didn't. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Why are you so stupid? Even if I did, it wouldn't fucking matter because what I'm saying right now is significantly more important, but I didn't. So why are you... One must ask the question, why do you think this is a battle that you must fight in this process? Why were you so fucking duped into believing this when it's objectively untrue? I probably have countless fucking hours shitting on Jill Stein. How? How did you arrive at such a fucking wrong conclusion? Do you care about nothing that is happening? Do you not care about the erosion of civil liberties that are unfolding in front of your fucking eyes right now? What should she have done differently? Can you say what her campaign should have done differently? What should have Kamala Harris done differently in her campaign? Polling says that border immigration issues are the most popular issue for voters. Yep, there you go. That's how you know, dude. That's how you know this motherfucker doesn't care about anything. Yeah, you obviously don't give a shit about immigration. Did you stunt for Kamala? Oh my God. I can't help someone if they refuse to help themselves, okay? Kamala Harris lost by margins that even if third-party voters all collectively got together and voted for Kamala Harris, which is not a given, that's not how democracy works to begin with, she still would have lost. And you're over here still entertaining the notion that like everybody other than Kamala Harris is at fault here. It's so stupid. Kamala Harris is a fucking non-entity, okay? She lost because she ran a bad campaign. Virtually everyone now recognizes that. And you're still looking at the Trump administration violating the remainder of the ticker tape that holds this entire structure together from completely collapsing in and of itself in ways that will hurt you as well. And you're like, well, you didn't sufficiently say you got to vote for Kamala Harris. Oh, I bet you feel bad right now. Even though I could have fucking stumped for Kamala every day of the fucking week and it still wouldn't have made a fractional difference. There is nothing that you could do. You cannot outflank the party. If the party and the campaign decides to go in one direction and that direction is objectively bad, all I can do is criticize with the hopes to change that so they can win the election. And when they lose, because they didn't listen to any of those criticisms from people like myself and many others, they lose, and people still come in here and go, you see? Look at that.
They can hold them, they can show that evidence to an immigration judge, and then they can get a removal order. There doesn't need to be a crime in the United States because of what is written in our immigration law and that designation.
That's the investigative challenge that law enforcement has to deal with today. Catherine, thank you so much for joining us.
All right, let's get to some news. It's 4 minutes out.
Homan sends message to rogue judge, defies logic.
At the top of the hour, the White House is defending its decision to send hundreds of alleged gang members to a super prison down in El Salvador.
And President Trump is thanking the country for taking all of those illegal migrants in.
Good job, El Salvador. One of the great stories in Central and South America. Maddie Rivera is live in Washington. Maddie.
Hi, guys. Good morning. The president of El Salvador says more than 200 Tren de Aragua members arrived in the country over the weekend. He also says they received almost 24 MS-13 gang members from the U.S. A senior Trump administration official tells our...
She may have run a terrible campaign, but still, people still voted for a fascist, just saying. Also hated her campaign, but they voted for an unqualified fascist. What are you talking about, dude? I know. The entire point is you lost to an unqualified fascist after losing to him by utilizing the same techniques once in 2016. It makes me lose my mind that, like, these people are so uninterested in learning lessons from their past mistakes, and their fan base still turns around and supports that theory that Democrats are infallible, that they are actually not to be criticized here. She lost the election partially because she was so committed to Israel conducting a genocide. Think about that. That's how horny they were. Here is the Democratic leadership, high-ranking Democratic leadership officials. Chuck Schumer, the highest-ranking Democrat in office, says Israel can't possibly be committing a genocide in Gaza because it was provoked. Like, that is from the interview conducted with the New York Times yesterday. Okay? Yesterday. This came out yesterday. That's what Chuck Schumer is saying. After refusing to do anything about Donald Trump getting broad powers from the legislative body because Chuck Schumer refused to fight. And this is what he's doing in that interview. Genocide is described as a country or some group tries to wipe out a whole race of people, a whole nationality of people. So if Israel was not provoked and it just invaded Gaza and shot at random Palestinians, Gazans, that would be genocide. That is what they're doing! In fact, the opposite happened. And Hamas is much closer to genocidal than Israel. Bro, these people do not live in the real world. We are so cooked. God, he is such a piece of shit. I hate this monstrous piece of shit. God damn
Illusion,
it.
261 illegal aliens were deported to...
Yeah, Chuck Schumer's book that he's touting is Anti-Semitism in America, book launch with Michael Solomonov, and he can't even do the fucking book release events now. Okay? This is his new book, Anti-Semitism in America, A Warning. He can't even do his book release now because wherever he goes, people are going to be protesting against him. Schumer is postponing his book tour amid major backlash from Democrats to his decision last week to pass the CR. I'm telling you right now, if that doesn't prove to you that this animal does not care about anything other than lining up his fucking pockets and also presenting his own personal agenda above all else, I don't know what will. Yeah. Chuck Schumer giving cover to Trump to keep destroying the UN. Schumer will choose Israel over American democracy if it comes down to it, and it is. By the way, before people say, Izzy is Jewish, okay? Izzy is Jewish. You know? Not that it fucking matters. You don't have to be Jewish or a Gentile to understand how insane this is. Chuck Schumer calling Gaza a genocide is anti-Semitic because it makes Israel look bad. Reporter, that's what the UN report calls it. The UN is anti-Semitic. Chuck Schumer, the leader in the Senate Democrats, the leader of the Democratic Party in the Senate, saying, it's a UN special committee has used. Please, the UN has been anti-Israel, anti-Semitically against Israel. Calling him an animal isn't okay. Yes, you're right. It actually is light. I don't know. You're right. Calling him an animal isn't okay because animals at least have some kind of like collective interest in protecting others, okay? Yeah, it's not only offensive to animals, but I just can't come up with anything that is worse to say in this situation. It's not enough.
El Salvador. In total, 101 were Venezuelans removed via Title VIII, and 137 were deported through the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. And that's what's been causing a lot of controversy. This wartime authority gives the president the power to deport non-citizens without a judicial hearing during a period of war or invasion. The act has only been used 3 other times in American history. This is the first time it's been invoked since World War II. But the president is justifying its use.
Well, this is a time of war because Biden allowed millions of people, many of them criminals, many of them at the highest level. They emptied jails out. Other nations emptied their jails into the United States. That's an invasion.
On Saturday, a federal judge ordered the Trump administration to stop removals under the act to see if its invocation is legal, and he ordered deportation flights to turn around. But the White House says the planes were already outside of U.S. airspace, so they argue the judge's ruling no longer applied. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said,
"This is ridiculous. Ridiculous."
As the administration did not refuse to comply with a court order. Leavitt goes on to say federal courts generally have no jurisdiction over the president's conduct of foreign affairs, adding a single judge in a single city cannot direct the movements of an aircraft carrier full of alien terrorists who are physically expelled from U.S. soil. The temporary restraining order is in effect for 14 days. A hearing is scheduled on March 21st. Lawrence, Ainsley, and Brian.
All right,
Maddie, it's incredible. Thank you so much. When you look at their rap sheets, it's hard to believe that some judge was saying, keep them here in America. Because they are alleged gang members and their rap sheets are long. These are career criminals that were in America, in this great country of El Salvador. The president there, working hand in hand with Donald Trump, decided they can come here. And you see in the video, their heads were being forced down. They're being transported one by one. They're getting their heads shaved. They're walking with their hands behind their necks. And this is all at a detention center, the El Salvador Terrorism Confinement Center. And the president down there says they will stay for at least a year.
Yet again, I find myself amazed with the Democratic Party and even some of the members of the media. They're talking about process again, and they're not talking about the evildoers that were in our country because Joe Biden decided to just unleash the border, remove all the security barriers that were there because he didn't like the president that came before him. And you had 10 million people.
One of the craziest aspects of this, is quite literally the fact that it was actually Donald Trump that saw big periods of migration from Venezuela. Like, I don't have an issue with Venezuelan migrants coming into this country. I don't have an issue with any migrants coming into this country. Okay? But the notion that like these criminal elements were brought into the country by Joe Biden, it's ridiculous. Donald Trump not only offered Venezuelan refugees temporary protected status for political purpose, he actually extended it on his way out. Okay? And big periods of migration from Venezuela to the United States of America happened as a direct consequence of the sanctions regime implemented by the Trump administration on Venezuela, continued by the Biden administration on Venezuela.
Come into the country. We didn't vet these people, and some of these people right here were the ones that came into the country. Rapists, murderers, people that committed assault as well. And so you have this unifying message. 80% of the country, over 70% believe that we should have mass deportation of these people. Yet they defend the actions of these criminals.
So the way I understand it, a couple of days ago, I think it was Friday, where the president enacted the 1798 era Alien Enemies Act. And he said because of that, he was setting the table to get rid of TDA, MS-13, and all these criminal gangs that have come into our country. Next thing you know, we have lined up, I guess, 21 of the most wanted El Salvador MS-13 guys, 250 alien enemy members of TDA.
I'll give you an example of what's going on right now, okay? A personal example for an immigrant rights attorney. All right? Here. Returning to Twitter to shine a light on what the Alien Enemies Act looks like in real life. Our immigration defense client fled Venezuela last year and came to the U.S. to seek asylum. He has a strong claim. He was detained at entry because ICE alleged his tattoos are gang-related. They are absolutely not. Our client worked in the arts in Venezuela. He is LGBTQ. His tattoos are benign, but ICE submitted photos of his tattoos as evidence that he is Trendaragua. His immigration defense attorney planned to present evidence he is not, but never got the chance because our client has been disappeared. We last spoke to our client on Thursday before he was supposed to have a hearing in immigration court, but ICE didn't bring him. This is what I mean when I say this is a violation of due process. This is a violation of due process. The government attorney had no info about why he was not there. The judge reset the hearing for Monday. We've been trying to contact him ever since. We emailed and called the Texas facility where he was last held, more than 1,300 miles from the San Diego detention center he was in when we started representing him. They had no info yesterday. I know there's F's happening. I already reached out to Twitch. I reached out to Twitch already to look into the matter. Hopefully they will fix it. There are some minor hiccups. I'm aware that there are minor hiccups. I'm working to fix it. I'm working to fix the minor hiccups. Okay. I'm working to fix it. I think it's probably a Twitch. I mean, it's most likely a Twitch related issue, especially considering that it's happening. It's not, there's nothing on my end that shows like bitrate dropping or anything like that. Yeah. Wait, what? By the way, this is what's happening. Since it's saved into the VOD, I think it's OBS side. So did the apartheid South African government. So government during segregation or during times of slavery. Every single... I don't know what would be causing this on the OBS side. They're looking at it, okay? I have updated my OBS. My OBS is updated. It's weird though. It's weird because like, dude, listen, here's what happens. Usually what happens is when there's big events happening, I guess Twitch has like limited bandwidth or something. So they just like reshift priorities away from smaller streamers to make sure that they have enough for the big channels or whatever. I think there is a finite amount that every channel is allocated. So whenever there's a big issue, there's a big event taking place, like change your OBS password. What is an OBS password? Some of you guys just say shit. I'm probably getting throttled. It's happened before. All right. I'm going to continue. Hold on. Anyway. They had no info on their client, and yesterday told us he was no longer there. This morning, he disappeared from online detainee locator. Our client came to the U.S. seeking protection, but has spent months in ICE prisons, been falsely accused of being a gang member, and today he was being forcibly transferred, we believe, to El Salvador. We're horrified tonight thinking of what might happen to him now. The Alien Enemies Act would allow Trump administration to remove people from the U.S. based on an accusation alone. The accusation could be, as it is for our client, completely baseless, but they would remove them anyway, despite the dangers, despite the lack of due process. What happened today is a dark moment in our history. One bright spot in this madness that I see are the many lawyers and advocates across the country who spent their Saturday fighting like hell to preserve justice in the face of horrific cruelty, and we will keep fighting. Libs treated citizens the same during COVID, but are up in arms about illegal immigration. Two-faced, if you ask me. Yeah, luckily nobody asks you for anything because you are a fucking moron. Yeah, dude. Oh, you couldn't get your jalapeno poppers without putting a face diaper on? That's probably the same as like being forcibly removed at gunpoint from this fucking country for no reason other than the fact that you're brown. God, American conservatives are such fucking fat pieces of shit, dude. They are so unimaginably, like the fat has just invaded their brain, okay? The Ameroid brain is incomprehensible, where it's like, oh, the burger? It's just like when I couldn't get burger. Yeah, dude. Sending your ass to a fucking foreign concentration camp, like outsourcing a fucking foreign slave labor camp because you just don't look the part with no due process whatsoever, is exactly like when you walked around and someone maybe once in your shit ass fucking neighborhood told you that you should probably wear a fucking mask because you were coughing in their fucking face. It's exactly the same. You treat the right piece of shit. Every time I see Donald Trump doing tariffs and the egg prices skyrocket, on the one hand, I'm like in awe of you know, how much Americans can just like eat cruelty as long as it's being done by a somewhat charismatic figure that they're sympathetic to. Okay. But on the other hand, I'm like, yeah, you kind of do deserve not to be able to get your fucking treats. Holy shit. I am not the type of person who's like, I don't care about the American ruling class. My enemy is the American labor force. But god damn, dude, some of you motherfuckers are literally an enemy to all civil liberties. Oh my God. Disgusting little piglets, dude. Squealing. Don't enter illegally. Oh no, Fafo. Bye-bye. Deport Hasan. Hasan likes little boys malding. Haha. I'm an American citizen, dipshit. If they deport me, you're cooked. Oh. Oh my God, is this guy a fucking liberal? What the fuck? I love being an elitist. I think my lucky stars I'm better than the chuds. Shane isn't right wing. They literally can't. Okay. I guess this is just like a liberal who has just become full blown right wing.
They were all decided because I think Marco Rubio worked this out with the El Salvadorian president to open up their prisons.
What did he say? You support workers' rights, but also support illegals. Don't get the disconnect. Hashtag deport Hasan. Please, admins, please deport this guy. I can't stop watching him. Please, Fucking loser.
They cleaned up their country by putting them all in jail. And they said the ones who came into America, we'll take them back. We pay them, but it's going to save us money to put El Salvador, keep them in a complete lockup for at least a year because we do not have the confidence that Venezuelan will be able to hold them. So a judge decides, wait a second, I don't think you should be able to do the 1798 Act. Turn the plane around.
No way.
Turn the plane around.
No way.
No, we're already out. And in turn, Congressman Brandon Gill of Texas has announced plans to impeach the judge for trying to assert himself in this process. And it's James Boasberg. He wanted a 14-day hold to examine this. Forget it. And okay, Democrats, go ahead. You go stick up for these guys.
You run on this.
You said that
Tell
Barack
that to
Obama,
the nunnery family.
This judge is a Barack Obama appointee. And Donald Trump said, too late. You decided this. They're already out of U.S. airspace. They're flying down to El Salvador now. The migrants are already out of U.S. airspace when that judge ordered the planes to return. And he said the order came too late.
81 illegal aliens also arrested in Kentucky on ICE raids. So we've kicked out about 37,000 illegal aliens with criminal backgrounds and did some type of criminality once they were here. This is exactly what Trump's trying to do.
I just asked the question, Brian, again. Is this, you see these images of these violent criminals that were in our country. Do you guys want to be the party of these folks right here? Do you want to be the party of defending these folks? Something has to also be done. Brandon Gill, he's the youngest Republican in the House, represents my home state of Texas. He's offering these articles of impeachment. I don't think it's unwarranted. You got these federal judges that are acting like activists, trying to make sweeping measures for something that should.
Yeah, let's just put the judges in jail, too, for adjudicating. Why not? Why not? Fuck it. YOLO mode, you know? Full tilt, baby. Put the goddamn judges in prison. Fuck it. That's how it should be. Yeah, judges are aliens too now.
That the president has the authority to do.
Right. So think about this. If you're Laken Riley's family and you find out the Democrats and this judge is saying, turn the plane around, bring it back to America, you know how many crimes that they would have perpetrated had President Trump not won the election and led the charge, but Tom Homan, the executor of these plans to get rid of these people right away. So I just think overall it's a great message. This is what they keep telling me. Like Henry Cuellar was the first to say it. It is so valuable to show the world the video of people being turned around. Don't just tell me numbers. Show people being turned around because it bridges languages. They go, it's not worth it to sell my mud hut and come here with all the money I have to get into America. I'm staying.
So this morning, hundreds of illegal immigrants, some with a...
My mud hut. Fucking gross racist freaks, dude. Oh my God, I hate these pieces of shit so much.
Gang ties are no longer in the country. The Trump administration deporting them to in El Salvador mega prison. It comes as an Obama-appointed judge temporarily blocks the president from using a wartime act for deportations. White House border czar Tom Homan joins us now. So, Tom, this is a promise made, a promise kept, but it looks like a judge is trying to stop this. Why?
I don't know why. I don't know why any judge would want terrorists returned to the United States. I mean, first of all, the video, what a beautiful thing to see.
It's incredible.
Look, the President Trump, by proclamation, invoked the authorities of the Alien Enemies Act, which he has the right to do, and it's a game changer. And we removed over 200 violent criminals from the United States, just not TDA, but also MS-13. The actions of President Trump made this country safer. Every criminal alien, every criminal public safety threat and national security threat removed from this country makes this country safer. That's what the American voters voted for. That's their mandate as the president. The president's keeping his promise. This President Trump's a game changer. The Alien Enemies Act hasn't been used in a long time. And when I watched the video and I saw, and I was involved this week in this whole movement, this is an extraordinary thing what the President Trump is doing to keep his promise to American people to make this country safe again. And he's doing a fabulous job.
So, Tom, I look at this judge. The flights were already in the air, in international waters. How did the judge get involved? Did these immigrants that were in the country illegally, did their lawyers get involved and make a petition to the judge? How did this happen? How did the judge know about the flights being in the air?
Again, information was leaked somehow. I don't quite know how it got leaked, but there was a court emergency court hearing on five people that were on schedule to be deported. The judge had a written order that said these 5 people can't be removed right now. It wasn't until this flight was already in international waters, heading down to El Salvador, that the judge made some comment about returning the flights. We're already in international waters. We're outside the borders of the United States. I'm the border czar. Once you're outside the border, you know, it is what it is. But they're in international waters, already on the way south, close to landing. You know what? We did what we had to do. Remove terrorists, significant public safety threats from the United States. By the order of the proclamation by the President of the United States, we did the right thing.
Tom, you say that it was 5 that were on there where this emergency hearing was coming. So why is the judge asking for the entire flight to be returned?
your guess is as good as mine, Lawrence. You know, you got some radical judge who makes a decision.
This can't happen.
You know, that just defies logic. I mean, who in the right mind, whether you're a judge or not, wants known public TDA, a recognized terrorist organization, sent here by the Maduro regime to create havoc, to unsettle the United States through the use of fentanyl to kill thousands of Americans, violence to American citizens, raping and murdering young women.
People that have not seen their day in court cannot be decided on by Tom Homan or whoever and be branded as like criminal terrorists and deported. There has to be due process. It's ridiculous.
Women in this country. They are enemies of this country, and President Trump treated them as enemies, and we did exactly what we should have done. Again, President Trump is going to make this country safe again. He's going to do it one illegal alien at a time. And this weekend, we did 261.
So, Tom, what's next? Because I'm getting a little worried about the manpower. These guys they have to be tired. You got 30 guys in the stack going on different busts every single day. You're going to run out of money. It doesn't look like you're getting support from the Democrats on this. You're going against the judges now. What's next?
Another flight. Another flight every day. The teams are going to be out there every day. Every day, the men and women of ICE are going to be in the neighborhoods of this nation arresting criminal, illegal alien, public safety threats, and national security threats. Lawrence, you're not going to stop us. We made a promise to the American people. The President Trump has made a promise to the American people. We're going to make this country safe again. I wake up every morning loving my job because I work for the greatest president in the history of my life, and we're going to make this country safe again. I'm proud to be a part of this administration. We're not stopping. I don't care what the judges think. I don't care what the left thinks. We're coming.
Yeah. I just love seeing you going through these protesters just crunching on the apple as their liberal tears just flood the hallway. Tom Homan, thanks so much for joining the program.
We're so cooked. Hell yeah, dude. That right there is perhaps the greatest demonstration of how these guys operate and why like Asmongold's commentary is so successful in comparison to like a Ben Shapiro. You just sit there and you say based, libtards are getting owned. And that's it. I mean, that's Fox News doing the same fucking commentary. That's where we're at. Oh, dude, a severe violation of constitutional norms, like a severe violation of due process. The complete abolition of the judiciary. Fuck it. Who cares? Libs are owned, baby. You got a federal law enforcer saying, I don't give a fuck what judges say to me. I'm going to do I make my own rules.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Is the administration prepared to give the court what it wants in terms of the time of the flights that departed, that went to El Salvador, and some of those details that the judge is asking for in trying to determine the timing? Clearly, the 5 named individuals were not deported in compliance, but looking more broadly, wanting to know about the timing of flights and so forth, because the verbal order did say turn around the flights if there's an issue. So is the administration prepared to provide that information?
I'm prepared to provide it right now. All of the planes that were subject to the written order, the judge's written order, took off before the order was entered in.
The thing that people don't understand is if you can violate someone, if you violate due process because you've decided that this person is non-citizen, that means someone can say you're a non-citizen. You have no protections. Okay? What are you going to do? Go to court? You're not going to court. You can't prove that you're a fucking citizen without due process. But they don't understand that. Like, people are too stupid to recognize that. So dumb.
In the courtroom on Saturday, and the administration will, of course, be happily answering all of those questions that the judge poses in court later today.
And for people who have due process questions about making certain that there wasn't anyone who was swept up who did not meet the criteria that you laid out, is there a way for the administration to provide more detail about how that was determined, who the individuals were that met this deportation order?
Yes, I can assure the American people that Customs and Border Patrol and ICE and the Department of Homeland Security are sure about the identities of the individuals who were on these planes and the threat that they pose to our homeland. They take this incredibly seriously. They are putting their lives on the line to deport these designated terrorists.
That's not how this works. What do you mean? Some fucking moron without a GED doesn't get to make this choice on their own. Like, what are you talking about? Oh, well, they're sure that these guys are bad. Oh, okay, my bad, dude. Shit. Oh, the Gestapo is sure that these guys are bad? I guess, like, fuck the courts then. That's the question, dumbass. The entire question is how, like, the entire question is, where's the evidence? And will you reveal the evidence? And also, simultaneously, why did you not go through the proper process? There's already a proper process in existence for doing deportations. You can't just fucking decide, well, this guy looks weird. He's done. I think he's a terrorist criminal. The question is directed very specifically towards Caroline Leavitt and this administration to be like, hey, kind of weird that, you know, there are some of these guys had court cases, like active court cases, and you just like remove them without a judge seeing whether or not they're actually fucking terrorists.
Terrorists from our country, and they should be trusted to do that. And that's exactly what the American people elected this president to do.
Thanks, Caroline. Just to follow up on that then, so you're saying definitively that the administration can prove everyone that was put on those flights to El Salvador was either a member of Tren de Aragua, MS-13, or some other entity?
We've already provided the breakdown in the effort of transparency about the 261 illegal aliens who were deported. 137 of those were deported under the Alien Enemies Act. 101 of those were Venezuelans removed via Title VIII, which, as you know, are just regular immigration proceedings. And 23 of them were MS-13 Salvadorian gang members. There were also 2 MS-13 ringleaders as part of that group of 23 who President Bukele particularly expressed his gratitude for their return so he can demand justice in his home country. Jennifer.
What criteria, though, other than, say, tattoos or maybe being in the wrong place at the wrong time, are they using to determine that someone is actually a member of one of these organizations?
Intelligence and the men and women on the ground in the interior of our country who are finally being allowed to do their jobs. Their hands were tied under the previous administration, and as I said, they take their jobs very seriously. They should be trusted and respected by the American public with this operation. And of course, as I said to Kelly, the administration will provide all details to the questions that the court poses.
Joined now by national political correspondent Steve.
Okay. I need to explain something to you guys. Even if they are literally the most violent criminals you have ever seen in your entire life, you still can't deport them without a court hearing. That is fucking insane. You can't do that because this is not about the individual scary migrant. This is about the entirety of the court system and the reasons for why it exists. You can't trust me, bro, as a fucking means of deportation. That makes no sense. Because if they can do that now for people that they are claiming without any sufficient evidence and no actual court orders, and the only court order basically being the exact opposite, they can do that to anybody. So this conversation that's taking place is not even about like the immediate Venezuelans or the immediate El Salvadorans that were deported. It's even broader than that.
Kornacki here to break down our brand new NBC News poll on the president's first 50-plus days back in office. Always good to see you, Steve. So here we are, 8 weeks in. President Trump, voters responding to some of his policies. What do the numbers tell you about where the president stands right now?
Yeah, it's interesting, Craig. A lot of activity these past 2 months. Here's the approval rating for Donald Trump in our new poll. 47% of voters say they like the job he's doing. Now, put this in some context because I think this is the interesting part. Historically, these are all the modern presidents at this point, after just coming to office. Obama, George W. Bush. You can see at the bottom of the list would be Donald Trump at 47%. So historically speaking, this is low. However, if you compare it to Donald Trump's first term in 2017, this is actually about as good as Trump has done, a 47% approval rating in our poll. Also, what it suggests is that since the election, he hasn't grown his support, but that coalition that elected him still for right now does seem to be with him.
Hasn't lost the support either. What do the numbers tell us, Steve, about what's working for the president and where he may be a little vulnerable?
Yeah, what's keeping that coalition intact and maybe giving an opportunity to grow it? This would be number one. Border security, immigration, majority approval for Trump here, 55%. That goes beyond his base who like how he's handled this. There's the big issue of the Department of Government Efficiency, Elon Musk, Doge, they call it. We ask folks, good idea, bad idea. Plurality say good idea. So those may be working in Trump's favor overall. This isn't. The economy, inflation, two issues obviously that powered him to the White House. His approval rating on the economy, 44%. Inflation, just 42%. Majority.
Dude. This to me shows that these guys are incapable of seeing what's in front of them too. Like his support hasn't even diminished on the issue of the economy, as the economy has continued on the same trajectory, if not gotten worse. And these guys are not like, these guys aren't even being like, yeah, no, things are still bad.
Disapproval on both. And I'll tell you, in his first term, the economy was his one strong suit in polling. And right now, these are some of his worst numbers. Economy, inflation, two very important issues to Americans.
Have Democrats been able to capitalize at all on either one of these, the economy or the inflation?
Yeah, so logic would tell you if something is going south for the president politically.
No, they have not. No, they have not. Part of the problem with what's going on with Trump's approval rate and how unshakable it seems is because there's no counterbalance against it. There is no response coming from the Democratic establishment that actively communicates why people are feeling this harm and how Trump is fucking their lives over. It's great. Wonderful stuff overall.
It should help his opponents, and yet take a look at this. We ask folks their opinion of each party. It's not great for either one, positive or negative, but holy smokes, look at this, 27-55. They are 28 points, the Democrats, underwater on this, more negative than positive. And put this in context, the history of our NBC poll asking about the two parties. This negative 28 for Democrats is the worst ever recorded, and this is what's happened since the election. It's just fallen off a cliff for them.
The worst ever recorded?
Yes, for a party in our poll. Yep.
Hey, thanks for watching. And don't forget, you can catch
It is not surprising that the Democrats are this unpopular. It is, however, surprising that they did not even choose to change trajectory a little bit. Like they did not even fucking turn around and go, hey, maybe we should listen to what the left is saying about how much we suck dick. Nope. Time to be more do nothing Dems. They can't even fake it anymore. Like, at least during the first Trump administration, they faked it. They faked being angry in an effort to, like, fundraise and stuff. Now you can't even get him to fake it. It's crazy. Oh. What? I already finished the thread. There's a Harry Enton on the CNN poll. There's a Harry Enton CNN poll as well on how unpopular the Democrats are.
Say, Democrats, call your office. You know, we're in March Madness times. Terrible, 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 to quote the great Charles Barkley. View Democratic Party favorably. CNN SRS, look at this, 29%. NBC News, you want to go lower than that? How about 27%? Both are record lows. The lowest going back to 1992 in CNN polling, the lowest going back on record to 1990 in NBC News polling. The majority of Americans hold an unfavorable or negative view of the Democratic Party at this point. All I can say is I'm a big fan of the oldies, so I'm going to quote Chubby Checker. How low can you go?
Nice. Well done. With that, what about congressional Democrats specifically?
Yeah, what about congressional Democrats specifically? You think these numbers are low. How about this one? Holy Toledo. Voters' views of the Democrats in Congress among all voters disapprove, 68%. And look at the approved number, just 21%, even lower than the Democratic Party at large. This is the lowest on record for Democrats, according to Quinnipiac University polling. You think these numbers are bad? Let's go to this side of the screen. We'll look how...
I hate to say I told you so. First of all, Mike, you don't hate to say I told you so. You love saying it. But also, I didn't predict anything opposite of this. Like, yes, I'm familiar with the lack of interest from the Democratic Party. I said that it wasn't going to turn into fucking hashtag resistance liberalism like it did last time. And that, yes, people would honestly be even more frustrated as a consequence of this. The difference that you and I have, the difference in opinion that you and I have on this matter is that I'm not so confident that the Democratic Party is going to give way to a third party at all, and they're going to use whatever like remainder of the infrastructure they have to actively destroy third party initiatives, third party moments. So, I don't think that we're out of this yet. You know, I don't think that we're out of this at all. I don't know how we get out of this to begin with, but. Like, yes, I am also aware and said that this was most likely going to happen, and it is happening. The problem is, I don't even know how to get out of this. Like, I don't know how to get out of this situation with or without the Democratic Party. We're fucking cooked. Like, decentralized movements are not always they're not going to be successful. That's one aspect of this conversation. We have, this is like the Democratic Party is weaker than it's ever been. I don't know. I don't know where we go from here. I don't think Bernie Sanders is going to launch a third party initiative. And without any sort of popular momentum from a well-established figure outside of the confines of the existing duopoly that still gets like a warm reception from the pre-existing duopoly, like a Bernie Sanders figure who is entirely too old at this point. The Democrats third-party initiatives will be foolhardy and will go the way of the Green Party. In any case, I've been saying this over and over again. Like, the Democrats are slowly but surely refusing to listen to the wishes of the largest subgroup of voters at this point. Like, they're basically treating everyone now like they did during the campaign if you were like in any way, shape, or form anti-genocide, where they were like, la 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 la, I don't want to hear you, you're fucking woke, shut the fuck up, right? That's how they campaigned during the campaign, and that's part of the reason why they fucking lost. Now they make it seem like these groups that are firmly within the Democratic Party's ecosystem, like these groups that the Democratic Party relies on and their own base of support, like, 65-year-old Deborahs and Barbaras who are actively saying, please fight back against the Trump administration. We're scared. What the fuck? They're calling them, pro-Palestinian advocates at this point. They're treating them in the same way that they did people who were like understandably angry that the Democrats wouldn't do anything. Like, they are actively shitting on their own base at this point, like the entirety of their base, not even the activist part of their base, not even like the progressive part of their base, not even the young part of their base, the entirety of it. Once you're yelling at like 55-year-old moms and 65-year-old grandmas for telling you, like, do something, anything against the Trump administration, you're done. You have no support. You have no base of support whatsoever. You can't fucking treat every single person like they are, climate justice sunrise movement protesters. You shouldn't treat them that way either. But the Democrats have gone far too long mistreating its own base of support, the most active part of their base, and all of these grassroots movements with so much ire, with so much disdain. And now they're doing that to, like, liberal ass grandma, MSNBC voters, MSNBC watchers. It's crazy. They are fucking disgusting.
Democratic voters feel, get this, the plurality of Democratic voters disapprove of Democrats in Congress at 49% and just 40.
Yeah, they want a fighter. Democrats want a fighter. They've always wanted a fighter. Anyone that has told you on television they do not want a fighter, that the Dems actually don't want to fight. They want someone who will capitulate and find the reasonable middle ground, is a fucking moron. Democratic voters have always wanted a fighter. There's no better living, breathing, microcosmic example of this than me going on the Podjohns and basically saying the exact same things that I always say, but in front of an audience that seemingly had never heard this perspective before, where they were like, oh my God, I didn't fucking realize that there was like a different way possible. Like there was some different serious commentary, serious criticisms launched against Democrats that I agree with. They were shocked because they've been kept captive almost by MSNBC. It's truly alarming.
Percent approve. Horrible. Oh my goodness gracious, you just can't get worse than these numbers.
And this is the number right here really driving all of this. If Democratic voters have turned on Democrats in Congress and the Democratic Party, that's what puts the numbers at historic lows.
I was one of those people who didn't know what was possible or what I was missing because no one on the liberal side ever talked about it. Well, I'm glad you're here now. I'm glad that you're here, and I'm glad that you're seeing that we're not like fucking scary monsters in the way that like liberals actively present us. That's the other side of this. Not the Podjohns. They're fine. But there are a lot of like liberal content creators out there, even in independent media on YouTube and whatnot, who basically spend all of their time shitting on people like myself, shitting on people to the left of them. And the reason why they do that is because they want to do poison welling. Okay, I mean they want to well poison. They want to poison the well. They want to poison the well before you actually ever, on accident, reach my commentary, so that whenever you come in here, you don't have any sort of like charitability. You don't have any sort of charitability to the positions that I'm advocating for, and you immediately see me as like a hostile figure. Yeah, well the poison the well. Yeah, I fucked it up. I really appreciate your viewpoint. I always thought some of their takes were weird and weren't as angry as I was at things, and I thought I was just wrong. Poison Wellington.
Lows. What is it they want to be seeing, these voters?
What is going on? I'll tell you what's going on. They don't like what's coming out of some of those Senate Democrats like Chuck Schumer, because take a look at the direction of the party. Democratic voters on Democrats in Congress doing too little to oppose Donald Trump. Look at this. 77% should stay principled, even if it means nothing gets done in Washington, D.C. 60.
Like, this is virtually the entirety of the Democratic base of support, like the overwhelming majority, the super majority of the Democratic base of support actively advocating for things that I've been saying and yelling about for fucking years. Get to work, Democrats, right? And the Dems are just going, la, 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 I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Shut the fuck up. The level of disdain and the level of disgust that they have for their entire base, not just like select few parts of their base, but the entirety of their base is alarming. You work for us, you fucking animals. You work for us. We don't work for you. You work for us. That's why I get so angry at liberals who even come in here now and say, oh, aren't you worried about your decisions now? Kamala would never do this. It's like, dude, you are such a fucking moron. Democracy is not about team sports. You got to vote for one team over the other because the one team is going to be marginally better than the other. That's not how democracy is supposed to work. Democracy is about extracting concessions from your elected representatives. Okay? It's not team sports. What the fuck is wrong with you? The notion that like it's not, they didn't lose on their own merits or lack thereof, and it was actually because the voters failed the party, not the party failed the voters, is so insanely backwards. It's so twisted. It's so fucked up. And these are supposed to be the educated voters who are, who at least statistically have like a college education. They read the newspaper, right? They don't believe in fake news. Like, these are the liberals. And they have, they've destroyed their brain over and over. They're smoothing out their brain by watching too much MSNBC. Holy fuck.
65%. And this 65% is such a difference from where we were in 2017 at this point, when just 33% of Democrats say they should stay principled, compared to 59% who said they want to compromise. Democrats do not want compromise at this point. They want a fighter. They want to go into the ring like Muhammad Ali did against Sonny Liston. They want to take down the Republicans. They do not want this compromise anymore. They want to be more like Republicans, can get up to that stage and fight. And right now they feel like their leaders in Congress are simply put not doing so. And that is why their approval rating for congressional Democrats is at an all-time low, even among Democrats with more disapproving than approving.
Yeah, it seems that these Senate Democrats, some of them are banking on the idea that there is still a political middle, as it were. We will see. We will see.
But we will see if there's a political middle. But at this point, count me skeptical that that is at least what the Democratic base wants at this point. It's going to be very interesting, John, to see moving forward whether or not there are any repercussions come 2026, because I bet there may be some coming.
Harry M., thank you.
Thank you, my friend.
Sarah?
I feel like the most shocking part of that was how you dipped down and you were able to get back up without hearing any creaking or cracking. Nice to.
Yeah, here. Also, this is the other side of the story. Here, I'm going to give you that too. This is a another example of this, hugging the middle, moderation, and hugging and kissing right-wing fascists. It doesn't work. Gavin Newsom wants to be president, okay? So what did he do? He set up a podcast. He heard that, like, podcasts are so important for winning elections. Guess what, dude? Here's new data on the reaction to Gavin Newsom's new podcast. Favorability amongst liberals has declined from 40% to 30%. While some Republicans agree with the stances, they overwhelmingly viewed him as insincere, calling him fake and pandering. His net favorability went from +4 to a -6 to a 10-point swing in the wrong direction. Only 13% of voters had an improved perception of him, and only 1 in 5 said the podcast made them want to tune in for more. It doesn't even work in the sphere of podcasting. And Democrats are so one note on this, like, let's hug and kiss the middle. Let's find this, like, reasonable moderate between fucking Steve Bannon and Gavin Newsom that they even fail at podcasting. I don't understand what these guys are doing. It feels like they just look to some of the most historically unpopular figures like Kyrsten Sinema or Joe Manchin within the Democratic Party, and they're like, we need to be more like that. Why? What are you doing? Why are you doing this? Like, At this point, it's just a podcast, right? It's just a podcast. You want to win an election, don't you? You want to win elections. You want to fucking have a successful podcast. It doesn't make any fucking sense whatsoever to behave like this, to operate like this. It doesn't make sense at all. Jesus Christ. They're eroding. Looks like Democrats are saying we don't want to hug the middle. New NPC poll shows 2-1 Democratic leaders to fight back, even if it means partisan gridlock. It is funny to me, though. Like, they are at the very least honest, it seems. They are at the very least honest. Like, the Democrats seemingly are intellectually and morally consistent on this, where they're like, yeah, even if my podcast fucking fails, I still don't care. I'm still going to abide by this, like, weird...
These images.
I'm still going to abide by this weird-ass... this weird-ass attitude that there is some semblance of, like, if I were to advocate for the moderate middle, like, then magically someday people will come to terms with what I'm doing.
Are one of the reasons that Donald Trump's approval rating is tied with his highest approval rating ever, according to this NBC poll. Look at the numbers. Trump's approval rating is 47%. That's higher. I know that you might say more people disapprove, but that's always the way it is if you ask a Democrat about a Democratic president or a Republican president. But that's a really good number, an approval rating of almost 50%.
And 4 years ago, his first term, he was at 40% at this point. This is so significant. They asked people if we're on the right track in November. 25% said yes. Now they're asking people, are we on the right track as a country? 44% said yes. This is pretty astounding.
But not good when it comes to the Democratic Party right now.
That's the highest one.
Dems are partnering with more creators, though some worry about an over-reliance on the same friendly/safe group. Dems are so afraid of doing or saying any wrong thing, said Olivia Giuliana, who has not been invited to any creator events since the election. Who are they going to sign off on? Who are they going to work with? They're trying to do it themselves, too. That's the other side. Dude, that's so funny that fucking Olivia Giuliana is not considered safe enough. That's amazing. Oh, that's so awesome. Oh, God. David Pacman. Yeah. Brian Tyler Cohen. David Pacman. The problem is, maybe not David, but like Brian is probably fucking actively criticizing them too. Midas Touch. Midas Touch is like a liberal safe territory. I mean, this stuff is so bad too. Like this has 100 and dude.
All right,
dude,
now that
what the fuck? This also has 128 likes. Like it's so ass. If you're 800 years old, you should not be making TikToks. I mean, you shouldn't even be in Congress, in my opinion. I'm sorry. There's a collection of 47 content creators and staff are involved in the Democratic Strategic Communications Committee's efforts, said of the party's 47 senators, including 2 independent who caucus with the Democrats. The Senate, the Booker chaired SCC, is driving the creator-focused work. Booker, an early adopter of Twitter and now a fan of selfie-style videos, said he approached Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. Oh, my God. There's 2 categories in my analysis. Whenever I look at the actions of the party, I look at 2 categories. Is like, is this malicious and they are controlled opposition? Or is this because they're fucking stupid? This, to me, is the fucking stupid camp. This is not like malicious controlled opposition camp. This is fucking stupid camp. In most circumstances, it's both. But this is like an entirely fucking stupid camp decision. Like they want to do something, but they're too stupid to figure it out. That's what this is. They want to do something. They saw the podcast popping off. Tried to warn people as much as I fucking could in this entire process. Mainstream media was coming out and interviewing me like, oh, who's the Joe Rogan of the left? You're the Joe Rogan of the left. And I kept saying, you can't podcast your way out of this problem. You can't podcast your way out of this problem. The party has to change its policies. The party has to communicate earnestly about changing people's material conditions for the better. And they were like, okay, nope, we're going to try to podcast our way out of this problem. Good luck. Oh my God. Like, even if you remove politics from the equation and think about this on pure marketing terms, it makes no sense to not try to understand what your audience wants from you. Elon has officially lost the perverts who get scammed by fake Jennifer Aniston accounts constituency. Oh shit.
Elon poor again. Mappa. Or make Elon poor already. Mappa.
Why is this hermit so angry at Elon Musk?
Make Elon poor again. Mappa.
That's amazing. Young Chomsky. Yeah, that's Noam Chomsky. He's also taking note from the Democratic Party's ambitious TikTok-oriented messaging focus and has decided to change the medium in which he presents himself. He's decided to go on TikTok himself and start doing these quippy, short statements. It's cool. Yeah, Booker says he sees his role as SEC chair as encouraging his colleagues to take the energy they'd bring to a town hall and instead put it on a digital platform. Calling the talk the anatomy of virality, he pointed out how Republicans were able to get their message, whether it was Joe Biden tripping or falling or Ted Cruz going on a rant in front of voters while Democrats were not. Oh. Normally, senators don't film. By the way, look at this. This entire article has clips of the Democrats attempting to do this, and then the analytics right here demonstrate that fucking failure. Okay? It's not that people can't hear you because you're not directly reaching out to them. It's because people don't like your message, because people don't believe you. People don't believe that you have their best interest in mind. And why should they believe that? You spend every fucking election cycle complaining about how people have to vote for you or else all hell will break loose. And when you're in the minority party, you have some tools at your disposal. You have some tools at your disposal to resist against the Trump administration, and you throw those tools aside and you spit on the face of your fucking voters. All you're good for is begging for fucking donations, man. It's disgusting. Why the fuck would people ever defend you? Why would people ever vote for you again? You're so bad. You're so bad at your fucking job. I can't believe that we spend any time on how genuinely awful the Democrats have been pre-election cycle, post-election cycle, when the Trump administration is gutting the administrative state, when they're doing fascist-ass bullshit, violating the last bastion of a constitutional democracy with checks and balances. They're just destroying the judiciary. And Democrats are so incompetent that, like, I have to sit here and be like, do something. Fucking do anything. Oh, my God. While the videos did draw attention from the right, many Democrats, including Congress, questioned whether it was a smart move. Collaborations, cross-posts, and influencer row. Senators participated in a live stream with Pod Save America while opposing the nomination of Office of the Management Budget Director Russell Vought, and they made videos with creators virtually and in person during the budget vote-orama. House Democrats have also welcomed creators of the Capitol, where they've interviewed lawmakers alongside traditional reporters. In one such instance, at a news conference on Medicaid, a clip of Jasmine Crockett went viral for what her message to Musk would be. Democrats seem to be really leaning into profanity. Yeah. They're doing TikTok dances, dude. Oh God, they literally didn't understand that people resent that shit. Okay. Americans hated nurses doing TikTok dances during COVID. Do you understand? Nurses that were risking their fucking lives every day to make sure that people weren't dying. Americans despise that shit. They literally were like, oh fuck, why the fuck are you dancing? How dare you dance? It's COVID time and you're over here dancing. Now the one group of people that are the least popular people in America are running around and doing TikTok dances. What the hell are they doing? Yeah, this is a great question. Do you think Bernie was popular on the internet because he was doing TikTok dances, or was it because he was saying policies young people were excited by? They will never change, man. No, I know. Yeah, Bernie famously is a big TikTok dancer. That's why they like him so much. Bernie's entire existence and his overwhelming popularity across the board, across party lines, unironically destroys this argument in its entirety, but they just cannot fucking admit that, because that would mean admitting ideological defeat. These guys are zealots, okay? They are loyalists. They believe in third-way neoliberalism through and through. That's it. That's the only thing they believe in. They don't care about anything else. They just want to maintain that project. I could scream from the rooftops at every single Democratic representative to just do Bernie. Just fake it. Just do Bernie. Just do Bernie. Just do Bernie. And that's it. Yeah.
Angela
I'm no longer accepting the things I cannot change. I'm changing the things I cannot
Davis.
accept.
I am no longer accepting the things I cannot change. I am changing the things I cannot accept. Here's to the great Angela Davis.
Sick, man. Sick. You're really cooking with that one. Thank you. Wow, that one banged. When every other person in the caucus is 850 years old, they look at that and they go, well, you know, he's a handsome man. He's a handsome young boy. For the joint session, Democrats brought 40 creators in to meet with more than 150 members. Sully Jessica Wu, an influencer known as Bento Box Queen, who built an audience of millions while making lunch for her daughters, was invited to the Capitol by Chorus, a new collective that supports creators advocating for democratic causes and policies. She's the influencer behind the viral Choose Your Fighter video. That's who made that video? The Choose Your Fighter video? Oh, no. Oh, my God. Oh, no. Ugh. I don't know anything about this influencer. I know the video that they're talking about. You know what? Let's watch it. Let's watch that fucking video. Let's watch that video. Does anyone have a link to it? Does anyone have a link to it? Oh no, M. HUD. I broke up with Sleep last night, and I'm dating Coffee this morning. I appreciate her warmth and stimulating company. Sleep and I broke up. I'm dating Coffee now. She is hot. Sleep and I broke up. I'm dating Coffee now. She is hot. Unfortunately, it happened again. Sleep and I broke up. I'm back with Coffee. I thought I told you. Sleep and I broke up. I'm dating Coffee now. She is hot. I had another fight with Sleep. We broke up again, so I'm back with Coffee now. She is hot. A far, far more worthy love than Coffee. Give me the OG one. Here it is. Oh, yeah. Here. Okay, dude, take a week off, you dumb fuck. You got me. You got me good, dude. Thanks. I should perma you right now, you fucking idiot. Jesus Christ, that shit pisses me off so much.
Choose your character.
I'm just going to keep running this on repeat.
Choose your character.
Like, this is the thing that people don't understand. Look. Representative Catherine Clark, House Minority Whip, Massachusetts 5th Congressional District, not into hair dye. I don't care. I don't care. Nobody cares. Don't try to make these people into fucking influencers. I don't give a fuck. The only reason why people would care about their personal background of these people and like develop parasocial relationships with them is if they like what they're advocating for and believe that they're earnestly on board with making their lives better. That's it. Bernie Sanders. Okay, this one's even worse. 6-month subscriber. Take the perma. I hope you enjoy it. I'm going to be perma banning every single person that tries the poop sock going forward. Yeah, your poop socks are perma now. Public defender attorney, not a morning person. Like, no one. This is aping Trump, to be honest, the liberal version. Him going on talking about whatever the fuck. Yes, but the problem is, there's two problems there. One, Trump is a fucking television personality. He already had an audience. He already had a level of prominence. And he's telegenic. And not only that, but he tapped into the things that he successfully perceived as his base caring about, even if he personally doesn't care about them. You understand? Like he's so actively, he talks about how he talks about trans people all the time now, right? All the fucking time. If you recall, a couple years prior, even when he was running for president in 2016, he was like pro-trans, openly pro-trans. A couple years ago, when he announced his candidacy, he kept saying, yeah, you guys care about trans people a lot. You care about it more than you care about tax cuts. Like, he knows what his base wants and he responds to it. He gives them what his base wants, even if it's fucking red meat. He'll give his base the red meat that they want. And that creates this cycle where he's both charismatic and telegenic enough, but also simultaneously he's like offering things to his base of support. You cannot create popularity like this. It just doesn't work that way. Okay? It doesn't work that way. You can't just be like, yeah, I'm a Trekkie for AOC. Like, if they did this video, not in this cringe ass way where like it's like a choose your fighter style situation, but instead, if they were like, here, I'm going to introduce you to these congresspersons and we're going to talk about the top 3 policies that they are going to advocate for the rest of their fucking lives, okay, until the cows come home. This would be a more impactful video. It sounds nerdy, but that's what people care about. Nobody gives a fuck what your favorite TV show is. You know what I mean? Hates balloons. Like, oh man, I hate balloons too. Now I feel so close to this person. Like, that's not how this goes. Play the clip, boss. We disavow. What is this? Is this another poop sock?
Good afternoon, Senator. Tell us.
Okay, well, no, I'm not going to play this again. No one will watch it either? No, you're wrong. Dude, I have 40,000 people in here every fucking day. What are you talking about? Do I talk about like the personalities behind the fucking things? Or do I talk about the policies and their impact on your fucking lives? My own personality or my own parasocial shit comes after. It's secondary to the causes that I advocate for. That's what's most significant. What do you mean? I'm not even a fucking congressperson either. There are living, breathing examples of this, like Bernie Sanders, Claudia Sheinbaum. You'd have 50K if you told us which House representatives hate balloons. Yeah. Oy, oy, oy. At first, Wu said the response to the fighter video was positive. Feedback focused on girl power, fighting for her audience, which is largely made up of younger women. But then it went to the wrong side. She said she didn't mind, though, because she would like to interview Trump and give him a hug, because I feel like he really needed that growing up. Oh, my God. The only people who think that video is cringy are older people that don't do TikToks, Wu said. Gen Z people in my comments are like, love it. They think it was just another video. They probably even scrolled. They didn't even think twice. Then the message failed. Like, no disrespect to this content creator, okay? No disrespect to this content creator. Like, this is still entirely the fault of the Democratic Party. Going to a safe influencer, safe because they don't fully, they're not fully invested in the American political machine and how to win elections and whatnot. It's their cowardice that is causing them to develop results like this one that come across as insanely cringy to people who do care about this shit. Oh my God. Calm down. David Graeber on the extreme center. People need to understand that this is why they will never learn the lessons you want from them. They only want to win with neoliberalism. 3 minutes.
The kind of politics we have now.
Rest in power, David Graeber on the extreme center.
Where the left is represented by this kind of Obama-Macron-style centrism, where you're both for the market and for bureaucracy at the same time. You know, it's kind of horrible, right? The only possible appeal of that kind of politics is, well, at least they're not Nazis, right? So what they want is the left to be this kind of mishmash of bureaucratic market centrism and the right to be outright fascist. To set the ball rolling in an actual left direction will make that centrism look like utterly unappealing.
Yes.
In France, sometimes they talk about...
Yes. That's the reason why they're fucking terrified of people like Bernie and why they will never concede to left populism. Because left populism, especially when it is done by an earnest communicator with a lifetime of moving the needle in that direction, a lifetime of advocacy, make someone like Hillary Clinton look like the morally bankrupt, the morally bankrupt parasite that she is, okay? In the eyes of the constituents, even a constituency that is so, that gets their notes entirely from MSNBC, because that's what the Democratic primary base is. Average people don't go out and vote in the primaries, unfortunately. They don't know that primaries are happening. I know this from fucking door knocking, okay? They just don't know. They don't know that primaries are happening. They don't know that it's important. They like Bernie. They just don't even think about voting in the primaries. In the general, on the other hand, a lot more people come out and vote. Base in the primaries is just like the MSNBC watchers, the New York Times readers, the people that take their notes from people that tell them this is the most electable candidate. That's why you have to vote for him. They don't have any interest in policy. They just simply want to defeat the Republicans. They're the Democratic Party loyalists, okay? The diehard people. The people that are now yelling at the Democrats, by the way. That's important to understand. And those guys would 100% lend their support to a Bernie figure. They would 100% lend their support to whoever the fucking Democrat is. They are a lock. They are the definitely going to vote for the Democratic Party base of support. And yet that base consistently votes for centrists because the centrist TV channels tell them you have to vote for a centrist. The other guy is bad. The other guy is bad. This is at the heart of the problem. The reason why there's so much institutional resentment towards the Bernie Sanders style figure from establishment Democrats is because if anyone was being honest enough, if the media was being honest about this stuff and they propped up Bernie in the same way they try to make fucking brat happen for Kamala Harris, for example, or even Joe Biden when they claimed that he wasn't fucking brain dead, right? Like the amount of support that he got from mainstream media in general that he even then thought wasn't enough. Like if they did that, okay, if they fucking did that for Bernie, it's over. Why the fuck would anybody vote for the shittier diet version of Bernie? They wouldn't. Just like people actively chose to vote for the real thing with the Republican Party and not the diet version of the Republican Party. This is the problem with centrism. You don't stand for anything, so you fall for everything. And you, at this point, are falling for fascism. You are allowing the administration to completely destroy what remains of like our civil liberties. Even in general, remind 30% of people voted for Kamala, 31% voted for Trump, and 39% didn't vote. And of those who voted, about 50% never heard any Dem messaging seen by Google results after the election. Dem messaging sucks. It's not just that the messaging sucks. It's what the message sucks. The message itself sucks because the policies suck. And the policies suck because these guys are literally fucking zealots. They are market fundamentalists. They have an undying loyalty. They have fealty towards the markets. They have fealty towards neoliberalism. That's it. That is what the problem is. It's fucking nutty how much they truly believe their own shit. They truly believe it, and they don't even care if people find it to be unpopular. They're like, no, that's why we're going to win in the margins by saying we're marginally better than the opposition. We're not fascists. They are. Yeah, the Dems are the free market fedayeen. Absolutely. And the existence of like a real left vision kind of breaks that in the minds of a lot of people where they go, whoa, 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 a better future is possible? Holy shit. You can have a person truly advocate for policies that I think will immediately improve the shitty conditions that I experience on a day-to-day basis. What the hell? That's wild. I like that. Can we get more of that, please? That is the most terrifying prospect for the Democrats. If the Democrats and their base demanded them to actually follow through on these policies and not simply lie to them and say that they're just like marginally better than the Republicans, then they have to actually do work. And doing work for the left party, okay, not saying that the liberals are leftists, but it is the party that is to the left of the Republican Party, which is the far right party, right? But that is the party to the right, would mean doing things that are inherently anti-capitalist. The American left party, being the liberals, the Democratic Party, implies that if they were to actually move policy leftward, they would have to do things that are anti-capitalist. And I don't mean like seize the means of production. I mean anti-capitalist as in against the immediate interests of capital and its short-term profit-seeking behaviors, okay? That's what regulations are. Regulations are inherently anti-capitalist. Regulations and social safety nets are inherently anti-capitalist. Redistributive policies are anti-capitalist. Labor protections are anti-capitalist. Not to say that they are socialist, okay? I'm not saying that. I'm just simply saying that all of these policies that the Democrats lie about when they want to win your support, those are all inherently against corporate interests. But because they are also backed by the same corporate structure, they cannot fucking actually follow through on those policies. They hate it. That's why they constantly find a rotating villain in the party. That's it. Historically speaking, any sort of initiative that is marginally to the left of what is permitted by American corporations will immediately be destroyed by a member inside of the Democratic Party. This creates chaos within the Democratic Party. Hasan, you need to read more theory. You're right. Instead of explaining to people the American duopoly, I should be talking about how it is a bourgeois system that benefits the capital owners only, and that is precisely the reason why neither of these two parties in the current duopoly structure that we have are not actually going to defend the interests of the working class. Oh, wait, I did do that, actually. I just used simpler terms because I'm not a fucking moron. Shut the fuck up. This is the one thing I'm good at, okay? Why the fuck do you think you know how to do this? Then you do it. Do it on your own. God damn, dude. No, you need to go back to Hegel. You need to explain master-slave dynamics, please. If you can't understand dialectical thought, you can't understand Marxism. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. You fucking nerd. You don't know anything.
The extreme center, and I think that's a fitting phrase. It strikes me that what's called the moderates are the most immoderate people possible. And the reason why they're so uncompromising, I think, is because they realize they don't have a lot of positive arguments. They're not really for anything.
Exactly.
And somebody like Obama, the reason he worked was because he looked like the kind of guy who would have a vision. He acted like a visionary. He had the intonation. He had the way of standing and looking into the distance like he really believed in something. And it shows you something about just how much visionary politics has been killed. It didn't even seem to occur to people to ask what his vision actually was, right? Because it turns out, insofar as he had a vision, his vision was not to have a vision. You know, he believed in pragmatism and compromise and so forth. And that's what the center has been reduced to. It's become this pure set of performative symbols. And at the same time, you get to feel morally superior, which is ultimately what
you are a bad example when you get that mad. You are way too dysregulated. Okay.
centrism, what liberal centrism is all about, is the ability to feel better than other people. So there is a kind of a symbiosis whereby the right wing pretend to be stupid, like George Bush II sort of perfected this, like I'll act like a yokel. All of the liberals will make fun of me as an idiot. Everybody who resents the sort of cultural elite for having monopolized all the good jobs will look at them sneering at me and say, yeah, I bet those guys feel the same way about me as they feel about Bush. I'll vote for Bush. Ha ha ha, stick it to him, right? You know, that shtick, Trump is just doing it in a more extreme version of the same thing. Johnson's doing the same thing. You know, you act like an idiot, the people who are sort of educated elite make fun of you, and it works. Now, who's really the idiot, right? People keep falling for the same stupid trick over and over and over again. There's a symbiotic relationship between these centrists, who are just sort of sneering elitists, and these guys who are the scam artists who pretend to be yokels, who pretend to be idiots, or pretend to be fascists. They're not even real fascists, they're kind of phony fascists. They are trying to set up a situation where those are the only two viable political choices, because they both feed off and complement one another.
Oh. Seems like he's giving too much credit to Trump. He really is an idiot. Yeah, but that works. That works in his favor. Because the smart version of Trump is J.D. Vance. Look at his favorabilities. He sucks. Trump being an idiot who is good at reading the room makes him this dangerous figure for an audience as stupid as the American voters, okay? He's stupid. He is relatable despite being a billionaire. Why? Because he behaves in the same exact way that the average American thinks they would behave if they fucking had that much money and power. That's it. In any case, this is where we're at. A Democratic content creator and strategist, Olivia Giuliano, saw a shift in Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries' approach after he met with a small group of content creators at the DNC in August. Jeffries sat next to Giuliano during the conversation and took detailed notes as he grilled the group, which also included high-profile political influencers Jack Schlossberg and Carlos Eduardo Espina, about what's driving the conversation online. What concerns? They didn't ask me to fucking be a part of this conversation. I wonder why. Bro, listen, no disrespect to anybody involved, like Jack Schlossberg or Carlos Eduardo Espina. Okay, I think Carlos is good in general. I haven't really seen any of his work, but like, you know, maybe you should listen to a broad, more diverse set of ideas. Okay. He has since upped his engagement on various platforms and made recent appearances. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Here in the office, just finished up a telephone town hall meeting.
I can't even look at this. Oh my God, it's so bad. Senator Chuck Schumer slams Trump and Elon Musk in my interview with him. John Faza, the Gen Z analyst, said that while there's certainly a place for the sort of entrenched Democratic and aligned activists, the ecosystem needs to be broadened to include creators who are typically not talking about politics and might not be aligned with one party or another. She praised the inclusion of more of some non-political creators in this joint session. So here's the thing. Okay? Here's the thing. I agree. It's not just about immediately political content creators that, like, it's not the Daily Wires of the world that have created this robust right ecosystem. It's actually the Theo Vaughns and the Joe Rogans, even though Joe Rogan is now firmly in the right, and the Nelk boys, even though they're now also firmly in the right. Like, when they first started and they were gaining prominence, the Barstools of the world, these places were not a part of the Republican media machine. They were not. Harry Sisson, no disrespect, okay, is a part of the DNC machine in the eyes of the audience. That level, like, any sort of access, giving any sort of access to Harry in that regard is basically the same cycle and the same audience that you are captivating. You're not organically building a movement. Okay? There needs to be cross-pollination across apolitical places and apolitical spaces. But there isn't. There is none of that. This one Mason posted of you is better than the entire last 12 months of press from Dems combined. Yeah, this is like Someone in the chat said, we're all getting sent to work camps. I mean, I'll be honest, it's probably better than rewatching this video. You know what I mean? Fuck it. Perhaps getting sent to work camps at gunpoint is not worse than having to relive that experience over and over again. Yeah, here is an example of someone. Here's an example of someone doing it.
Como este. Y como este. Y también este comentario.
This is both better TikTok wise and also directly is talking about policies, okay? I suspect that it is about making college tuition free.
A todas las y los jóvenes y los universitarios y las universitarias, recuerden que estamos trabajando para ustedes durante muchos años, muchísimos años, prácticamente 36 años. No se construyeron universidades.
Snappy Apples 5, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Oh. Ayo, don't pause her. I mean, bro, I don't speak Spanish. What do you want me to do? As about Mahmoud Khalil. Oh, see, we were talking about what the Democrats were doing, and I forgot to mention this. I forgot to mention this part of it as well, which is, asked about Mahmoud Khalil, Chuck Schumer says nothing about the Trump-Vance admin sending plainclothes agents to detain someone without any clear charge. Asked about Trump pulling $400 million from Colombia, Schumer doesn't outright disagree with it. Says Colombia didn't do enough. This is Chuck Schumer's interview on the New York Times' series, The Interview. This came out yesterday. It was released yesterday in podcast form. And I wanted to take a look at some of the aspects of this because it's like, I mean, it's garbage. It's so bad. I do think that not only is it garbage though, it is so perfectly demonstrative of like where Democratic leadership is at right now in this moment. I've shown you bits and pieces of it so far. Obviously, Chuck Schumer calling Gaza a genocide is anti-Semitic because it makes Israel look bad. Reporter, that's what the UN report calls it. Schumer, the UN is anti-Semitic. I wish I was lying. That's literally what happened here. And it is vicious of the opponents to call this genocide. Criticize it for sure. Say Israel went too far for sure. And you know what it does? It increases anti-Semitism because they're making Israel and the Jewish people look like monsters, which they are not. I will say, it is a word that the UN Special Committee has used. Please, the UN has been anti-Israel, anti-Semitically against Israel. Chuck Schumer saying, as one of the most prominent Jewish opposition leaders in the United States of America against Trump's growing fascist movement, coming out and being like, the UN has been anti-Israel and anti-Semitically against Israel, is literally tying Judaism falsely to the actions of Israel. You're fucking doing it. There's no hope. There's no way to save these motherfuckers, bro. It's over.
The New York Times is one of the most popular publications in the world and the paper of
Here's
record
Noah
for the
Sampson talking about manufacturing consent for the genocide.
United States. It's also run cover for Israel's genocide of Palestinians in Gaza. It's done this with things like laundering atrocity propaganda, passively framing Israel's war crimes, deliberately avoiding the use of crucial descriptive words like genocide, and more. Today, we're going to get a small taste of that by reading through one of their beautiful pieces of journalism, an article published on March 15th titled, Israel Keeps Up Attacks in Gaza Despite Truce. Now already you may notice a bit of a problem with the headline. There's a truce, they say, but Israel is also conducting attacks in Gaza.
Yeah, that was amazing. Guardian wrote that as well. Ceasefire on shaky grounds as Palestinians exist and Israelis keep bombing them. Well, that's not a ceasefire then. It seems like Israel is violating said ceasefire. And it seems like you're defending Israel's violation of said ceasefire. I'm so for real on this. Obviously, this is not at this stage. It's not even remotely consequential because like the immediate harm being done is to the Palestinian population, and the harm being done in the United States of America is to, you know, people who are pro-Palestinian, especially if they're non-citizens, as we have seen so far. Having said that, if you think that the Trump administration is not going to go after bad Jews, okay, anti-Zionists, and then go after all Jews, you're a fucking moron, okay? There's not enough money in the Sheldon Adelson, Miriam Adelson camp for the growing anti-Semitic fascist movement in this country, okay? You are not aware of how dangerous things are fucking becoming. And every single moment that you do not detangle Israel from Judaism is another moment where you got 1,000 new people that are like, okay, well, if they say so. Like, it blows my mind. It fucking blows my mind that prominent figures, Jewish, Christian alike, that are pro-Israel are running defense for Israel by saying, no, this is, Jews love doing this. This is for Jews. This is for all Jews. We have to keep killing these babies. Like, this is just for, like, it's like taking ownership over blood libel. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It blows my mind. You have to get your fucking head out of the sand, man. You have to. It's going to turn. If you don't recognize that, you are fucking delusional. Chuck Schumer, it's not a genocide. Calling it a genocide is anti-Semitic. The UN is anti-Semitic. College protest is anti-Semitic. Mahmoud Khalil should be deported. You just have to justify it. Yeah. The one that bothers me most is genocide. Genocide is described as a country or some group ties to wipe out the whole race of people, a whole nationality of people. So if Israel was not provoked and just invaded Gaza and shot at random Palestinians, Gazans, that would be genocide. Dude, 76 years of military occupation is not considered a provocation? Like, what the fuck are you saying? Israel has done October 7 tenfold since its inception. Israel quite literally did October 7 tenfold during the Nakba. What the fuck are you saying? You don't need to be a historian to understand that. Most normal people even look at post-October 7 and Israel's retaliation and go, yeah, that's fucking crazy. Where does it benefit him lying about this, assuming he knows exactly what he's doing? What do you mean? He believes it. Chuck Schumer is a fucking pro-Israel congressperson. He is like unimaginably pro-Israel. That's it. That's literally it. He like truly thinks that these Arab dogs deserve to be fucking ritualistically humiliated and systematically oppressed by an apartheid regime. That's it. It's denial. That's purely it. A lifetime of social conditioning and real fucking hatred against Arabs and Muslims in general. That's not what happened. In fact, the opposite happened. And Hamas is much closer to genocidal than Israel. No, the fuck it's not. No, the fuck it's not. Hamas, okay, by pure numbers, I'm going to repeat this one more time because I've talked about this quite a bit for liberals to understand. Hamas, by pure numbers of targeting civilians versus enemy combatants, is not even on the same fucking playing field as the Israeli occupying force, okay? They're not. It's like a humanitarian aid organization in comparison to what Israel has done. Just in this iteration alone. This is before factoring in 76 years of apartheid. What the fuck are you saying? If you have a real humanitarian perspective, if you're a real pacifist, okay, and you say it is completely unacceptable to target civilians, no matter what, then you have to be advocating for what you are advocating for Hamas tenfold against Israel. But you're not, because you don't care about humans across the board. You care about certain humans. That's it. Only some people are real people in the eyes of those who defend Israel. That's the difference. That's the fucking difference. And having said that, that is if Hamas and Israel were operating on the same playing field of morality. They're not. One is a militant resistance group that is born out of being fucking orphaned by the apartheid settler colony. What the fuck are we saying? What are we talking about even? They're not even on the same playing field. There would be no Hamas if Israel was not fucking brutalizing Palestinians every single day. On a good day, it is an apartheid. Apartheid needs constant militarization, constant violence to uphold an apartheid. That's how you do it. There's no other way to do it. You can't just like do a tickle party and maintain an apartheid. It doesn't work that way. And I told Netanyahu, I said to him what I thought. You got to reduce the number of casualties and make sure aid gets in and stuff like that. Yeah, you don't give a fuck about that, obviously. Here's the difficulty. Hamas is a different way of waging warfare, of using innocent Gaza as human shield. Still, they put rockets in hospitals. They put their military supplies in schools. What is a country supposed to do when rockets are being fired from a school? Yeah, blow up the school, of course. Duh. So Israel's been in a much more difficult position because of what Hamas did. And it's not that Israel is above criticism. Of course it's not above criticism. Yeah, it seems like you think Israel's above criticism, dumb fuck. Okay? But Hamas, I'm sorry, it matters so much to me. I feel so deeply about it. No one blames Hamas. I mean, the news reports every day for a while show Palestinians being hurt and killed. I see the pictures of a little Palestinian boy without a leg, or one that sticks in my head. There's this little girl, like 11, 12, crying because her parents were both killed. I ache for that. No, you don't. No, you don't. But on the news, they never mention that Hamas used the Palestinian people as human shields. First of all, they do. Okay? It's a fucking lie, and the monsters in mainstream media still do it. Okay? It's our bombs that you gladly fucking send over to Israel, knowing full well that it's going to laser a child that actually kills that child's family. You're a fucking animal. God, I do, to a certain degree, respect when people who are pro-Israel at least try to handle the matter in an honest fashion. I appreciate and welcome people like Chuck Schumer and people like John Fetterman, at the very least, being honest about their fucking brutality. Okay? Being like, oh, you don't understand. It's just like there's human shields. We got to fucking kill some of these children, man. It is what it is. But we got to limit the number of children you're killing. Come on, Israel. I say it all the time. Yeah, but it's also, at the end of the day, still Hamas's fault. It's Hamas. Hamas's existence justifies genocide. How did Hamas came to be? Oh, don't ask that question. You're being kind of anti-Semitic for asking that question. Because everything that Israel does, it does for Judaism, of course. How the fuck do you expect people to not be anti-Semitic when you do this all the fucking time? Of course, people who already operate with nascent anti-Semitism just kind of out there unchecked are going to look at this and be like, all right, well, I guess fucking you're right. I guess this is for Judaism. Here it is, Chuck Schumer. He's Jewish, the leader of the Democratic Party, agreeing with Donald Trump on a lot of this stuff. Oh, I will say it's a word that the UN Special Committee has used. Please, the UN has been anti-Israel, anti-Semitically against Israel. Daniel Patrick Moynihan was my idol. He became famous when in 1976, they tried to pass a resolution, Zionism is racism, to say that the Jewish people should not have a state when every other people should have a state is anti-Semitism. The old double standard, ipso facto. And the international organizations, I have no faith in them being fair. These same international organizations, which, by the way, literally, like, oh my God, There are Jewish people that work in these international organizations. There are Jews who are loudly and proudly anti-genocide, anti-Zionist. Shut the fuck up, you fucking dumbass. Oh my God. Oh, everybody else gets to have an ethno-state. Why no ethno-state for the Jews? Oh my God. These same international organizations, when horrible things go on in Darfur or China or wherever, they look the other way. No, they don't. No, they don't. They literally do not. Oh my God. You just don't care when they report on that stuff because they're going along with what the State Department is also going along with. What do you make of what happened last weekend when the ICE arrested Mahmoud Khalil, a Columbia graduate who was a Palestinian activist, a green card holder who was one of the few participants in last year's campus protest to identify himself publicly? Apparently, Trump has made good on his campaign pledge and is set to deport him because of his participation. I don't know all the details yet. They're trying to come out, and there will be a court case which will determine it. If he broke the law, he should be deported. If he didn't break the law and just peacefully protests, he should not be deported. It's plain and simple. I'm curious about how you think that how the protest should be addressed, considering the context of what you just said. The Trump admin just announced it's pulling $400 million in funding from Columbia University, given the reason as relentless violence, intimidation, and anti-Semitic harassment. I'm wondering what you make of that. Columbia did not do enough. So it's good that Trump is punishing them. International law is anti-Semitic. UN is anti-Semitic. Trump's actions of taking away $400 million in grants from Columbia is kind of on Columbia because they didn't actually follow through on the shit that they didn't actually follow through on protecting Jewish students, I guess. Hold on. What the fuck is this? And believe me, I criticize them. And believe me, I believe in free speech. No, you don't. I believe in right to protest. No, you don't. As you read in my book. Fuck your part of my the Vietnam War. I say to some people, if I were your age, I'd be protesting something or other. What would you be protesting if you were their age? Would you be protesting against Israel? Because that's the point of consideration here. Yeah. The irony, of course, by the way, the Columbia student leader who was fired is Grant Minor, who is fucking Jewish. The leader of the UAW student group last week being expelled from Columbia for protesting the U.S.-backed genocide in Gaza, not a peep about this in the fucking news, by the way, is Jewish. Grant Minor is Jewish. Okay? But that kind of goes along, that kind of breaks the fucking mainstream narrative, so they can't even fucking say that. As president of SW Columbia, Student Workers of Columbia, Columbia Student Workers Union, I was also fired from my job. The Trump administration is pushing the narrative. Here's the real story. Thousands of students across the country have been exercising our First Amendment rights to oppose genocide. Standing against genocide is not just a moral imperative. It's an act of anti-racism and solidarity. Columbia's response, expulsions, suspensions, and retaliation. The real Donald Trump administration claims the student movement for Palestine is anti-Semitic and violent. They sent the DOJ to crack down on universities, kidnap Mahmoud Khalil and other students, and they're trying to silence us with fear. I'm Jewish. I work in Jewish studies, and I am not alone in opposing the ongoing genocide. The Jewish people know what genocide is. That's why so many of us, alongside people of all backgrounds, are standing up against what is happening in Palestine. I want to make something clear here, okay? And I say this about every other marginalized identity or group that I advocate for in terms of their, civil liberties, their rights, and the like, okay? Even if 100% of all Jews in America were unconditionally in defense of Israel's genocide, okay? And they were like, no, it's awesome, it's for Judaism, I would still stand against it. And I would still separate Israel from Judaism. Okay? Because it's not correct. A state does not do religious actions like this. That's not a real thing. It's bullshit. Because I don't advocate against Israel's actions and separate what Israel's doing from Judaism because I really want Jews to like me or whatever the fuck, okay? I do it because it's incorrect. Conflating a religion and the state actions is a very damaging conflation. Just like the false association with Islam and ISIS was incredibly damaging and was used as a weapon of propaganda here in the Western world to say all Muslims are responsible for ISIS, when in fact ISIS is in many respects a Western-born invention backed by Western powers, or at least their subsidiaries in the region like Turkey, and killed overwhelmingly Muslims. Muslims are not pro-ISIS. And yet every orifice, every fucking media entity constantly made this conflation. And now, because Israel is our ally, people are making that same conflation for Israel and Judaism. And it blows my fucking mind. Because when people are taught that Israel is a Jewish state, is the Jewish state, and it has to do all of its violence for Judaism, at the behest of Judaism, and all Jews love it, you are just making people anti-Semitic. You are teaching people to be fucking anti-Semitic. Because no matter how bloodthirsty people are, not every single person is a fucking Asmongold supporter who's just going to fucking fly off on whatever the hell Donald Trump is saying and go, yeah, that's based, no matter how violent or abhorrent it is. People have the capacity to see dead children in bags that their parents are fucking carrying out of a destroyed building and go, that's really fucked up. That's the most fucked up thing I've ever goddamn seen. And if you associate that fucked up action with Judaism, you are doing literal negative propaganda for Jews, okay? It's insane. No race of people are monolithic. If they were, then the Zionist project would have never allowed for anti-Zionists to exist. Because, goddamn, in the past, I would say fucking 4 decades, Israel has tried real fucking hard to monolithize Jews in the Western world. They have tried so fucking hard. Ask the Jewish Hasanabi heads in here, and they will tell you their own personal experiences. Every fucking Jewish social organization revolves around defending Israel, teaching children at a very early age that like Israel's the most moral nation, and all of Israel's enemies are anti-Semitic, and you should be afraid of them. And Holocaust too will happen if Israel doesn't exist as an apartheid state. If Jews were a fucking monolith, then Israel wouldn't need to propagandize consistently in the Western world. Israel wouldn't actively try to change Judaism into for secular Jews especially, into like this Zionist interpretation, an interpretation that entirely revolves around the settler colonial project of Israel existing on top of Palestinian corpses, by the way. No group of people, no ethnic group of people, or no religion is a fucking monolith. Yeah, you got fucking, exactly. You have Holocaust museums celebrating Israel's actions. Like, it's insane. Oh. As someone who's trying to learn, can you help me better understand this whole thing with people like Schumer labeling Hamas as a terrorist group, using Hamas as a scapegoat to justify the genocide? I've been talking to someone in chat about AIPAC, and I heard a lot about that. AIPAC is the American Israeli Political Action Committee. It's a lobbying group comprised of American Jews. So it gets to not operate as a foreign lobby, even though it is literally a fucking foreign lobby for a foreign state, the state of Israel. spends a lot of money to ensure that congresspersons are unconditionally pro-Israel. They will dump like tens of millions of dollars into even fucking primaries, as they did in this last election cycle, to oust any candidate that has ever spoken out against Israel. It is a lobby for a foreign nation. And yet, in the United States of America, it doesn't have to operate as a lobby for a foreign nation. It can engage in any sort of electioneering or any sort of election interference at the behest of a foreign nation. So America doesn't control Israel? No, America does, at the end of the day, control Israel. Because without American dollars, Israel would not fucking exist, okay? Without American support, Israel would not exist. What are you talking about? Even with American support, Israel's security boundaries were penetrated by Iran and by fucking Yemen, which is even crazier. Israel is a very important vestige of American empire. And before that, British Empire, too. That's what its inception was. Anyway, in its proudest moments, the labor movement has stood firmly on the side of the oppressed and therefore on the side of justice. As president of Student Workers of Columbia, I had an even greater responsibility to stand with my members who were beaten by the police just for protesting. Columbia has caved to Trump's demands at every turn. They have brought the NYPD onto campus to brutalize the students. Now they've let DHS terrorize the students in their own dorms. Thank you, The Zip, for 50 community gifted subs. Our union is here. It's not as simple as America controls Israel. It's a two-way street. Of course, America could remove funding, but they will never, because the two states are intrinsically bound. Saying one controls the other is grossly reductive and erases half a century of insane mutual espionage, money and interest, blackmail, and partnership. I 100% agree with what you just said. Yes, of course, it's a mutually beneficial relationship. That's why Israel gets to do things that other favored client states don't get to do. But at the end of that relationship, the one that holds all the cards, to use a Trumpism here, is the United States of America. You understand? Israel and the United States of America having a mutually beneficial partnership in the eyes of the State Department does not change this dynamic. And as a matter of fact, there are naysayers against Israel, both in the CIA and also in the State Department as a whole. But those naysayers have completely lost. They have no motion. They have no way of controlling the conversation, because those guys who also want to maintain American empire, make no mistake, they're not good guys at all. They understand that letting Israel run loose in this region like our fucking violent, belligerent attack dog is actually going to come back to the United States of America tenfold in terms of being a destabilizing power. It is ripping through American hegemonic status. It is destroying it in the eyes of even our Western allies at this point. Everyone can see it, especially because it's happening in the backdrop of Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
Hello, I'm the United States. And I'm Israel. With you behind me, I can do whatever I want. Well, I want you. Take me. No, this is wrong. We both have the same father, Satan. I don't care. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, Judeo-Christian false God. Hello.
It's funny because, like, now that's, you know, now people be like, this is the most anti-Semitic thing I've ever heard in my entire life. How dare you laugh at this? This is anti-Semitism across the board. Like, yeah, it is. It is an anti-Semitic joke, but it is a joke. But you can't even fucking laugh at a joke like that now, because there are real, tangible consequences about jokes like that. Yeah, Seth is Jewish. I know. Yeah, he is. Now he's going to be departed. Deported, not departed. Sorry. Anti-Semitism is a very dangerous form of bigotry, and accusations of such are taken very seriously. Israel ties itself to Judaism to weaponize that label, and it ironically lessens the power of the word. I fear a future where anti-Semitism is not taken seriously anymore, and Nazis, even normal people, are just casually anti-Semitic. We are living in that world right now. You should be fearful. We are quite literally living in that world. That is the world we're living in. It still has some kind of emotion, but I think the Trump administration is going to fucking ruin that or destroy it in its entirety. I'm telling you right now, man. I'm telling you right now. The very fact that like you're sounding kind of dumb today, bro. Get some rest. Thanks, man. It's wild that this is Chuck Schumer talking about like a Nazi style takeover of institutes of higher learning that are already completely pro-Israel to begin with, like with very limited criticisms of Israel that is already allowed, right? Like, it's not anti-Semitism that people are afraid of at these institutions. It's anti-Israel sentiment. They are more afraid of that than anti-Semitism. That much is clear, because even in Colombia, in and of itself, a great example of this is the fucking neo-Nazi protester was captured on camera saying Jews will not replace us, was allowed to fucking graduate from Colombia. They actually put him on remote learning because he was in danger for his own safety. After all of that, they revoked the diplomas of fucking students for the crime of protesting against Israel. The same institution that allows Nazis to come and speak on campus. The same institution that literally allowed a Nazi to fucking go and get his diploma after being caught at Charlottesville. It's not the first time that Colombia has done this. They did this to anti-fascist, anti-Nazi protesters in the 30s as well, for the record. People are fucking delusional. Colombia did not do enough. I criticize them, and I believe in free speech. Okay, so I get that, and I love it, and it's about America. But when it shades over to violence and anti-Semitism, the colleges have to do something, and a lot of them didn't do enough. They shrugged their shoulders, looked the other way. Colombia among them. Yeah, dude, they didn't do enough. They did. They allowed the fucking NYPD anti-terrorism unit to destroy the student movement, okay? He's like, oh, yeah, when we were protesting against the Vietnam War, that was different. No, it wasn't. It was infinitely more violent. Student protest movements during the Vietnam anti-war protests were infinitely more radical than the student protest movements now. They shrugged their shoulders, looked the other way, Colombia among them. So what did they do? And also, here's the side of this, okay? And I truly believe this. There's a reason why I say all this stuff and people consider it to be radical. Some people work actively, tirelessly to make it seem like I'm saying some really insane, really radical things. I'm an Islamist fundamentalist, yada, yada, yada. I'm a terrorist, right? And then they get surprised when they're like, why is the New Yorker writing a fucking, puff piece on this person? Or why is NPR Boston doing a puff piece on this person? Are they not like researching this stuff? No, dude. It's because they do hear what I have to say and they understand what I'm talking about. And regardless of the overarching outlook of a lot of these mainstream newspapers and organizations and academia as well, behind closed doors, they fucking get it, okay? Behind closed doors, unless someone is just like the most vicious pro-Israel person you've ever fucking encountered, they do kind of understand what these fucking students are protesting. Yes, they still have to pay the piper. Yes, they still have to say, yeah, you're right, Congress. We're so sorry. We will do better. We will do more. But they know that what the fucking students are saying and doing is not unfathomable or unconscionable. Just like people know what the fuck I'm saying is not insane, no matter how hard people try to make it seem as such. And a big part of that is because post-October 7, anyone and everyone that said Israel is in the wrong for maintaining a fucking apartheid state was instantly branded a fucking terrorist. That's it. This is what I mean when I say like the anti-Semitism deflection shield doesn't work anymore because it's not being used against actual anti-Semites. People can see when most normal people who are not the most parasocial fucking freaks you've ever encountered look to a guy like Ethan Klein, who has been on an extended crash out for what, fucking half a year at this point, whose only commentary on Israel-Palestine is just like viciously smearing anyone who's pro-Palestinian, including Jews, by the way, okay, calling them token Jews, you know, just like deeply anti-Semitic shit at that point. And then claiming that he is moralizing this conquest because he wants to be a person who is going after anti-Semites. Okay? You got the Theo Von podcast. Theo Von has Candace Owens, who has said deeply anti-Semitic things, including Hitler just wanted to make Germany great. Like, that's something that Candace Owens did, right? And then got hired by Daily Wire, and only got fired by Daily Wire because she was not only anti-Semitic, but also anti-Israel. That's the real reason why she got fired. They knew she was anti-Semitic when they hired her, right? That person gets on Theo Von, and they don't fucking talk about it. Ethan doesn't talk about that. He talks about me going on Theo Von and being like, can't believe Hasan, a radical terrorist anti-Semite, was on Theo Von. Everybody go and inform Theo Von that he had this guest on. Well, you clearly don't fucking care about anti-Semitism then, dumbass. The fuck are you talking about? That's the point. And people see that. Maybe not like the most parasocial people, but most normal people look at that and go, wait a minute, so what your conquest is against anti-Semites? And that's why you're yelling at Theo for having Hasan on. I've heard Hasan talk about Judaism not being tied to Israel a million times over and actively speak out against anti-Semitism a million times over. But then you don't have a fraction of the smoke for like real anti-Semites. What the fuck is that? This loser needs to get taken off Twitch permanently. It's bullshit. Goes to get to the done. Yok bir şey. All right. Now on that note, let's get to Noah Samson, manufacturing consent for genocide. Is there TOS on here?
Gaza. So is there a truce or is there not one? If there is a truce, the correct word to use in regards to Israel's conduct is violates. Israel violates the truce by attacking Gaza. An attack on Gaza is a violation of the ceasefire. Any of those would do, anything other than what is written here. Israeli forces killed at...
I LARPed to someone who was on the fence about hating you, and if you are anti-Semitic and do just link shit that just wasn't anti-Semitic at all.
At least 9 Palestinians in Gaza in strikes on Saturday, according to the Gaza Health Ministry, the latest in a string of Israeli attacks on the enclave that have kept up despite a roughly 2-month-old truce with Hamas. Okay, wait, so not only did Israel violate the ceasefire, but in doing so, they killed 9 people. Why is this mass killing event being downgraded to simply an attack in the headline? A non-ceasefire violating attack at that? Since the ceasefire went into effect in mid-January, the military has conducted constant strikes in Gaza. Israel has accused militants of threatening its forces by laying explosive devices, flying drones, or by approaching where Israeli troops are deployed. Hamas has claimed those attacks have killed more than 150 people since the truce took effect, at least some of them civilians. And it has...
I think if Israel, instead of Israel, our favorite colonial state was instead Liberia, we'd be talking about anti-black racism and not anti-Semitism. Is the fact that the government is using anti-Semitism as a weapon against leftists that makes it topical? What? The only Jews in the U.S. are in danger are the ones outwardly supporting Palestine law. Anti-Semitism is an outmoded perspective that fuels Jewish exceptionalism. What? But there is no proven material basis for that threat. In fact, this new fascism is explicitly Zionist. It's a discrimination based on ideology, not Jewish ethnicity. I mean, this person is not incorrect. Yes, the only Jews straightforwardly that are under attack in the United States right now, like the ones that are directly under fire are anti-Zionist Jews. Those are the ones who are getting arrested. We just showed you Grant Minor, the fucking leader of the student movement, who just got fired by Columbia. He's Jewish. All right, 204 TOS. All right.
Has accused Israel of repeatedly violating the agreement by continuing military operations. So this is a good example of kind of one of the central issues in this coverage, which is that the claims from both Hamas and Israel are being given the same weight in this debate going on in the article, but only one of the figures cited here can actually be confirmed. When Hamas claims that 150 people have been killed, this is a statement of fact. Israel has killed over 150 Palestinians, the vast majority of whom are civilians, including a number of children. We have the names, the video and photographic evidence of their killings, and the medical records. When Israel says that its troops...
Sorry. There's the other thing, by the way. Where is it? There's someone else that said, Jews have a valid claim to being fearful. Can we not do that rhetoric? Anti-Semitism is prevalent for sure, and Jews are valid and feeling unsafe in America. Yes. Okay, I understand that. Except the way that this conversation plays out in mainstream media is that Jewish people are forward, specifically as pawns in the process, to say, my feelings were hurt on campus. And your feelings hurting on campus because the association that you have personally made with Israel is now making you feel bad when someone says, that's a fucking baby murder state that you are defending, then that doesn't fucking matter. Like, fuck your feelings in that situation. We're not talking about like straight up neo-Nazis doing hate crimes against Jewish people. We're talking about this in the context of how pro-Palestinian thought and pro-Palestinian protests are directly under fire. I completely agree with you, but you respond to a chatter saying only pro-Palestinian Jews are unsafe, which is really not really true. No. The overwhelming majority of Jewish people that are directly under fire from organizations, from like actual institutions, if not damn near entirety, are anti-Zionist Jews. If we're talking about individualized violence, like the Jews that are being targeted by the state are not fucking pro-Israeli Jews. The Jews that are being targeted by the state are anti-Zionist Jews. That is a directly anti-Semitic incident, an anti-Semitic process that should terrify everyone.
Were threatened, Israel provides no evidence for this claim, and yet the New York Times reports it as if it's on par with the claims made by Hamas, claims which have evidentiary backing. On Saturday, the Israeli military said it struck 2 militants who were operating a drone that posed a threat, and then struck a vehicle carrying others who had arrived to collect the drone operating equipment. It did not elaborate on how they posed a threat to Israeli troops. Oh, okay. Well, this would be good to lead with, I think, the fact that Israel gave no evidence or even explanation as to why they killed 9 Palestinians with an airstrike during a ceasefire. Ismail Thawabte, the Director General of the Hamas-controlled government media office in Gaza, said the 9 Palestinians...
Look up the UNRWA and what Palestinian children say about Jerusalem. Yes, dude, you're right. Palestinian children they learn to hate Jews at UNRWA schools. You're right. That's why we should blow up all the UNRWA schools. Yeah. Why? Because I saw a video of fucking 12-year-olds being anti-Semitic. Shut the fuck up, dumbass. I've seen all the videos, okay? I don't give a shit. What do you think is worse? A 12-year-old in a fucking captive open-air prison being like, yeah, one day, inshallah, we'll take over Jerusalem again. It'll be ours. We'll rid it from the hands of the Jews. Or like bombing the fucking school and killing that child. What do you think is worse? Jesus Christ. How the fuck do people not understand that? Like, how do they not? How do people not comprehend that? Terror, baby. These are babies of terror. They are learning to hate Israel and Jews at an early age at UNRWA facilities. UNRWA is also a terror educational facility. We must blow them up. They're not even arguing there's no genocide, just saying they deserved it. Exactly. Damn, I quit, dude. You found a video of an UNRWA school where 12-year-olds were saying they hate Jews. We should kill all the Palestinians then. My bad. I had not seen that one video. Now you know the videos I have seen of schools? Yeah, I've seen the schools being blown up with my taxpayer-funded munitions. Okay? I think that is unconscionable. Significantly worse. The fuck are you saying? There's a very obvious reason why Palestinians learn to hate Israel, okay? And then associate Israel with Judaism. Because the fucking Star of David is on the flag that's dropping a bomb on their school. The fuck do you mean? If your only interaction is a military that brands itself as the Jewish military that does everything at the behest of Judaism, falsely conflating Judaism with the actions of Israel, of course you're going to be like, yeah, I don't know. It seems like these guys fucking aren't the fans of me, and I kind of hate them. That's why it's always funny whenever people are bringing up like, oh, these babies, these terror babies, they have copy of Mein Kampf annotated. Look, we found this copy of Mein Kampf in a baby's crib. It's like, dude, you think a fucking 14-year-old Palestinian needs to read some random fucking German dipshit to learn about his hatred of Jewish people? Or do you think it literally comes from Israel saying, we're doing this for Judaism. We're killing you because of Judaism. Here is a fucking Star of David that we carved on the side of the face of a Palestinian captive. Here's a Star of David that we carved on the side of a fucking school, a former school that is now just rubble. The fuck? Here, we're putting up a menorah in the middle of fucking Gaza as we're doing a genocide. Where the fuck do you think they learned this behavior from? Dumbass. Like, how would you do? What would you do?
Palestinians killed in the strike were working for a charity. The identities and statuses of those killed could not be independently verified. So when Palestinians report evidence, the New York Times makes sure to designate their...
Why is this case not made in reverse? Are we going to pretend that Israel doesn't radicalize people? No, of course. I talk about that all the time. Everything Israel does is fucking projection. And this is projection too. When you are the violent settler colony, you have to actively dehumanize the indigenous population that you're destroying and keeping subservient through militant action. And that is actually what's going on. Israel is the party that fucking constantly has to teach its children to hate the Palestinians. Because if they didn't, if they were honest about their treatment of Palestinians, then young generations of Israelis would be like, what the fuck are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? What is this shit? That's it. Of course, it's projection. It's pure projection. It's the state that has power that has to actively propagandize so that its citizens don't fucking rise up and say, what the hell are we doing? This is like insane levels of violence. Yeah. Here, who do you think? Who do you think is actively fucking dehumanizing Palestinians? Some Purim costumes from the Instagram story of photographer Alex Farfouri. That's a literal fucking baby. Dressed up as Hamas baby for Purim. Another pager-themed Purim costume, because what's funnier than one of the biggest and most sadistic terror attacks in history? Look, here, this is a celebration of Purim. Terror babies. Here, this is the real terror baby.
חג פורים אומנם יחל רק בעוד כחודש, אבל רומי ונועה כבר יודעות למה הן התחפשו השנה.
למה החלטתם להתחפש לסיירת גולני וסיירת גבעתי?
בעיקרון כל מה שהם עושים בחיים עכשיו זה להגן עלינו ולשמור עלינו. אז צריך ככה להראות את הגאווה של העם שלנו.
גם אחותי עכשיו בעזה בגבעתי ואני רוצה שהיא תראה.
זה חלום שלכם להיות אולי יום אחד חיילות קרביות?
ברור.
ברור. של כל אחד.
לשמור על המולדת שלנו.
שמירה על המולדת היא תמה מרכזית בתחפושות פורים 2025.
אני חייל טקטי ורציתי את זה כי קודם כל זה תחפושת ממש ממש יפה. כאילו אני שומר על המדינה. ממש להרגיש את זה. אני שוטרת, אני בהפגנות, דואגת שהכל יהיה מסודר וזה, עוזרת למשפחות ולמפונים. אני חושבת שזה חשוב כי אנחנו בכל זאת עדיין במלחמה וזה תפקידים שעוזרים לנו ומגנים עלינו. זה זכות להגן על המדינה. זה זכות, זה פרס.
באמת רואים עלייה בביקושים, אתה יודע, בעקבות זה שהילדים בבית ורואים שאבא הולך למילואים ואח במילואים, אז הביקוש בא מלמטה.
גם בפורים בשנה שעברה, ישראל הייתה במצב מלחמה. ועדיין נדמה כי בפורים הנוכחי, המציאות טיפה אופטימית יותר. אולי גם לנוכח חזרת החטופים.
אני חושבת ששנה שעברה היינו קצת יותר בשוק, אז אנחנו צריכים גם להפגין קצת אושר ושמחה. אני בטוחה שזה יעלה לכל חייל את החיוך על הפנים שהוא יראה אותנו ככה.
עכשיו שחוזרים החטופים, אתה חושב שזה באמת סוף סוף מחזיר את עם ישראל לשמחה גדולה?
לא. כי לא כולם חזרו עוד, ויש עוד את מי להחזיר, וזה לא ייגמר עד שהחטוף האחרון חוזר.
בבאר שבע, מעצבת האופנה ספיר חלמיש טורחת על תחפושת שמשלבת אלמנטים שונים ומגוונים שקשורים במלחמה ובחטופים.
מה שאתם רואים פה זה בעצם תחפושת של טייס. פה יש את הסמל של החטופים ואת הכיתוב, להחזיר אותם הביתה. פה יש לנו את החרב של חרבות ברזל, שזה בעצם השם של המלחמה. הכתר זה הנובה. מה שאתם רואים פה בעצם זה העצים שהיו שם במסיבה, והדיסקית של השבויים שלנו.
Dude, I'm sorry. Dude. It's so bad. It's so fucking bad. That is unironically one of the funniest aspects of like Israeli art is that because right-wingers are so mad. They're too mad to be funny. They're too mad to make art that like an entire society that is primed to the gills of like with fascist propaganda will always end up making art like this. Yeah, it's like the MAGA ball gowns. Exactly. It's just like, oh God. That's why the best piece of product that comes out of Israel is like anti-Semitic, Colombia anti-Semitic. Oh, I'm going to Colombia anti-Semitic. I love Hamas. I love Hamas. It's my favorite. I'm a queer non-binary student at Columbia anti-Semitic. Oh. Is so fucking ass. Your output, your cultural output is fucking ass, okay? Jesus Christ. Truly cursed shit. Yeah, here. 3 million views.
Hi, everyone. We are live on YouTube with Columbia Anti-Semitic News. We're
Columbia Anti-Semitic News. Oh, God. I love fascist art, dude. So good.
everyone is welcome. LGBTQH.
H?
Hamas.
Yeah, I totally sim Hamas.
Yeah.
It's so trending right now.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Do you know why it's true? Because it rhymes. Just look at all this toxic Zionist propaganda. kidnapped in Gaza? Does this look like Gaza to you?
Yeah, bro, I have no idea what Gaza looks like.
And they're smiling. Do hostages smile? Sinus liars.
Totally sus.
Yeah, Brent Gelman also did a bit with them. No way, this is real? No. You got to see this. You got to see what fascism does to art, okay?
Do they think we're stupid?
Stupid? I major in queer post-colonial astrology. Ew. Jews make the world dirty. And no, I'm not anti-Semitic. I'm racist fluid.
Exactly. And now for a little break from all this activism, we want to say hello to our BFF,
Bestie freedom fighter,
Abu Fatwa in Gaza. Salam alaikum.
Alaykum as-salam, and inshallah, Allah will kill you all infidels.
Thank you so much for joining us. Love the head.
Who is this for? The entire population of Israel. That's who this is for. Dude, this bang. Dude, look at this. 3 million views. Whoever played the masked Hamasnik should receive an Oscar.
That piece, the all oppression shit.
Wait. Malcolm X said, if you're not careful, the newspapers will have you hating the people who are being oppressed and loving the people who are doing the oppressing. He's saying that. Bro. He's saying that as in like he's using the Malcolm X quote to talk about Israel and not in the, not against Hamas or anything, not against Palestinians. He's saying like, yeah. Let's keep going.
Very drip.
Mr. Fatwa, how are you? Are you safe?
Oh yes, I'm safe. I'm in a tunnel under the Gaza hospital. Above me, I have Allah and 2 million.
Yeah, he's like, they can't make a joke. The reason why they can't make a joke is because they're too busy trying to angrily shove fucking propaganda in here. Like, you can't make a joke like that.
And civilians protecting me.
Community is so important these days.
Do you need like humanitarian aid, food, fuel, medicine?
It's okay, I have everything. I'm only hungry for rockets.
As long as it's organic.
Yeah.
I wish I just could be there with you.
You can come to Gaza anytime and we will throw you from the roof, you homosexual dirt.
Do you hear? Bro, want to throw me a rooftop party?
They are so welcoming and inclusive.
So shukran. And you are also very welcome to come here to America.
We will come. First we finish with Israel, and America is next.
Great! So I guess we'll see you soon.
Yes, it would be a blast.
Can't wait. It will be so multicultural.
Ya Allah, you are so stupid.
Thank you so much, Abu. We love you.
Won't even bother killing you. It's a waste of bullets.
Good vibes only.
It's better you just kill yourself.
Okay, bye.
Die.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be Jews free. Yeah, that sounds better.
It is better.
Come on, man. That's a banger, dude. Careful, brother. They might ban you for broadcasting terrorist propaganda like this. No. That's the beauty of this. You can do as much terrorism propaganda as you want, as long as it's like American terrorism propaganda or Israel terrorism propaganda. As long as it's like terrorism propaganda coming from a state actor aligned with the United States of America. This right here is just like straight up. This is a self-inflicted wound. Okay. If Israel wasn't such a fucking firmly committed fascist nation, then they could have better art, but they can't. Destined to eat dog shit food and destined to fucking make dog shit art. Oh, anyway, I love that shit. Injected directly into my veins, dude.
Their status as a Hamas-controlled, Hamas being a U.S. designated terrorist organization, mind you. Terrorists are controlling this government media office. That's the implication whenever they use.
Oh, they're doing the Houthi-controlled hospitals now too, by the way. That's the new meta. I like that because liberal media basically, made this position the normal position. Like, there's no more like Gazan Health Ministry. It's Hamas-controlled Gazan Health Ministry. Now they started doing it under the Trump regime too. No, they're now saying Houthi-controlled health ministry. It's awesome. Good stuff. Yeah, tell me more about how different this is, Tell me more about how different liberal media is under the Trump administration. Shouts out to Brandon for that one. The Houthi rebel-run health ministry says the death toll from the U.S. strikes on Yemen has climbed to 31, including women and children. Fantastic. Thank you, Associated Press. Doing a great job at journalism in a pivotal time when fascism is basically destroying this country as well.
Use this label, and that nothing can be verified independently. The IDF is, of course, absent from the U.S. list of terrorist organizations, despite its many terrorist actions. That's because the U.S. makes the list, and the U.S. and Israel are the good guys, according to the U.S. and Israel. So that takes care of that double standard there. But the independent verification on their claims goes unmentioned. Interesting. The Israeli military said earlier on Saturday that...
Yeah, here's Felix's take to this. Replies are all people going, you're reporting the Houthi-run ministry's claims? This is why I fucking hate you, as if they didn't phrase it in that way just to discredit them without making any specific charges. A level below threatening to kill an actor who plays a bad guy. I hate Professor Snape. I hate him. He's a bad guy. I hate that guy. If I catch him in the wild, I'll show him what. Alan Rickman, also based pro-Palestinian advocate, for the record. What is this? Yemeni military. The U.S. aircraft carrier Harry Truman has fled after being targeted by missiles from the Yemeni army, retreating 1,300 kilometers away from Yemen. This makes it difficult for it to launch a new aggression against Yemen. Lord Superb, would that be on 1970s Soviet-era missiles that have shorter range than an average firework you can buy from a toy shop? Your fucking country would not exist if it ever dared to stand up against the United States of America. Okay? You have nothing, Lord Superb. Get the fuck out of this conversation. See yourself out of this conversation. You personally engaged in one of the funniest acts of economic self-sabotage because you saw one too many Polish people at the pub. Shut the fuck up. An island filled to the brim with the dumbest people I've ever seen in my entire life. Fired by a third-gen era MiG-29 jets that were first made in the 1970s. Ooh, scary. Scary. What do you have? You got nothing. It makes it infinitely worse when you spell it out like this, that like the American government and Operation Prosperity Guardian last time around failed spectacularly in spite of the diminished resources that the Yemeni government had. Okay? Yeah, happy St. Patrick's Day, by the way. You have nothing in your arsenal that would make me afraid. We will keep the baby killing until morale improves. How dare you? How dare you come after the Amazon shipments going into Israel? They too deserve to eat jellied eels, just like I do. Yes, my good sir. I assure you, the British Navy has the most advanced aircraft carrier in the universe. We just don't have F-35s in it. Yeah, none of that matters. You can't break the spirit of people, okay, that know that their cause is moral, okay? If their cause is anti-genocide, they're on the right side. I can't speak on their domestic affairs. That's not what I'm talking about right now. They're not fucking bombing Sanaa because of, I don't know, whatever mistreatment that they have perceived, let alone that wouldn't actually solve the domestic disputes regardless. The reason why they're bombing Sanaa is the same exact reason why they bombed southern Lebanon. Because they dare resist against Israel. They dare to act against a genocidal state in the region. That's it. Quite the statistic. The U.S. Navy has used more missiles for air defense, in air quotes, since combat operations against the Houthi naval blockade in the Red Sea off the Yemeni coast began in October 2023 than it used in all the years since Operation Desert Storm in the 1990s. In 15 months, the Navy fired more air defense missiles than it did in the last 30 fucking years. And they weren't able to stop. They were not able to stop the blockade. Okay? Sorry. Good luck convincing me. Good luck convincing me that this is a good idea, that this is the best idea. When the alternative is that the blockade did stop officially. When Israel did the ceasefire that was on the table for months. Yeah, Yemen is officially the poorest country on the planet. Yeah. These develop hydrogen fuel cell drones. These go 1,000 miles. Very impressive. Okay, they didn't personally develop it. I'm fairly certain the New York Times article said they got it from China. Which, hey. Just saying. What is the sound peaking for the noise gate? My mom is using the blender. Do you think a war with Iran is coming in the next week or so? Yes. I think that the attacks against the Houthis are gearing up for some kind of attack against Iran potentially. And that is damaging. And I think Trump will learn that lesson the hard way, most likely. I've never seen this before. Israelis clip chimp on... Wait, what? We moved on? We moved on from this way too quickly? What exactly did he mean? Make American planes crash again. 2 dead in a small plane crash at Georgia's Covington Airport. That's so funny. Dude, wow. Wow. I guess Mehdi Hassan was saying, like, he wants 9/11 to happen every day. That's what it must have meant. Thank you, A.L. Yacobi, 22-year-old UPenn graduate, incoming MIT student, dedicated to combating anti-Americanism. Thank you for combating anti-Americanism. You're doing the dang thing.
That it had struck 3 militants in central Gaza who were...
Don't you think war against Iran could be good for Trump? Are you insane? Here's how this plays out. Donald Trump, the peaceful dove president, decides to go to war with Iran, okay, which is a nation state that is sovereign, all right? It's been outside of the American sphere of influence and been victim to sanctions for quite a while, but that has created a hardened shell outside of Iran in order to survive in spite of those sanctions with a network of collaborators, both in the region and also internationally, that are also outside of the sphere of American influence. This country has its own weapons programs. This country has its own standing military that are obviously also much better equipped in handling combat, right? Donald Trump goes in and starts bombing Iranian targets alongside the coalition forces in Israel, probably some British people too. They're all around the area, right? Iran's retaliation, depending on the severity of escalation from the allied forces in this regard, the real axis of evil here, Israel, America, England, and the like, is going to not be to, I don't know, activate sleeper cells in America or whatever. They're just going to take it directly to fucking Saudi Arabia. America's ally in the region. Saudi Arabia, the economic engine that fuels the world, quite literally, not just figuratively, but also quite literally. What are they going to do in that process? That's right. They're going to fucking blow up the oil refineries. And that's all it takes. Then the market obviously nosedives after that. All of a sudden, there is a major oil shock. It's basically worse than the Nixon oil embargo. It's literally worse. Complete global collapse. Complete global collapse. The entire market is ruined. World war. The problem is, I think Trump literally is stupid enough to do it and not foresee the inevitable results. A U.S. spy drone retreated from near Iranian airspace after encountering Iranian F-14 fighter jets and reconnaissance drones. Iran's Noor News quoted the country's Army Air Force as saying on Monday, Iran's armed forces remain on high alert, prepared for a full-scale defense and severe counterattack against enemy interests in the Middle East, Noor News said. Yeah. It's like having a direct loaded gun at the most valuable thing. No one, especially people in the Western world, cannot overcome an oil shock. Okay? Our entire industry, the global marketplace, the global economy runs on oil. It runs on petrodollars and it runs on oil. You fucking limit the amount of oil that's readily available because you burn the oil refineries and everything falls apart. And guess what? That process will not cause people to go, oh, wow, I can't believe Iran did this. How dare they do this? I suspect that there will be a lot of media interest in massaging the narrative in that direction, but most people will still be very upset at Donald Trump as well. He who can destroy a thing has the real control of it. Paul Atreides or some guy in the IRGC. Yeah. Dude. Oh, dude, if you think, by the way, for the record, if you think anti-Semitism is skyrocketing, and it is, wait till, oh my God, wait till the white nationalists get to fucking do propaganda about how young white American men are having to go out to the Middle East and dying for Israel. Holy fuck, dude. They already made that inference off of the Iraq war. That's like a very famous white nationalist perspective, is like the people who hate Muslims, but also simultaneously hate Jews, who are like, wow, we're in Iraq because of Israel, because of the Jews, right? Wait till that fucking, wait till you're directly in combat. American 18-year-olds from Arkansas are directly in fucking combat, getting their shit blown off, specifically because they had to defend Israel, because God forbid we tell Israel to stop doing a fucking genocide. Holy moly. What do you think happens in terms of anti-Semitism at that point? The front page of Vatani Emruz, a major conservative leading Iranian paper, features the headline, Nuclear Year, alongside an image of a nuclear explosion. The headline comes as U.S. President Donald Trump issued a warning to Iran on social media, accusing Tehran of orchestrating recent attacks by Yemen's Ansar Allah. Trump vows severe consequences for further aggression and directly linked the Houthis' actions to Iranian leadership. Meanwhile, Iran is reportedly ignoring Trump's recent diplomatic overtures to restart discussions on its rapidly advancing nuclear program. The Iranian supreme leader is reported to have said in a speech on March 12th, when we know that America does not fulfill its commitments, why should we negotiate? The U.S. president's announcement of his... What the fuck? I felt like an earthquake. The U.S. president's announcement of his readiness to negotiate with Iran is nothing but misleading public opinion. Why does Iran refuse to negotiate with America? Because this very president was the one who tore up the signed nuclear agreement. So how can we negotiate with him when we know he does not keep his promise? Anyway. Trey Inks, Fox News foreign correspondent, and one of the few mainstream media individuals that actually actively speaks about Palestinian journals, which is basically a re-examination of how dire the state of affairs truly is in American media, for the record. But he says, a lot of activity tonight across Middle East. Renewed American strikes targeting the Houthis in Yemen. The Israelis are striking Syria. Intelligence points to Hamas preparing for a cross-border attack from Gaza. Come on, dude. U.S. reconnaissance drone spotted near Iran. Intelligence points to Hamas preparing a cross-border attack from Gaza. Come on, dude. Come on, big dog. They shut down the Strait of Hormuz before hitting any refineries. They sick their attack dogs in Israel at the same time as, and the West would get stretched thin trying to respond to both of those things. There's a reason every war game simulation spells out loss for the U.S. versus Iran. Yeah. I'm just saying that is like their quote unquote nuclear option without actually having nukes. You don't think Hamas will start back up because Israel is dishonoring the agreement? I don't think that Hamas will fucking will do another October 7th style military operation, but who knows? But I doubt it. Start back up as in like start killing Israeli military members that are inside of Gaza? Yes, of course. The fuck? Will China come defend? No. No. China will not do that.
Were attempting to install explosive devices on the ground near Israeli soldiers. Officials in the Gaza Health Ministry did not respond to requests for comment. The steady drumbeat of Israeli strikes is a reminder that while Israel and Hamas have reached an agreement that paused most of the fighting in Gaza, a comprehensive truce is still nowhere in sight. In Lebanon, Israel is conducting a similar aerial campaign against the Lebanese armed group Hezbollah, a Hamas ally, during the US-brokered ceasefire there, saying Israeli forces are attacking sites and operatives that have breached the agreement. So the exception to the rule of, quote, most of the fighting being paused in Gaza is the steady drumbeat of Israeli strike.
Tisha said, what do you think about spineless Papa Gut? And I don't even know what that is. What the fuck?
Why is the steady drumbeat of Israeli strikes not the focus of this article? What a poetic way to describe something that must certainly be in violation of a ceasefire, right? Steady drumbeat? The war in Gaza began after Hamas's deadly October 7th attack on southern Israel, which killed about 1,200 people, mostly civilians, according to Israel's government. About 250 others were taken back to Gaza as hostages. The New York Times, as most Western outlets do, choose to start the clock on this war on October 7th of 2023. Did anything happen before that that could have led to the conditions that may have led to such an attack? Or any other options explored, perhaps even nonviolent ones by the people who undertook it to alleviate said conditions? What happened in the preceding 70 years? Was there a brutal occupation and a repeated campaigns of ethnic cleansing, a medieval siege controlling everything that goes in and out of the Gaza Strip, repeated high-tech massacres of innocent civilians in Gaza, massacres Israel itself refers to as mowing the lawn? Is any of that relevant? Who knows? Definitely not the New York Times. Israel's subsequent military campaign against Hamas has killed more than 48,000 people, including thousands of children, according to the Gaza Health Ministry. The figures do not distinguish between civilians and combatants, and the Israeli military claims to have, quote, eliminated nearly 20,000 Hamas operatives. So this is just straight up IDF propaganda right here. Weighing these claims against one another as even remotely comparable is IDF propaganda. There's no other way of putting it. The Israeli attacks in Gaza are characterized by an extremely high civilian casualty ratio in comparison with other armed conflicts in the last decades. As of January 2025, 15 months into the attacks, over 46,000 persons have been killed by Israeli forces in Gaza. Some 24,000 out of the 40,000 who have been identified are women, children, and older persons, making almost 59% of the identified fatalities. While the estimated number of combatants killed by the ISF varies, there is no doubt that civilians comprise the vast majority of the persons killed since the Israeli attacks began. According to a United States intelligence assessment from May 2024, Palestinian armed groups have lost 30 to 35% of their fighters in Gaza since October 2023. The commission therefore estimates the death toll of Hamas and other armed groups as between 6,000 and 14,000, given an estimated strength of about 20 to 40,000 militants prior to October 2023. One report estimated that 8,500 militants were killed. The ISF claimed in October 2024 that it had killed about 17,000 Hamas operatives and members of other armed groups. Given that the number of adult male fatalities since October 7th has been around 16,000, this would mean that the ISF considers all adult male Palestinians in Gaza to be members of armed groups and so legitimate targets. So even if the total number of male deaths were 16,000, 4,000 less than what the New York Times is so graciously quoting the IDF as saying, that still means that there are no innocent men in Gaza. The IDF has repeatedly egregiously lied about the ratios of combatants to civilians killed. The evidence we do have, far from being the most moral army in the world, it's like the least moral army in the world by a long shot, the army that committed and is currently committing genocide. That's another thing that goes completely unmentioned in this article, is the whole genocide thing. Who cares about that though? That's just a bunch of independent human rights organizations. The only credible sources on the matter are the IDF, I guess. There's certainly no conflict of interest there in citing them. Israeli leaders say they will not end the war against Hamas until they topple the group's rule in Gaza and the territory no longer poses a threat to Israel. Hamas has shown some willingness to give up civilian governance in Gaza, but has drawn a red line on disbanding its battalions of armed fighters. How rude of them to refuse to disband their military capabilities. It's not like that's some recognized right under international law for an occupied group of people. Dicks. Israel and Hamas are supposed to be negotiating the next steps in the ceasefire agreement, which would involve a permanent end to the war, the release of the remaining living hostages, and a full withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza. Mediators, including the United States, Qatar, and Egypt, have made little headway so far, given the entrenched disagreements between the two sides. Yeah, entrenched disagreements. Both sides have those for sure. Could there be any valid reasons for disagreement among one of the two parties? Perhaps the violations of the ceasefire that you just spent an entire article describing, could that have anything to do with these alleged disagreements from both sides? I legitimately cannot read the New York Times without getting really angry and writing a script about it. Israeli forces remain deployed in a buffer zone inside Gaza and along the Philadelphia corridor, which runs along Gaza's border with Egypt. Under the terms of the ceasefire, Israel was supposed to have withdrawn from the Philadelphia corridor by mid-March. Oh, that's good. Thanks for the heads up. So they also are violating the ceasefire in another way, on top of the steady drumbeat of attacks. Thanks for letting us know, I guess, at the very last sentence of the article. Really cool. So what do we notice from this article here? Overall, it's just a masterclass in manufacturing consent. The New York Times passively reports clear evidence of Israel's ceasefire violations while weighing them against Israel's unverifiable defenses with long histories of fabrication and falsehood. The New York Times offers a disgustingly passive and vague recounting of the numbers, names, and circumstances surrounding the Palestinian deaths. The death toll of over 150 Palestinians includes many children, such as Ahmad Abed, a 7-year-old Palestinian boy that was killed just days ago. Crucially, though, the article makes no mention of Israel's complete blockage on humanitarian aid from entering Gaza. On March 15th, the day that this article was published, Israel had completely blocked any entry of humanitarian aid into Gaza.
Can you post a link to this video, please? Chat, what do we say? Look up. Look up at the top of the chat, and you will see the link to the video linked as the pinned chat. It is the pinned comment up there. Look up. That's right. It says gullible up there. Got 'em.
Gaza for over 2 weeks. 2 straight weeks of no food, no water, no supplies, no housing, a recent total halt on any electricity, all of these restrictions calculated to bring about the suffering and destruction of this group of people, and all of them in direct violation of the ceasefire agreement, international law, and the ICJ's provisional measures issued against Israel to prevent the crime of genocide from taking place. To the New York Times, none of this is important. The fact that 6 babies have frozen to death due to the harsh conditions, lack of fuel, and lack of housing, all a direct result of Israel's aid blockage, completely man-made deaths, all of that is unimportant to the New York Times. To end this video today, I want to turn briefly to the newspaper Haaretz. Haaretz is the Israeli paper of record, and Haaretz is weird because a lot of their coverage is as bad or worse than the New York Times in terms of caping for Israel's genocide, but of late their coverage has been quite direct and honest, much more than anything you'll see in the West. That isn't saying much, but let's just read to get an idea. Article headline: 9 killed in Israeli airstrikes in Gaza, including journalists, Palestinian medics say. Right away, wow, okay, look at this. 9 killed in not just attacks, but Israeli airstrikes. They're naming the perpetrator. The victim include a claim made by the source of Palestinian medics. That's crazy. They didn't call them U.S. terrorist-designated Hamas-run health ministry operatives or whatever. They just said Palestinian medics. How refreshing. The IDF said it targeted a terrorist cell operating a drone that was threatening Israeli forces, while local media outlets in Gaza reported that the victims were journalists using a drone to film humanitarian aid. Even the simple choice of what order to place those sources and quotes in does something, right? Contrasting the IDF's claim with the many sources in Gaza with no conflict of interest, unlike the IDF, makes the summary of the situation a little more honest, I think. Israeli airstrikes in the Gaza Strip on Saturday killed at least 9 people, including 3 local journalists, according to Palestinian medics. The death toll represents the highest number of casualties in a single day since the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas began in January. The IDF said 2 of the victims were operating a drone.
Wait, what did he say? That guy said Hamas should put you in front of a firing squad? Is that what he said? Hamas should be put in front of a firing squad. Brother, we're currently watching something even more devastating just being put in front of a firing squad. Like, all Palestinians are Hamas, and they're all getting fucking blown to bits, including the journalist that Noah just mentioned. Like, what do you mean?
Drone that posed a threat to the soldiers. The other victims, according to the army's statement, were gathering the gear left over on the ground. They go on to
Hamas equals ISIS. No matter how hard you try to do this Israeli propaganda from the beginning, Israel is literally ISIS. Israel is both aligned with ISIS, and Israel, in its conflation of a religion, ISIS with Islam, Israel with Judaism, its destruction of cultural monuments, its destruction and lack of care or consideration for a civilian population, is unironically exactly like ISIS. Okay? A militant resistance group against an apartheid state that is doing a genocide is not closer to ISIS. A violent settler colony that is doing an apartheid and also conducting a genocide is infinitely closer to ISIS. But yeah, keep doing this. I'm sure people will believe you eventually. So much propaganda here. USA, so much propaganda here. USA attacked Yemen again. Stage 1 is over and there's no agreement on stage 2. Facts. Womp womp. Human shield. Well, Jewish students that you called inbreds were attacked on campus. So Jewish students that are called inbreds. It is pretty funny that these guys just like live in a fantasy world. I've never called Jewish students inbreds or Jews inbreds in general. I call the KKK inbred in the same way that I call the Jewish KKK, violent, rabid, right-wing, ultra-nationalist settlers, inbred. Okay? That's it. You can perhaps lying about this and saying that I claim that all Jews are inbred will make you feel better. You know what I mean? Oh, this is the same guy from that. Did you see the Asman Gold response? Why you always talk about Asman? Yeah, Hamas has literally fought ISIS. Israel, on the other hand, has not. Israel has actually apologized for accidentally striking ISIS soldiers and has offered them logistical support and also medical support. You can look this up. You can find this information if you would like to. But hey, as is the case, I will always use a bottom of the barrel troll to educate the masses. But I saw multiple once again clips of you saying the word inbred with no context, so it must be true. Yeah. That argument isn't valid. You have Palestinians/Arabs agree with Israeli actions. Wait, what? That's amazing. Yeah. Palestinians fucking love getting killed by Israeli bombs. Like, they love it. They're like, please, more of this.
Quote, the IDF's miraculous revelation that every single person that they killed, including the multiple journalists, were actually covert, undercover terrorist operatives. It's far from the first time they've had such miraculous revelation.
Hey, my boy, he made it too. Shouts out.
Post-journalist murdering. The Palestinian Journalist Protection Center in Gaza said that the victims were journalists using a drone to film humanitarian aid. The organization said in a statement that the targeting of journalists prevents the world from being exposed to the truth about what is happening in Gaza, and called on the international community to condemn attacks on journalists. This assault constitutes a war crime that violates press freedom and endangers media and aid workers, they added. More journalists have been slaughtered in Gaza over the course of the last 17 months than any conflict in modern history. This is just another chart in the long graph of such murders. And on top of there being a righteous call to condemn such actions, is the repeated cowardice of journalists from places like the New York Times for staying completely silent on what's happening, for being willing to publish articles that normalize Israel's war crimes and genocide, while the people of their own profession are being cut down, murdered repeatedly with their families.
Yeah, one of the few journalists in the Western world that has actively spoken out against Israel's crimes against journalism is fucking Fox News international correspondent Trey Yingst. That's how insane this is.
They can watch this happen.
He's not exactly a fan of Palestinians or Hamas either. He's just like, even he's like, dude, this is completely unacceptable.
And still report on the very murders of the people that are in their profession, while immediately sharing the murderer's side of the story. It's just despicable and cowardly, and every journalist that works for the New York Times should be ashamed. Hamas said in a statement that the deliberate killing and barbaric attacks once again confirm Israel's intention to undermine the ceasefire agreement and its deliberate sabotage at every opportunity. Hamas spokesman Hazem Qasim added that Israel's attack on journalists and humanitarian workers violates the ceasefire agreement. Referring to Israel as the occupation, he said that Israel deliberately targeted humanitarian aid workers seeking to worsen the humanitarian crisis in Gaza and push the population towards famine following the tightening of its blockade on border crossings and obstructing entry of all aid. So the only time in both of these articles we get any mention of the aid blockages, which are also a ceasefire violation, are when Haaretz does the brave, bold choice of quoting the other side. Haaretz is Hamas now, I guess. I'm sure that's probably that. I'm going to look that up and show screenshots. I know that they're saying that probably. The Indonesian hospital said it received 8 bodies from 2 airstrikes in the same area of the northern town of Beit Lahia on Saturday. Fares Awad, head of emergency services in northern Gaza, identified one of the dead as Mahmoud Islim, a local reporter who was operating a drone. Several were critically wounded as the strike hit a car with casualties inside and outside the vehicle, the medics added. Witnesses and fellow journalists said the people in the car were on a mission for a charity called Al Khair Foundation in Beit Lahia, and they were accompanied by journalists and photographers when the strike hit them. So hopefully in reading both of those articles, we can see both the New York Times' disgusting passivity and normalization through their repeated citation of the IDF's own defenses as essentially fact, versus the modicum of integrity that we get from Haaretz in this specific instance, with their willingness to critically analyze the sources of their information and not do, IDF PR. Ultimately, neither of these outlets were willing to show imagery of what took place. And when you see the faces of the children that Israel has slaughtered during this quote-unquote ceasefire, or when you see the carnage inflicted upon the group of journalists trying to simply gather evidence of the starvation of their people for which they were executed, it tells a slightly more in-depth story than 9 killed. Anyways, that's it for today's video. Just a short one. Sources are linked below. I made a post on my community tab about it, but
anyway, that's a brief introduction to that stuff. Here, let's look at
my medication.
The Trump voters who now feel betrayed. Actually, you know what? Let's look at Hasan Piker. Probably won't be Joe Rogan, but you should definitely know who he is. Peter Kafka, chief correspondent covering media and technology. New article that came out from Business Insider today from Peter Kafka. Donald Trump courted Joe Rogan and other right-leaning, right-curious podcasts last year. After last fall's election, Democrats started wondering where their version of Joe Rogan might be. One answer that comes a lot. Hasan Piker, a 33-year-old streamer who hangs out for hours a day on Twitch. Hasan Piker is no Joe Rogan. For starters, you have heard of Joe Rogan. If you never saw him on TV sitcoms or reality shows or hosting UFC fights or listen to his popular podcast, you could probably identify him if you saw his picture. Hasan Piker, maybe you've heard of him, especially if you're a very online young man. But if you're a normie, you probably have no idea that Piker is a unique and surprisingly popular mix of gamer guy and alpha bro and AOC style lefty. But the young men who like Piker really like him, and they'll spend hours a day watching him on stream on Twitch. An even bigger audience inhales clips of those streams when they make their way to TikTok and Instagram. So after last fall's election and the realization that Donald Trump had used podcasts like Rogan to reach young men, Democrats started casting about for the Joe Rogan of the left, and Piker's name started coming up. The best way to experience Piker is to simply watch him on Twitch, where he hosts a long daily stream of consciousness talk show that flits from video gaming to brawls with other Twitch streamer stars to doses of democratic socialism. But if you want his backstory, check out this lengthy profile of streamer in The New Yorker, which highlights the Zinn meets Howard Zinn thing he has going on. Andrew Morantz writes, he has the patter of a Rutgers frat bro and the laid-back charisma of a Miami club promoter, both of which he was, briefly in his early 20s. Now he's 33, so old in streamer years that his fans call him Unk. At a moment when there seems to be an ever-shortening algorithmic pipeline from bench-pressing tips to misogynist rage, Piker tries to model a more capacious form of masculinity. A straight guy, 6'4", and movie star handsome. God damn, Andrew Glaze. Who's as comfortable wearing camo to a gun range as he is walking to a red carpet in split-toed Margiela boots. That doesn't mean Piker is going to be Joe Rogan. No one knew Rogan would be Joe Rogan 20 years ago when he was watching people eat live slugs on Fear Factor. But it does explain why people trying to fix the Democrats' young man problem have become very interested in him. My introduction to Piker, by the way, came during the pandemic when I knew that streaming and Twitch were important, but I didn't really understand them. So when I interviewed him in 2021, I definitely wasn't ready for Piker's bristling affect. And yeah, there's a little bit of meta going on here since I mentioned Piker in my recent interview with Twitch CEO Dan Clancy, and that got back to Piker, who ended up talking about my interview on his show, where he ends up calling me an adult in a way that I'm pretty sure is a compliment. Anyway, lots of people have ideas about Joe Rogan who have never listened to Joe Rogan. There's a decent chance that Hasan Piker is going to end up in the same boat. Very important to an important group of consumer/voters and hard for most people to actually get their head around. But you can start here. Damn. Nice. Yeah, I don't know if the Pod Save America bros like what you had to say. I think they do. They do. They understand the importance of being able to hear out things like this. I honestly wish you make it and become more prominent than Joe. If there's ever a world where I become as popular as Joe Rogan, that means that we have implemented some kind of socialism, most likely. Jade Tank got auto-timed out by Fossabot because their statement was too long. For years, my impression of you was one based entirely on clips. Ended up actually hearing you out for the first time by accident in a Boy Boy video. Didn't even realize it was political at first. Only knew it from I Did a Thing. Had it on in the background and thought everything being said was reasonable, verifiable, and well explained. Then realized it was coming from the guy I was told to hate. Decided to actually give you a fair shake, and I've totally come around. Thanks for doing what you do. That's so funny. I love that. Thank you for being charitable and also coming in here and listening to what I had to say. But it is also very funny when I have like haters who then like I Did a Thing in Boy Boy, who are very good friends of mine. And not only that, but are literally more openly radical than me in terms of foreign policy, like outwardly more radical than me. Those dudes went to North Korea. I love that. Nah, they hated that shit. You got more pushback? What do you mean? Like, it's awesome to see the hater pipeline turning into a pipeline that ends up yielding, people that initially might have hated me, but now don't hate me, and they realize that they've been lied to. I freed the chatter already. It's just they got auto-timed out by Fossabot. The New Yorker magazine, ladies and gentlemen. The New Yorker magazine. Andrew Marantz writes, the battle for the bros. Young men have gone MAGA. Can the left win them back? Now, this article was, it's being written for quite a long time. And it finally came out. And it's not so much as a profile of me, even though obviously a big part of it is a profile of me, but more so a broader point about young men who feel disillusioned by the Democratic Party and what the Democratic Party could potentially do. It is funny that they put soy in front of me alongside the Zins, though, so that's cool. I do drink Monster Energy sometimes, but mostly I'm a big diet soda boy. Anyway, by the time I landed at LAX and switched my phone out of... Hold on.
The political scene. Pumping for 3 hours. The New Yorker with the headline, "You mad, bro?" Written by Andrew Marantz. Read by Ron Butler. By the time I landed at LAX and switched my phone out of airplane mode, Hasan Piker had been streaming for 3 hours. I put in an earbud and watched as I filed off the plane. Visible behind him were walls of framed fan art, a cardboard cutout of Bernie Sanders sitting in the cold, and Piker's huge puppy, Kaya, taking a nap. Piker had already shown off his cozy-ass fit, sweatpants with kitschy bald eagles, a custom pair of platform Crocs, and recounted his experience the previous night at the Streamer Awards, a red carpet event honoring A-listers on Twitch, the popular live streaming site where he is one of the biggest stars, and the only prominent leftist. He'd begun the day's broadcast by rattling off a standard opening monologue. Folks were live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and NBs, non-binary people, are having a fantastic one. To anyone listening for shibboleths, this would have pigeonholed him as a progressive. Also within view, though, were 3 towers of Zin canisters and a Make America Great Again hat, which he sometimes wears ironically. He has the patter of a Rutgers frat bro and the laid-back charisma of a Miami club promoter, both of which he was, briefly, in his early 20s. Now he's 33, so old in streamer years that his fans call him Unc. I ordered a lift, then flipped back to Piker's stream. By then he was talking about the overthrow of the Assad regime in Syria, which had happened overnight.
Does anyone have the archived link so we can read the article? Because I'm not subscribed. We can listen to it, but I can't read the article. And no, I can't do... Wait, oh, I can.
As he cycled from BBC footage to Wikipedia, pausing every few seconds to add a diatribe or a joke. The angle he was developing was that Western journalists seemed too eager to portray the leader of the Syrian rebel forces in a heroic light. "I'm very skeptical of the fucking former Al-Qaeda guy," Piker said. A little while later, his doorbell rang, and he leaned over to buzz in a guest, me. I looked up from my phone to see him standing in his doorway. He doesn't run ad breaks, so whenever he needs to do something off camera, like answer the door or use the bathroom, he plays a video and attends to his business quickly, before his viewers can get bored. "I'm live right now, but we can talk when I'm done," he told me, already walking away. "Try and stay out of the shot." In last year's presidential election, Democrats lost support with nearly every kind of voter. Rich, poor, white, black, Asian American.
Is it too fast? It's not that fast. Here, I'll do 1.2x.
Hispanic. But the defection that alarmed party strategists the most was that of young voters, especially young men, a group that Donald Trump lost by 15 points in 2020 and won by 14 points in 2024, a nearly 30-point swing. The only cohort of men that Biden won in 2020 was 18 to 29-year-olds. John Della Volpe, the polling director at Harvard's Institute of Politics and the former advisor to Biden's presidential campaign, told me. That was the one cohort they had to hold on to, and they let it go. Candidates matter. So does the national mood and the price of groceries. Yet some Monday morning quarterbacks also noted that, just as 1960 was the first TV election and 2016 was the first social media election, the 2024 presidential campaign was the first to be conducted largely on live streams and long-form podcasts, media that happened to be thoroughly dominated by MAGA bros. The biggest of them all, Joe Rogan, spent the final weeks of the campaign giving many hours of fawning airtime to Trump and to his running mate, J.D. Vance, and his key allies, such as Elon Musk, before endorsing Trump on the eve of the election. At no point was I like, "Only I, a dickhead on the internet, am qualified to teach these kids why we need a functioning welfare state," Piker told me. I just felt like no one else was really in these spaces trying to explain these things. Certainly not the Democrats. Piker has almost 3 million Twitch followers, and as with most guys who talk into microphones on the internet, his audience skews young, male, and disaffected. At the peak...
What the fuck? I love leftist AI. This is not AI. This is not written by, this is not read by AI. This is read by a real human being. I hate Zoomers so much who think everything that like sounds kind of robotic due to filters or whatever must be AI. Please stop. Okay? Also, this is the New Yorker magazine. It's not leftist, okay? The fuck?
His election night stream in November, he had more than 300,000 viewers. He broadcasts 7 days a week, 8 to 10 hours a day, usually from his house in West Hollywood.
Yeah. I just want to point out something here because like Andrew does a pretty good job of describing the right-wing dominated media landscape and also the build-up to the election night, and remind people that Ethan Klein, Destiny, Dan Saltman, and all these other like supposed Democratic congressperson, Richie Torres, who could forget, the ADL, all of their efforts were basically to try and deplatform me before the election. And they were very open about it, some of them at least, not Richie Torres, he doesn't know anything. But they were very open about like wanting to punish me for being on Twitch and not being banned as Sex Pest and he was, right? And it's crazy that like otherwise liberal spaces were actively trying to make it so that the fucking largest progressive, liberal adjacent, leftist content creator in a fucking sea of neo-Nazi to fucking fascist to right-wing charlatans, like that's the only place that they focus their efforts on deplatforming on. It is crazy. It's crazy that that's what they focused on. And it yielded 0 results. It yielded 0 fucking results. And in spite of the deplatforming, the only thing that happened was basically Twitch took me off the fucking algorithm. That meant a lot of people directly clicked on my page, 314,000. Think about how crazy that shit is. Reaching really hard to grab that emotional grandstanding, huh? Lol. Emotional grandstanding is just an accurate assessment of events. Explain to me a single thing that I said that was untrue, and we can have a conversation about it. Okay, lol, Cope Harder, lol, I want to streams all the time. Honestly, can say I never had motion deep platform, brother. Brother, just being completely honest. Explain to me a single thing that I mentioned that is wrong. Did that not happen? Richie Torres is a Democratic congressperson from the poorest district in the country. He is AIPAC's strongest, most loyal soldier, okay, in Congress. Richie Torres was up for re-election. And in the week leading up to his own fucking re-election, his own party's re-election against Donald Trump, he spent more time tweeting about me to try to get me fucking deplatformed. He wrote a letter with a congressional letterhead to Amazon to try and get me fucking deplatformed. Every single part of that is correct. None of this is an emotional grandstanding moment. It's just making you feel a certain type of way, I think, because you just don't like hearing, how events unfolded. It's crazy. Let's continue.
And he doesn't use visual pyrotechnics to hold his viewers' attention. Most of the time, what you see on his stream is an overlay of 3 things: a fixed shot of Piker sitting at his desk, a screen share of whatever he's looking at on his computer, and his chat, where fans supply pertinent links, caps lock shit talk, and puppy emojis, all surging in real time up the right side of the screen.
As you.
Although Piker hates Trump, he's hardly a loyal Democrat. At bottom, he's an old-school hard leftist, not a liberal. On his bedside table, he has some protein Pop-Tart knockoffs and a copy of the Communist Manifesto. Many of his opinions, for example, that the American empire has been a destructive...
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even know he had actually seen my bedroom. I don't remember showing him my bedroom. That's some crazy work right there.
...force on the whole would surely be off-putting to the median voter. But he is just one of many independent media creators with an anti-Trump message. In recent weeks, the political podcast charts have included The Bulwark, This is Gavin Newsom, and even a show called Raging Moderates. For a couple of weeks last month, a liberal show called The Midas Touch podcast beat out The Joe Rogan Experience for the #1 spot. Corporate media too often has a both sides perspective. Ben Meiselis, one of the Midas Touch co-hosts, told me. We do not mince words about the threat to workers, the threat to democracy. One piece of fan art on Piker's wall is a cartoon of him operating a daycare center, shielding a room full of lost boys from the malign chaos of the open internet. You gravitate to him because he's just a voice you find relatable, Piker's producer, who goes by March, told me. A lot of people don't even put a political label on it, at least at first. Piker gets up early every morning to work out, posting his daily stats so that his fans, his community, can follow along from home. He gives dating advice and motivational speeches. At a moment when there seems to be an ever-shortening algorithmic pipeline from bench-pressing tips to misogynist rage, Piker tries to model a more capacious form of masculinity. A straight guy, 6'4" and movie star handsome, who's as comfortable wearing camo to a gun range as he is walking a red carpet in split-toe Margiela boots. Once viewers have come to trust him, they may be more open to his riffs on the rights of the poor or of trans people, delivered not as a primer on Judith Butler, but in the register of, bro, don't be a dick. I pulled up a chair just out of frame. Kaya ambled toward me, vetting my scent. Piker talked, almost without interruption, for 4 more hours, holding forth about recent internet drama, a documentary about the history of NATO, and the United Healthcare CEO's assassin, who had not yet been identified. Within reach of his rolling desk chair was a mini fridge full of cold brew and Diet Mountain Dew. Some of his too unpolished for prime time. Bro, these guys are so cucked, he said, critiquing a clip from a rival podcast on the right. Then again, a live stream isn't supposed to be a tight, scripted lecture. It's supposed to be a good hang. I gotta end the broadcast here, he said, shortly after 8 p.m. I'll see you tomorrow. After turning the camera off, he seemed to deflate a bit. Comments were still floating up one of his monitors. The thousands of fans in the chat had dwindled to a few hundred. The inner circle who were devoted enough, or lonely enough, to keep one another company after the feed had gone dark. The Democrats are smug and condescending, and everything they say sounds...
Just absolutely daggered offline chat. Called you guys fucking losers, dude. Offliners mentioned...
Fake as shit, Piker said. Trump lies constantly, yes, but at least people get the sense they voted enough. Or
this part is, I think, this is bars, okay? This is my greatest work.
Or lonely enough to keep one another company after the feed had gone dark. The Democrats are smug and condescending, and everything they say sounds fake as shit, Piker said. Trump lies constantly, yes, but at least people get the sense that he's authentically saying what he's thinking. He put his feet up and reached for a fresh Zyn pouch. Young men, like a lot of Americans, feel increasingly alienated, he continued. They can't afford college or rent. They can't get a date. They can't imagine a stable future. The right is always there to tell them, yes, you should be angry. And the reason your life sucks is because of immigrants, or because a trans kid played a sport. And all the Democrats are telling them is, no, shut up, your life is fine, be joyful. No one has ever accused Piker of being a moderate, but in this case, he is trying to forge a compromise. My way is to go, look, be angry if you want, but your undocumented neighbor is not the problem here. You're looking in the wrong direction. In 2015, the economists Ann Case and Angus Deaton wrote that white non-Hispanics without college degrees were experiencing an anomalous spike in mortality from opioids, alcohol, and suicide. They later called these deaths of despair. In 2016, J.D. Vance, then an anti-Trump conservative, published a memoir, Hillbilly Elegy, about the struggles of white rural families like his own. Promoting the book on PBS, he explained, but did not yet excuse, why such voters were drawn to Trump. I think that the sense of cultural alienation breeds a sense of mistrust. The first Trump administration didn't deliver many material gains to the rural poor. Deaths of despair continued to rise, and wages continued to stagnate, but at least Trump spoke to their anguish and seemed outraged on their behalf. In retrospect, the question may not be why so many non-urban, non-elites became Trump Republicans, but what took them so long. Around the same time, social scientists started to notice an overlapping crisis. The statistics were grim. 21st century males were, relative to their forefathers and their female contemporaries, much more likely to fall behind in school, drop out of college, languish in the workforce, or die by overdose or suicide. The title of a 2012 book by the journalist Hannah Rosen declared The End of Man. The following year, the economists Marianne Bertrand and Jessica Pan published a paper called The Trouble with Boys. In one survey, more than a quarter of men in their teens and 20s reported having no close friends. When COVID hit, men were significantly more likely to die from it. In the 15 years I've been looking at the statistics, the outcomes for men have not changed, Rosen told me. What did change, tremendously, is the culture. The last Democratic presidential candidate to win the male vote was Barack Obama. When Bernie Sanders ran for president, he had a zealous male following, but many top Democrats treated the Bernie bros less like a force to be harnessed than like a threat to be vanquished. A white dudes for Harris Zoom call raised millions for Kamala Harris's campaign, but it would have been anathema to her base if she'd given a speech about what she planned to do for white dudes. This was, meanwhile, a key part of Trump's appeal. In a 2022...
I do want to mention something here, but like the toxicity associated with like white male rage, especially young white male rage, is born out of their material conditions for sure. But I don't think that it's like I think that the Bernie method was the correct one, which is to channel that frustration and make people understand where that feeling of hopelessness was coming from. Okay? Like it's not just about like men complaining and crying about not having the same position in society and then people caving to those frustrations and babying people. Like that's not what it is. That's never what it is. That's not something I entertain here at the broadcast either. I get very frustrated with weak men who do that, who look for alternative reasons as to why they're struggling, you know? Feminism, video game titties getting smaller, shit like that.
Of boys and men. Richard Reeves, a social scientist and a fellow at the Brookings Institution, blasts Republicans for exploiting male dislocation and misogynist fury at the expense of women's rights. But he also lambastes Democrats for pathologizing masculinity. He gives an example from his son's high school in Bethesda, Maryland, where boys passed around a spreadsheet ranking their female classmates by attractiveness, behavior that Reeves describes as immature, even harmful, but not worthy of an international incident, which is what it became. He writes that indiscriminately slapping the label of toxic masculinity onto this kind of behavior is a mistake, likely to propel young men to the online manosphere, where they will be reassured that they did nothing wrong, and that liberals are out to get them.
I do agree with that. I think that the academic language surrounding that sort of stuff is what makes it into like it's psychological language. Their academic language being used to describe certain things that people engage in, because human beings are imperfect. There are going to be fissures. There are going to be issues, right? And I think that making a spreadsheet is insane. I think you guys are incredibly sheltered if you don't think that like young boys are going to engage in reactionary thought or in, you know, do shit like that. This doesn't make it appropriate, okay? Course correction is a necessity. I'm not defending these actions. Don't be fucking stupid. The difference, however, is that the institution that wants to educate these kids is supposed to say this is completely unacceptable and you're going to get a penalty for it, but then like endlessly pontificating on it back and forth and turning it into something that drives discourse is truly brain breaking, especially for other young men who are like, well, I do that too. And then they desperately seek out someone who will tell them that they're not wrong for doing that. Now, there's gonna be fucking right-wingers that do that anyway. It's not entirely the fault of like liberals for like calling this sort of behavior out. Okay? It's not. Because right-wingers are absolutely going to, there's going to be right-wingers who absolutely do find incidents like this and then turn it into a point of propaganda to be like, no, you did the right thing. You should keep making those lists or whatever the fuck. Having said that, I think that it's important to address these things on an individual basis and even dish out some punishment for doing shit like this, because I don't think it's like just a harmless joke or whatever. Even though that is the intention, it plays a role in the upbringing and the development of these children. Their parents should fucking absolutely have a talk with them, or at least like some adult should absolutely have a talk with them and be like, that's completely unacceptable. You need to respect your peers. That sort of thing. All right. But yeah, if you don't let children make mistakes, then they will never grow up. and they'll be infantile for the rest of their lives. If you also course correct in an incredibly aggressive direction, then you're gonna make these children seek out shelter in harmful reactionary ideas.
At some point between Bill Clinton playing the saxophone on the Arsenio Hall show and Hillary Clinton describing potential voters as deplorables, the Democrats came to be perceived as the party of scolds and snobs. Liberals used to be the counterculture. Today, they're the defenders of traditional norms and institutions. This may not have been the best political strategy at any time. It certainly isn't now, when trust in institutions has never been lower. It's impossible to know how many young men fit into this category, but there is clearly a kind of guy, the contemporary don't tread on me type who demands both the freedom to have gay friends and the freedom to use gay as an insult, who resents the idea of his morality being dictated by the family values right, or his speech being curtailed by the hall monitor left. When pressed, many of these young men seem to have bought the pitch that, of the two parties, the Republicans were the less censorious.
Yeah, this is a falsehood that people believe. It's unfortunate because it's a falsehood. Like, the more censorious out of the two, like, political movements has always been the right. Always and forever. They are responsible for more active book bannings across the board. It doesn't even come close. Okay? And they've never stopped doing it in terms of, like, teachers saying this or that, or as you can tell, like with the Israel stuff. The Israel stuff is actually really interesting because it basically merges the liberal pathology of constantly engaging in censorious behavior and also the right-wingers who are obviously always interested in implementing fascist principles, and one of that is censorship. So that's why it's such an insane situation, the Israel stuff, and like the aggressive response from the government against that, against like any sort of speech criticizing Israel, and the clear-cut violations of free speech. That's why I think the Trump administration is using Israel as a way to open up the floodgates of censorship across the board. Anyway, let's continue.
This may have been a miscalculation. The current Trump administration has already banished dozens of words from government websites and, just last week, arrested a former Columbia student for what seems to be protected speech. But you can't convince voters that they've been misinformed simply by lecturing them. The lecturing is part of the issue. Democrats got used to speaking about men as the problem, not
Yeah, the other side of this, of course, is that the Democrats are also on board with like censorship, especially as it pertains to Israel, on the basis of anti-Semitism, perceived anti-Semitism, especially when it's not anti-Semitic. They fucking love that shit. Sorry, that's just the truth, okay? There is definitely a duopoly on censorious behavior as it pertains to talking about the plight of Palestinians and criticizing Israel.
as people with problems, Reeves told me. But of course, men do have problems, and problems become grievances when you ignore them. He knows a lot of well-connected Democrats in Washington, and for years he has urged them to campaign on men's issues. Not in a zero-sum way, certainly not taking anything away from women, but just to show boys and men, hey, you're also having a tough go of it. We see you. And the response I always got was, now is not the time. Rosen told me about a husband and wife she'd met in Alabama in 2010. The husband lost his job, and the wife became the breadwinner, an arrangement he experienced as deeply shameful. She would put the check down on the kitchen table, she would sign it over to him, and he would cash it, and nobody would speak about it, Rosen said. But then, man victim became a viable identity. As Rosen stayed in touch with the man, he started exhibiting a more mischievous expression of men's rights sensibilities, wearing a t-shirt.
I saw this Dexerto article, and I'm actually very excited for Asmongold to finally fucking chime in about how censorship is unacceptable. Texas senators have unanimously passed a bill that, if signed into law, could make several games, anime, manga series illegal to own in the state. The bill bans any obscene depiction of a minor or someone who looks like one. And it's a very unique predicament because, like, I don't necessarily disagree with this decision, although I do understand how this will be used against everything. I want to know where my Asmon heads are at on this one. Shut the fuck up. You don't know shit. This is so ass. Yeah, no, it's intentionally vague, by the way. Obscenity laws like this are intentionally vague, specifically so that they also tried to ban dildos. Yeah. Ted Cruz did a dildo ban, I remember. No gum bans, though, just dildo bans. Anyway, it's awesome because Asmund literally lives in Texas, and he has to now delete half of his fucking library if this is the case. It is what it is, dude. So what happens? What is his take? I'm sure he had to cover this. The unique intersection. It happened literally after I said, hey, Asmund, there will come a time when this administration will take away something that you like, that you hold near and dear to you, and I'll see how you feel about free speech then. And then literally a week later, they're like, a week later, it's like Texas senators have unanimously passed a bill. Asmund barely watches anime. I know he looks the type. No, dude, it's not about fucking anime. What are you talking about? It's video games as well. Asmund Gold's favorite content creator is literally a lolly content creator. A child. Like a child VTuber. His next video. Oh, I think I'm gonna post. I gotta post that. Hold on. I'm posting that shit. What did Asmund Gold say about this? I'm sure he covered it. There's no way he didn't cover it. It's weird because, yeah, I do think that this is a dangerous precedent to set. And you know, people will use it against, like, whatever the fuck they see fit. But this is a joke. I know that his audience will not see it in the same way because they're fucking so primed. All your ops are at risk, dog. Yeah. I love this dude. Have you seen this? Yes, dude. This is months ago. This is like before the election. What are you talking about? He wrote this literally the week before the election. Congressman Richard Torres writes the executives of Twitch and Amazon. Hasan Piker is dangerous. Fucking dumbass. Oh no. Yeah, I control the Texas government, dude. That's right. I'm doing it. All right. Let's continue with this.
That read, "My cave, my rules." This coincided with the rise of Trump, the man victim's patron saint. He didn't offer detailed policy solutions to any of the underlying sociological problems, but again, he addressed them directly. "It is a very scary time for young men in America," Trump said in 2018. Like most internet terms, manosphere is vague and protean. It has been applied to Ben Shapiro, a father of four who delivers conservative talking points in a yarmulke, and to Andrew Tate, a Bugatti-driving hustler who has been charged with human trafficking. In 2016, after a reedy Canadian professor named Jordan Peterson refused to use gender-neutral pronouns, He was taken up as a folk hero, like Galileo, standing firm against the Inquisition. Peterson has almost nothing in common with, say, Dave Portnoy, another mascot of the brosphere who mostly just wants to be left alone to eat pizza and drink beer by the pool. Yet they all seem to be meeting a demand in the cultural marketplace, one that could be as simple at its root as a dorm room poster of Marlon Brando on a motorcycle or Johnny Cash flipping off the camera. Last month, Richard Reeves was a guest on a popular podcast hosted by Theo Vaughn, a formerly apolitical comedian who recently went to Trump's inauguration. Vaughn, an infectiously affable guy with a mullet, presents himself as a curious goofball with essentially no prior knowledge on any topic. At one point he spoke, without much nuance, but also without apparent malice, about the plight of the white man. "I'm not speaking against any other group," he said. "I'm just saying, you can't make white males feel like they don't exist." Vaughn grew up poor in a small town in Louisiana. Yes, I know there's privilege, but if you grew up with nothing, you didn't fucking feel any privilege sometimes. If Vaughn had made this observation at a Trump rally, or on X, he might have been led from just asking questions guilelessness to more overt white aggrievement. If he'd made the same point in a liberal arts seminar, or on Blue Sky, he might have been shouted down. When I got to this part of the podcast, I have to admit, my own inner hall monitor was on high alert. But Reeves, looking a bit trepidatious, tried to thread the needle, introducing some academic caveats without coming across as a scold. The U.S. has a uniquely terrible history when it comes to slavery, he said. But he also noted that low-income white men were at particularly high risk of suicide. Two things can be true at once, he said. The hallmark of social media is disinhibition born of anonymity. On the internet, no one knows whether you're a dog, a Macedonian teenager, or the Pope wearing a puffer jacket. Podcasts, on the other hand, are built on parasociality. Michael Barbaro isn't your friend, but after making coffee with him in your ear 100 times, you start to feel as if you were.
Oh, God.
And then there's the world of always-on streaming, in which the temptations of parasociality are even more acute. The inputs are both oral and visual. The hosts respond to your comments in real time, at all hours. You can remind yourself not to bond with the pixels on the screen, but you may fall for the illusion all the same, like a baby chick imprinting on a robot. Piker treats fans in a way that can be confusingly intimate, giving them avuncular life advice one minute and thirst trap photos the next. His Twitch handle is Hasanabi, Abi being Turkish for Big Brother. His fans are called Hasanabi heads, or parasocialists. Even as most of his fellow streamers have drifted to the right, Piker has remained a staunch leftist. His explanation for this is that he is from Turkey, where the idea that American economic and military power runs the world, that was like, yeah, duh. He was born in New Jersey and grew up mostly in Ankara and Istanbul, in an upper-middle-class family, spending summers with relatives in the U.S. and watching a lot of American TV. He speaks English with an American accent. His father, an economist, is more of a neo-lib World Bank-loving type, Piker told me. We argue about it all the time, but it's not heated. His mother, an art and architecture historian, is more aligned with his politics. The inequality is just so blatant, she told me. It was never fair, but now we have the internet.
Dr.
Everyone can see
Piker,
it.
Dr. Anya Piker.
Despite Piker's brand as a brash outsider, he is, in an almost literal sense, a nepo baby. After graduating from Rutgers in 2013, he moved to Los Angeles and got a job with his maternal uncle, Cenk Uygur, who happened to be the founder and host of The Young Turks, one of the biggest left populist talk shows on the internet. The show had a considerable footprint on YouTube, but Piker helped it adapt to punchier formats that were better suited to Facebook and Instagram. You've got to understand, I remember when this was a fuzzy kid and I was changing his diapers, Uygur told me. Now, suddenly, he's this handsome man, he's dynamic, he's killing it in front of the camera. Piker hosted a recurring video segment called Agitprop and picked fights with the right-wing influencers of the day, such as Tommy Lahren and Representative Dan Crenshaw. He got himself in trouble. America Deserved 9/11 was not a particularly good take, even in context, but he also expanded his name recognition. In 2017...
So this is editorializing, okay? Which is really interesting because friend of the show, friend of all, Noah Colwyn, actually sent me a really interesting take from Susan Sontag, also on The New Yorker, okay? Article titled Tuesday and After. Susan Sontag in The New Yorker magazine in 2001, 2 days after 9/11, wrote these words. Okay, I'm going to read it to you. The article is called Tuesday and After. Now, this says America Deserved 9/11 was not a particularly good take. Here's Susan's own words in The New Yorker immediately after 9/11. The disconnect between last Tuesday's monstrous dose of reality and the self-righteous drivel and outright deceptions being peddled by public figures and TV commentators is startling, depressing. The voices licensed to follow the event seem to have joined together in a campaign to infantilize the public. Where is the acknowledgement that this was not a cowardly attack on civilization or liberty or humanity or the free world, but an attack on the world's self-proclaimed superpower undertaken as a consequence of specific American alliances and actions? How many citizens are aware of the ongoing American bombing of Iraq? Interesting perspective from Susan Sontag on the very same magazine. Right after 9/11. Okay, she's an IR scholar, not a Twitch himbo. I'm just saying. Let's continue.
BuzzFeed dubbed him Woke Bay. Although he made some of the outlet's most popular videos, he didn't own the IP. Even when the boss is your uncle, you can still be alienated from the means of production. So in 2020, he decided to go solo on Twitch. His mother joined him in Los Angeles, and they formed a pandemic pod in a 2-bedroom apartment. He was on there nonstop, shouting about video games or sex advice or whatever, she told me. His fans would see me in the background, cringing, and they would send me earplugs in the mail. That year, he spent 42% of his time live on camera. Not 42% of his waking hours, 42% of all the hours in the year. In a call-in segment called Chadvice, Piker coached men through the small terrors and tricks of daily life. One 28-year-old from Finland described himself as having an Asperger's diagnosis and an abject fear of rejection. Piker, with solicitude and just enough amiable ribbing, spent half an hour talking him through the social mechanics of a first date. When Twitch first launched, it was a niche platform where bored adolescents could watch other adolescents play video games. In 2014, Amazon bought it for nearly $1 billion, an eye-popping amount at least back then, even as mainstream analysts knew almost nothing about it. My demographic hem is showing, the columnist David Carr admitted in the Times. Still, he concluded, there is clear value in owning so much screen time of a hard-to-reach demographic of young men. One article referred to Twitch as talk radio for the extremely online. I first met Piker in February of 2020 on Boston Common while covering a rally during Bernie Sanders' presidential campaign. Most of us traveling correspondents were youngish reporters from oldish outlets, wearing blue button-downs and carrying notebooks in the back pockets of our bonobos. Piker wasn't much younger, but he dressed as if he were from another planet, in black nail polish and cargo pants that, at the time, struck me as incomprehensibly wide. He carried an IRL backpack, a portable camera setup that streamers use, I learned, when they venture out into the world. Admirers in the crowd kept interrupting him and asking for photos, a nuisance that, for whatever reason, didn't afflict the rest of us. I still didn't get why viewers would hang around on his stream all day when they could get an unimpeded view of Sanders' speech on YouTube. Obviously, my demographic hem was showing. You might as well ask why a fan would watch a football game at a bar when he could concentrate better alone, or read a summary of the game in tomorrow's paper. Piker's followers wanted to watch the rally through his eyes because they wanted to be his friend. In October 2020, Piker spent a couple of hours playing the group video game, Among Us, with some special guests, including the Congresswomen Ilhan Omar and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. They occasionally mentioned the ostensible purpose of the event, getting out the vote, but mostly they made easygoing small talk. On Election Day, Piker streamed for 16 hours straight, chugging energy drinks. His mother made several on-screen cameos, delivering him plates of home-cooked food. I wouldn't do it for this long if it wasn't for you, he told his viewers at the end of the night. Love you, bro, a commenter typed. See you tomorrow. After the 2024 election, Democratic strategists argued that what the anti-Trump coalition needed was a Joe Rogan of the left. There once was such a person. His name was Joe Rogan. I'm socially about as liberal as it gets, Rogan said earlier this month. He has a live and let live attitude about sex, drugs, and abortion. He is also extremely open to conspiracy theories about 9/11, JFK, and Jeffrey Epstein, an inclination that was left-coded until very recently. In 2014, when Rogan was a fan of the Young Turks, Piker met him at the Hollywood Improv, and they sat and talked for 2 hours. The topics included weed, psychedelics, the state of media, and girls, Piker wrote at the time. Top 10 coolest moments of my life. During the 2020 Democratic primary, Rogan interviewed 3 presidential candidates, Tulsi Gabbard, Andrew Yang, and Bernie Sanders, and concluded that Sanders was his favorite. I believe in him, Rogan said. He's been insanely consistent his entire life. It's hard to fathom now, but Rogan's support was then considered a liability. The Sanders campaign must reconsider this endorsement, the Human Rights Campaign wrote, citing transphobic and racist remarks from Rogan's past. In retrospect, this was the height, or perhaps the nadir, of a kind of purity test politics that was making some swing voters, including Rogan, feel less at home in the Democratic coalition. In 2022, Neil Young removed his music from Spotify to protest Rogan's vaccine skepticism. Rogan took ivermectin, which CNN mocked as a horse dewormer. I can afford people medicine, motherfucker, Rogan told CNN's chief medical correspondent, adding that the medication had been prescribed by his doctor. This is ridiculous. In 2016, every one of Trump's baby steps toward normalization, doing a goofy dance on Saturday.
I think some of those things are not like the others, you know? Spotify offering a fat bag to Joe Rogan because he had a prominent audience in spite of the fact that he was like actively spreading genuinely dangerous anti-vaccine propaganda is not the same as like people yelling at Bernie Sanders for going on Joe Rogan's platform. Especially before this stuff anyway.
Live, getting his hair ruffled by Jimmy Fallon was treated as a scandal. But by 2024, anyone with access to Spotify or YouTube could find hours of flattering footage of Trump looking like a chill, approachable grandpa. While interviewing Trump at one of his golf clubs, Theo Vaughn used his free associative style to great effect, prompting as much introspection in Trump as any interviewer has. Vaughn: cocaine will turn you into a damn owl, homie. Trump: and is that a good feeling? Trump invited the Nelk Boys.
That was a pivotal moment for me. That's when I realized this podcast shit was working.
Prank video influencers with their own brand of hard seltzer to eat Chick-fil-A on his private plane. He sat in a Cybertruck with the baby-faced, fascist, curious streamer Aiden Ross, testing the stereo. Who's like your top 3 artists? Ross asked. Well, we love Frank Sinatra, right? Trump said. Ross invited him to pick a song, and Trump, thinking that it's going to come back under proper management, picked California Dreamin'. Collectively, these shows reached tens of millions of potential voters. Most were presumably young men, many of them the kind of American who was both the hardest and the most crucial for a campaign to reach, the kind who was not seeking out political news. Trump ended his Paris social media tour by sitting in Joe Rogan's studio in Austin for 3 hours. That's too long for anyone, even a champion of rhetorical rope-a-dope, to go without gaffes, which was part of the point. While repeating his time-worn case that the 2020 election was rigged, Trump let out a shocking Freudian slip. I lost by...
Why am I not reading it? The AI voice is awful. It's because it's not AI voice. It's a real human. I've just sped his voice up. But you have the capacity. AI, much like how cancel culture ruined comedy, but not in the direction that you think, AI is ruining art both by making dog shit art, okay, that you can't even call art, but also by simultaneously making all of the naysayers think that virtually everything is fucking AI. It's not AI. Shut the fuck up. What are you saying? It's definitely AI. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's literally not. It is a fucking audiobook form. It's a real person. They mentioned his name in the beginning. Oh my God.
Before quickly trying to recover. I didn't lose. Rogan laughed in his face. No one cared. On YouTube alone, the episode got more than 50 million views, and the reaction was overwhelmingly positive. Unedited, uncensored interviews should be required of all candidates, one of the top comments read. Harris tried. She appeared on a few big podcasts, Club Shay Shay, whose audience is primarily black, and Call Her Daddy, whose audience is mostly female, but she never made inroads with the comedy bros. The closest she got was an interview with Howard Stern, a former shock jock who now seems wholesome, like Little Richard in the era of Lil Baby. Harris's staffers tried to get her booked on Hot Ones, the YouTube show in which celebrities answer innocuous questions while eating sadistically spicy chicken wings, but even Hot Ones turned her down.
Damn.
Her campaign staffers insisted that she wanted to do Rogan's show, but that it fell through for scheduling reasons. Rogan claimed that he was eager to interview her, and that he was even willing to keep certain topics off limits. I said, I don't give a fuck, he told Theo Vaughn. I feel like if you give someone a couple of hours and you start talking about anything, I'm going to see the pattern of the way you think, whether you're calculated or whether you're just free. Imagine the set of a prototypical man cave podcast, and Flagrant, co-founded by the comedian Andrew Schultz, wouldn't be far off. 4 dudes lounging around with a few plastic plants and a shelf of brown liquor behind them. Trump sat with them in October, and Schultz and the other hosts buttered him up, asking him about his kids. Barron is 18, Schultz said. He's unleashed in New York City. Are you sure you want to reverse Roe v. Wade now? An hour in, they cut to an ad break. Hard dick season is upon us, and you got to make sure that you're stiffed up, Schultz said. Blue Chew has got your back. Flagrant is taped weekly at a studio in Soho. I visited one Wednesday in February. Schultz arrived just after noon, opened a fridge stocked with cans of tequila and THC-infused seltzer, and grabbed a bottle of water. He sports a mustache and a chain necklace, and his hair is tied on the sides and slicked back on top. During a show at Madison Square Garden, a fellow comedian described Schultz's look as the Tubi version of Adolf Hitler. He's a throwback to an old New York archetype, the melting pot white guy who tells hyper-specific ethnic jokes with a sly smile and, for the most part, gets away with it. He did a crowd work special that included sections called Mexican, Colombian, and Black Women. His newest special, about his wife's experience with IVF, includes moments of real tenderness, but he still insists on his right to do old-fashioned bits about the battle between the sexes. We all have feelings that are a little bit wrong, Schultz said. Take my wife, please. That's a fucked up premise, but there's a seed of a feeling there that's real. It's the comedian's job to make you comfortable enough to laugh at it. Schultz grew up in Lower Manhattan, where his parents owned a dance studio and he went to public school. My family was super liberal, he told me. This was in the 90s, when being a liberal, to me, just meant I don't hate gay people or black people. Normal shit. He now thinks of himself as apolitical, and he acknowledged all the reasons to distrust Trump, but the word he kept using, whenever Trump came up, was enticing. I still appreciate a lot of the policies Bernie talked about, universal healthcare and all that, he said. But culture-wise, vibe-wise, when all you hear from one side is, that's not funny, that's over the line, realistically, where are people going to feel more comfortable? Trump is known for his bloviating, but Schultz suggested that his greater talent may be a kind of listening. Democrats are tuned into what people should feel, he said. Trump is tuned into what people actually fucking feel. Schultz noted that, as a boundary-pushing performer, this was also one of his own key skills, gauging micro-fluctuations in an audience's reaction. When Trump appeared on Flagrant, he talked about being taken to a hospital in rural Pennsylvania after he was shot, and how impressed he was with the country doctors who'd treated him. I laughed at that, because I just thought country doctors was a funny phrase, Schultz told me. He clocks me laughing at it, and in the next sentence, he immediately says it again, and he watches me to make sure I laugh again. Flagrant bills itself as the greatest hang in the universe. I spent the rest of the day watching Schultz and his co-hosts tape an episode, and then an extra segment sponsored by an online betting platform, and then an extra segment for Patreon. And I could imagine some places in the universe that would have been greater. One of the running gags in the episode was that the hosts kept pronouncing the word pre-recorded as pre-retarded. At one point, a host volunteered how many times he'd masturbated in a single day, and his record was so formidable that the others looked worried for him. In fairness, though, even a solid hang can't be scintillating all the time. One function of a long-standing friendship, including a parasocial one, is simply to while away the hours, even when there isn't much to say. When it comes to parasocial media, MAGA has had a long head start. Before Dan Bongino was Trump's deputy FBI director, he was a popular, blustery podcaster. After Matt Gaetz withdrew from consideration as Attorney General, he announced that he would host a TV show and a podcast, his third. During the Biden administration, about a dozen Republicans were both active podcast hosts and sitting members of Congress, while most Democrats hardly seemed interested in trying. Before the flagrant taping, Schultz and I had been discussing which qualities the Democrats should look for in their next crop of leaders, and afterward he returned to the question. They need someone who can really hang, he said. Obama could hang. Clinton, for sure. Bill, not Hillary. Trump can hang. I ran through the shortlist. Pete Buttigieg? Schultz wrinkled his nose. Too polished. AOC? When she's being the working class chick from the Bronx, I could see it, he said. But when she starts going on MSNBC and doing, we have an orange rapist in the White House, then you start to lose people. Schultz said that he'd invited Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to appear on the show numerous times, to no avail. The Harris campaign says that Schultz never sent a formal invitation. He couldn't be sure why Walz had stayed away from podcasts like his, but he had guesses. If we've got on a guy who was in the military for 20 years, at some point I'm going to go, cut the shit, Tim. You know how guys really talk, Schultz said. And then let's say we start busting balls, making gay jokes, whatever. Does he laugh? If he does, he pisses off his people. If he doesn't, he loses our people. Walz was at...
It's alarming how Andrew's perspective is so entirely, so unimaginably narrow. Like, he sees the world from narrowest horse blinders. Like, it's all about who is allowed to make jokes and who's allowed to laugh at jokes and not. Like, the question I have for Andrew is very simple. Okay, make jokes about Israel around a group of conservatives. Make jokes about Christianity around a group of conservatives. I don't think that you're going to get the same level of laughter. There are a lot of sacred cows, per se, in the conservative side as well. And there's also a lot of people who make it work, myself included, in terms of like making edgy jokes and making edgy commentary. There's like a lot. The comedian and the podcast format that a lot of these dudes, not saying Andrew is one of them, but like a lot of dudes have ribbed on, is Nick Mullen. And Cumtown is the prototype for a group of leftist, left-leaning podcast guys who are also comedians who are directly associated with Chapo Trap House, who say some of the most like insanely heinous shit. Some of it works, some of it doesn't, right? When it doesn't work, it pisses off a lot of people, because if it doesn't work, then all of a sudden everyone's like, well, you're being serious here. Like, you're actually, this is not a joke. This is really fucked up, right? That's what it is. That's all this is. It's just like being able to make unacceptable laughable. A good comedian can do that. Some comedians can't. But in terms of like the audience reception, if he was just like joking, shooting the shit about, I don't know, dick and balls, how guys really talk or whatever, it's entirely dependent. Like, it's not like Trump it's not like Trump himself is not reserved. I mean, he is reserved, right? But yeah, look at conservatives like pissing and shitting in their diapers right now about Bill Burr talking about billionaires and like assassinating billionaires, to understand that, like, no, there are definitely a lot of things that conservatives don't fuck with in terms of comedy.
Presidential ticket, because he was able to talk like a regular person who could make the opposition seem weird by contrast. But things being as they are, Schultz said, the Democrats can't let a guy like that loose. When Trump was on Flagrant, Akash Singh, a co-host who refers to himself as a moderate, encouraged him to consider practicing self-restraint. What we love about you as comedians is you shoot from the hip, Singh said. If you get elected, would you be a little more mindful of how powerful your words are? I will, Trump said, and I'm going to think of you every time. Let's go, Singh said, jumping up and pumping his fist. I might actually vote. Piker starts streaming at 11 every morning, so everything else has to happen before then, or at night. At 7 a.m. one day, he drove Kaya to a nearby park to take her for a walk, then played basketball for half an hour. He saw me eyeing his car, a Porsche Taycan. It's not the flashiest model I could afford, he protested, before I could say anything. But yes, admittedly, it is a fucking Porsche. When Piker is criticized by the right, It's usually for soft-peddling the brutality of Hamas or the Houthis or the Chinese Communist Party. Piker is such a relentless critic of Israel that, last year, the advocacy group Stop Anti-Semitism nominated him for Anti-Semite of the Year. When asked his opinion of Hezbollah, he once shrugged and replied, "I don't have an issue with them." By the left, he is more likely to be dismissed as a limousine socialist who lives in a $2.7 million house. He has his own clothing brand called Ideology. While driving home, he took a...
Damn, I wish you would have mentioned that it's like union-made, American-made. Like, that's crazy. That and that... Because at the time, we were literally doing a fundraiser for Raíces, like, where all proceeds go directly to immigrant advocacy groups to, like, you know... But anyway, it's besides the point. Let's
call from his
continue.
manager. A major production company wanted to discuss a potential TV show hosted by Piker in the vein of Borat or Nathan for You. His manager asked if he wanted to be interviewed by Megyn Kelly on her radio show. No. A daytime show on Fox News? No. Buttigieg's people had asked if Piker would interview Buttigieg on his stream. Probably not, but I'll think about it.
This was a mistake. I should not have taken a call with my manager in front of a journalist. I should perhaps have not taken a call with my manager in front of a journalist, but you guys get to peek into whenever I say I'm doing big business deals every morning. This is what's happening behind the...
Piker said, too centrist. If he's thinking about running for president, I don't really want to be giving him clout. In his kitchen, he took a few fistfuls of supplements: creatine, fish oil, ashwagandha. Still on the phone with his manager, he sat at his desktop, skimming stories he might cover. Then, a few minutes before he went live, he started seeing news alerts. Luigi Mangione, the suspect in the United Healthcare assassination, had just been arrested. Whatever else he'd been planning to talk about was now irrelevant. Holy shit, they got him, Piker told his manager. I gotta go. Mamma mia, he said on air. This is the first day where there will be no Italiophobia on this broadcast. Already, his chat was full of spaghetti emojis and free Luigi. Piker walked a fine line, celebrating Mangione as hotter than me and speaking in generally exalted terms about the propaganda of the deed, but trying to stop short of overtly glorifying murder, which is against Twitch's terms of service. We, of course, do not condone, he said repeatedly. We condemn. Recently, he was suspended from Twitch for 24 hours after musing that someone may want to kill Rick Scott, the Florida senator. In fact, he reserved...
Listen. A lot gets lost in the nuance when you're writing an article that's like 10,000 words, obviously. But that is a pretty... Like, I'll allow it. Okay, that's a very funny juxtaposition. It's not entirely correct, but, you know, it's still pretty funny to just, like, slam that right in the bottom.
His condemnation for the finger-wagging from the corporate media, as exhibited everywhere from Fox News to CNN. Bro, they can't let anybody have anything, he said later. For 6 hours straight, his chatters sent him links to new information as it emerged. Mangione's Goodreads account, his Twitter history, his high school valedictorian speech. On my own, I would have been tempted to spend the day following the same breadcrumbs, struggling to retrace Mangione's path to radicalization, but it was easier to let Piker and the 40,000 internet sleuths in his chat make sense of it for me. Many of Piker's viewers come to him with inchoate opinions. He aims to mold them. But, he told me of the stream, at the end of the day, it still has to be relatable and entertaining. One of his maxims is, read the room. In his case, this means posting many hours of content about nothing in particular. Stavros Halkias, a comedian and a friend of Piker's, told me, he's built up enough trust with his audience that, if he's being boring and academic for 40 minutes, they'll stick with it until he starts doing something more interesting, playing a Japanese dating simulator or whatever. Some days he puts on a Trump hat and streams as Hank Pecker, a Colbert Report-style satirical character updated for the MAGA era. In another room of his house, Piker records a weekly podcast with 3 buddies, an apolitical chat show on which one of the most heated topics of recent debate was proper manscaping technique, and another was whether one of them farted. March, the producer, was proud to tell me that the podcast's audience is about 60% male, which sounds like a lot, but actually most shows in this space are 80-20 male, or 85-15. One theory for this lopsidedness is that, given all the end of men statistics, women have better things to do with their time, such as holding down meaningful jobs and cultivating lasting relationships, while men are stuck playing video games with their imaginary friends. Recently, on a MAGA Bro podcast, Piker reached across the aisle, adapting 8 hours for what you will to the current decadent moment. Deep down inside, most people just want to be comfortable, he said. They want to have a roof over their heads. They want a fucking nice meal, get some pussy, play Marvel Rivals. In recent years, Piker has stopped using the word retarded, but he still uses the word pussy, even though it may sound misogynist and lame, despite fans who consider the term ableist. I don't give a shit, Piker said. If you can't handle it, then I guess I'm not for you. When his commenters try to tone police him, Piker will often single one of them out and say, congratulations, chatter, you've won woke of the day. It's not a compliment. The day after Mangione's arrest, Piker had back-to-back interviews with Lena Khan.
I don't think you guys consider lame ableist. This makes it sound like I'm like, yeah, I'm a bad boy because I say pussy. Obviously, that's not my attitude. You know, some some statements are gonna get lost in translation, but I think what I told Andrew was like, listen, people consider there's a euphemism treadmill. People consider psychotic or crazy or utilization of schizo to be ableist, and there's understandable reason for why some people might stray away from that. But for me, it's like, yeah, I don't use the R word, but because I want to be accommodating, but like obviously there's certain things that I will still use in my language in my day to day because I don't want to come across as like fucking boring, and that is organic.
The chair of the Federal Trade Commission, whom Piker called the LeBron James of regulators, and with the writer Ta-Nehisi Coates promoting his new book. In the chat, a user named PoppyJohn36 wrote, "Not to be parasocial, but I love this man." Piker's mother stopped by during the Coates interview. "Hasan, check your messages," she shouted from the kitchen. Piker, grudgingly but dutifully, read his mother's message aloud. "I got this book for the content and fell in love with his writing." "Thank you, Hasan's mom," Coates said. In the living room, Piker's father was sprawled on the couch watching Love Actually. Halkias, the comedian, showed up later that afternoon with a bag of dirty laundry and a calendar featuring photos of himself posing in the nude. While many of Halkias' comedian friends have taken a reactionary turn, he has stuck to his progressive principles, but he has never been a hall monitor. He got his start on a podcast called Come Town. "Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and NBs," Piker said, "we've got the left's Joe Rogan here in the building." In the Rogan of the Left discourse, both Piker and Halkias are frequently mentioned as top prospects. Even if they were secretly flattered by the designation, the least alpha thing they could do, the least Roganesque thing they could do, would be to thirst for it. "Free Luigi," Halkias said, taking a seat. "He's too sexy to be behind bars." As a model for the future of progressive media, Piker checks only some of the requisite boxes. A while back, he was a guest on Flagrant. When I asked one of the show's staffers about Piker's performance, he gave it a middling review. "Good guy, clearly knows his shit, but he sort of comes off like he thinks he's the smartest guy in the room." Piker sometimes succumbs to the socialist bro's cardinal sin of pedantry, and he can seem like a jejune know-it-all trying to reduce any societal problem to a one-word culprit, usually capitalism or imperialism. Some segments of the Democratic coalition would find Piker to be edgy, or crass, or even despicable. But if Rogan of the Left is to mean anything, it would surely mean a higher tolerance for controversy, even at the risk of alienating parts of the base. On the scale of whether you're calculated or whether you're just free, Piker is freer than most Democratic surrogates, Ivy League overachievers who sound like chatbots trained on stacks of campaign brochures. But he is less free than the average MAGA bro, who is unconstrained by the need for any consistent ideology. He's funny, but not that funny, Halkias told me. You can't tell him I said that. Halkias has his own podcast, on which he gives advice to callers. On the normier part of the spectrum are liberal influencers like Dean Withers and Harry Sisson, who have transferred.
He's funny, but he's not that funny. I mean, it's true, I'm not. But hey, if Stav thinks I'm funny, that's good enough for me. You know what I mean?
For the debate me bro spirit of early YouTube to TikTok Live. One afternoon in LA, I visited the office of Crooked Media, which was decorated with some Yes We Can iconography and had glass-walled conference rooms with cheeky names such as Sedition and Conspiracy. When the company began in 2017, its three founders, former Obama staffers named John Lovett, Tommy Vitor, and John Favreau, were treated as audacious upstarts, challenging the media hierarchy. Now they are middle-aged bosses in Henleys and tapered jeans. We sat in legitimate political discourse. A long table had been laid with LaCroix and popcorners. "We have become the out-of-touch lib establishment," Vitor said. Lovett added, "My, how time flies." Crooked now has more than a dozen podcasts, including its flagship show, Pod Save America. Vitor recounted a time, a few years back, when a friend invited him to appear on a show put out by Barstool Sports, a broy podcast network that leans right. Vitor, worried about guilt by association, turned it down. "Looking back, that was so stupid," he said. "The how dare you platform someone you disagree with era is over. Fuck that." He has since appeared on the show. In 2018, Favreau was hosting a show called The Wilderness about how the Democratic Party lost its way and wanted to include a clip of Obama reaching out to the white working class. A younger producer listened and went, "I'm not sure this plays well today," Favreau said. And I went, "That's part of the problem." After the 2024 election, Piker appeared on Pod Save America. Lovett got pushback from moderate fans who objected to Piker's anti-Zionism and from progressive fans who objected to Lovett's next interview with a Democrat who wants restrictions on trans women in sports. But he shrugged it off. "It's a big tent," Lovett said. "It's got Dick Cheney in it. It's on Piker." The Rogan of the Left formulation isn't entirely vacuous, but it's easy to misinterpret. Rogan-like figures can't be engineered. They have to develop organically. Their value lies in their idiosyncrasies.
Joking.
Their passionate insistence on...
Chatters, don't do that thing where you're like, I disagree with John Lovett, so I'm not going to understand what he's saying. He's joking when he says it's got Dick Cheney in it, okay? He's not saying that as a good thing. It's literally a joke about Big Tent. Please, Jesus Christ.
...about chimps and ancient pyramids, say, rather than the budget ceiling, and in their authenticity, which entails an aversion to memorizing talking points. Many Democrats assume that what they have is a messaging problem, that voters don't have a clear enough sense of what the Democrats are really like. But it's possible that the problem is the opposite, that many swing voters, including Joe Rogan, got a sense of what the Democrats were like, then ran in the opposite direction. The good news for Democrats is that the right does not have a monopoly on relatability. A week before his interview with Trump, Theo Von conducted an interview with Bernie Sanders while wearing a Grateful Dead shirt. You ever see the Grateful Dead? Von said, as an icebreaker. Sanders, apparently unfamiliar with the concept, frowned and said, no. From any other politician, this would have been malpractice. But with Sanders, the crankiness is part of the crossover charm. He literally just talks common sense, one of the top YouTube comments read. A few months later, Rogan interviewed Senator John Fetterman. Trump is not polished, but you get a sense of who he is as a human being, Rogan said. Fetterman agreed, alluding to a line from Scarface. All I have in this world is my balls and my word. Ugh. Reeves, the social scientist, told me, there is a strong correlation between which Democratic lawmakers are in my inbox and which ones have the year 2028 circled on their calendar. Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut read Reeves's book in 2023 and praised it on X. Many of Murphy's constituents, including his 14-year-old son, took issue with his post. Nevertheless, he persisted, writing a follow-up on Substack. We should try to do two things at once. Fight for the equality of women and gay people, while also trying hard to figure out why so many boys are struggling and why so many men are feeling shitty. Sanders and Fetterman share what could be described as populist instincts, but ideologically, they are leagues apart. On the level of pure effect, though, they may represent elements of a style that other politicians could crib from.
I don't think putting Fetterman and Bernie Sanders in the same category is appropriate. That's crazy. John Fetterman is a populist. Is a populist position to fucking be it's a populist position to be like so unimaginably invested in Israel doing a genocide. I don't think so, you know?
Personally, I find the performance of masculinity to be totally boring, Hannah Rosen told me. But if that's what 51% of Americans need, someone who reads as some version of gruff manly dude, but whose heart is still in the right place, then I'm willing to go along with it. Twitch stars often appear on one another's streams, hoping to pick up some new fans. One afternoon, Piker headed to Zoo Culture, a gym in Encino owned by a streamer and fitness influencer named Bradley Martin, to do a collab. It would also feature Jason Nguyen, a 20-year-old.
That Asman tweet is so fucking dumb, man. I hate the fascist propagandists, but he doesn't endorse that sexualized anime shit, which are the games in question, and stupidly swears that YouTuber isn't one. It will be used to paint you calling people pedos publicly that who aren't and ready to shit you talk about dunks. What? Oh no, dude. Are you telling me that Asmongold fans are gonna yell at me? Brother, he watches a fucking Asmongold calls me a terrorist supporter every day. The fuck are you talking about? He quite literally watches a lolly VTuber. He is an open lolly VTuber, the VTuber he watches. You know, it's a joke. I'm not being serious. No, oh my God, I can't believe his fans are gonna fucking say I'm lying about Asmongold or whatever. Anyway, let's continue.
Twitch
It's
star from
almost
Texas
done.
who goes by Jason the Ween. Bradley's a big Trump guy, and we talk politics sometimes, but mostly we just talk about Jim Bro shit, Piker told me. Jason probably leans
doesn't
Trump.
like
if I had to
Trump. I don't know why. I don't know why he said that. I didn't say Jason probably leans Trump if I had to guess, but his content isn't really political at all. I don't think Jason the Ween leans Trump at all. Not even a little bit.
Yes, but his content isn't really political at all. I don't lean towards anyone, Nguyen wrote when reached for comment. I don't want anything to do with politics. Crying emoji. By the time we got to the gym, Nguyen was already there, performing for the camera by flirting with a woman on a weight bench. Is Jason rizzing right now? Piker asked Martin, who nodded. Is it working? Piker asked the woman. She replied, a little bit. Before she left, she gave Nguyen her Discord handle. Bradley, I've got something for you, Piker said, removing his long-sleeved shirt. Underneath, he was wearing a tank top with a Rambo-style cartoon of Trump and the words, "Let's go, Brandon." I was coming into hostile territory, so I had to fit in, Piker said. It's perfect, Martin said. Martin, who is 6'3" and 260 pounds, looks vaguely like Bradley Cooper on steroids. Martin has taken testosterone supplements, which Piker once brought up in a jocular debate about trans rights. You do hormone replacement therapy, so why can't they? Nguyen is much smaller. My chat just said there's 3 muscleheads in the gym right now, Nguyen joked, not even pretending to look at his phone. Piker roasted Nguyen with a fake comment from his own chat. Jason looks like a twink. They wandered from station to station, first bench pressing, then deadlifting, as their cameramen followed. We're just here to have fun, Piker said, then dropping into a mock PSA voice, and also reach out to the young men out there who are lost, who feel anchorless, rudderless, by lifting some heavy weights. One flat-screen TV showed Joe Rogan interviewing Elon Musk on mute with no captions. 2 shirtless guys, between reps, compared crypto wallets. During COVID, they let liquor stores and strip clubs open, but they shut us down, Martin told me. And then all the inflation, all the wars. It's not like I trust any politician, Trump or Kamala or anyone, to be a perfect person. It's just, if we never try anything new, how can we get a different result? Last fall, when Martin interviewed Trump, he brought up the deep state and asked, how would you actually make an effective change there? It wasn't a specific question, and Trump didn't have a specific answer. We're changing that whole thing around, he said. Apparently, this was good enough for Martin. The day after the 2024 election, Martin appeared on Piker's stream to explain his support for Trump. They started with small talk. Why do you have so many Zyn containers behind you? Martin said. I fucking slam those bad boys daily, Piker said. Look at us relating, bro, Martin said. When they got around to politics, Piker said, one side at least acknowledges that people are angry, the Republicans. The Democrats' proposed solutions were inadequate, he said, but Trump would only make things worse. Martin smiled and replied, you're going to have to say sorry when he does what he says he's going to do. They ended the gym session by daring each other to take turns sitting in Martin's cold plunge. Piker resisted at first. I didn't bring a towel, a bathing suit, nothing. But he went in anyway, in his gym shorts, and his commenters went wild. Hey, Hassan's chat. I hope y'all are happy he took his shirt off, Nguyen said, facing Piker's camera. Then he checked his phone. The woman from the weight bench had already sent him a message. Wait, she did? Piker said with a grin. You're about to lose your virginity, I think.
That's it. That's how it ends. This is gay fanfic? Yeah. The end. What does Bradley think of Trump now? I don't know. I haven't asked him. I gotta hit him up to get a follow-up. And then we all kissed. That was Andrew Morantz on The New Yorker. This is going to be in print as well. The dude can write. I laughed a lot. Yeah, it was pretty good. That stream was fucking awesome, King. I was proud of you. I think that, you know, there was a sequence of really good banger streams in there. I'm glad it happened. But, yeah, the author is Andrew Morantz. But, yeah, go read the article. Show the article some love. Share it with your family members. And that's it. So we're going to move back to the harrowing reality, the devastating reality of the world. Because while I was in the process of reading this article, it seems that the Israeli occupation forces have heavily started bombing Gaza. We're going to switch gears back to that. Here's Zana. Israel is heavily bombing Gaza again. There is no ceasefire. Israel is repeatedly and single-handedly violated again and again. Domestic repression of protests and speech did not coincidentally coincide with Israel's renewed siege and bombardment of Gaza. I received the following text from a friend here. Huge explosions now, Zana, as if it's the apocalypse. All parts of the Gaza Strip are now under heavy bombardment. I just heard. There's no news about it here. It's so scary. How are you doing? The family. CNN. Israel says it's conducting extensive strikes against Hamas and Gaza, throwing doubt on the fragile ceasefire. Trey Yingst, on the other hand, says the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas is over. Israeli jets are now striking Gaza. Why is CNN talking about, throwing out fragile talks about the ceasefire when you got people like Barak Ravid? Israel resumes military operations against Hamas and Gaza after the group rejected U.S. proposal for extending the ceasefire. Israeli Prime Minister's office says Israel has declared that the ceasefire is over. Here's a statement from Benjamin Netanyahu's office. Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu and Defense Minister Israel Katz have directed the IDF to act forcefully against the Hamas terrorist organization in the Gaza Strip. This comes after Hamas repeatedly refused to release our abductees and rejected all offers it received from U.S. President's envoy Steve Witkoff and from mediators. The IDF is currently attacking targets affiliated with the Hamas terrorist organization throughout the Gaza Strip with the aim of achieving the war goals defined by the political echelon, including the release of all of our abductees, living and dead. From now on, Israel will act against Hamas with increased military force. The operational plan was presented by the IDF at the end of the last week and approved by the political echelon. The war has returned again. At least 15 people, including 5 children, have been killed across Gaza. Gaza civil emergency reports. Palestinian civil emergency reports at least 35 airstrikes across Gaza, hitting Khan Yunis, central Gaza, and Gaza City, according to Al Jazeera English. At least 8 people have confirmed being killed in Gaza City. Tents in central Gaza have also been struck. Video shows killed and injured, including children arriving at the Indonesian hospital following strikes in Beit Hanun and Beit Laiha project in the north. Al Jazeera Live with Moin Rabbani.
Something that the Israeli government has repeatedly said it would not do. In other words, it signed an agreement knowing that it would refuse to implement it. And even during the first phase, we've already seen now for more than 2 weeks, there's been a renewal of the Israeli siege on the Gaza Strip. These are not the first air raids. Over 100 or 150 Palestinians have been killed with increasing frequency in the past few days. The other comment I would make is that Israel could not be doing what it is doing tonight without the approval of the United States. If Washington sends orders to Israel that Israel is required to implement the agreement and to basically stop the slaughter of the Palestinians,
so Muin,
it would immediately end.
Just to be clear on what you're saying, you believe that the United States will have known that Israel was going to carry out these strikes, and it's doing it with the backing.
And I think there are already reports that the Israelis are stating that they informed the Americans beforehand, which is another way of saying they sought and received U.S. permission prior to launching these strikes. Now, as far as the American attitude is concerned, that's also a little unclear. Do they hope to use these Israeli strikes, killing dozens of Palestinians, as a negotiating tactic, so to speak, to increase the pressure on Hamas to agree to a revision of the agreement, which the Americans themselves brokered in January, or have they given the Israeli government license to simply derail the agreement and resume their genocidal military campaign in the Gaza Strip? That part, I think, is still unclear.
Indeed. This is the critical question at the stage, is it not? That is this a negotiating tactic?
At least 30 Palestinians have been killed. Dozens are wounded. This is from Reuters. Reporter from Reuters. At least 30 Palestinians that were killed. Dozens wounded in Israeli airstrikes across Gaza Strip.
A deadlock on this point for weeks now. What is your sense? Is this a negotiating tactic, or is this the end of the ceasefire?
A negotiation tactic.
It's really difficult to say at this point. I suspect that
that's crazy.
From the American perspective, it's being seen as a negotiating tactic.
What a crazy way to negotiate.
To use this to derail the agreement in their
Let's
entire.
just kill 30 civilians and
so we'll have to see how this plays out in the coming hours and days. But the key issue here
now the number has reached 34.
That,
more than
Israel
34
is not
killed
only
in renewed
refusing
Israeli
to
airstrikes
implement
against
its
Gaza. 5
commitments under
children
the
confirmed
first phase
killed.
of the deal,
At least
but is
50 others
refusing
have
to
been
even
wounded.
commence negotiations on the second stage of the deal. Hamas, from its perspective, believes it has shown flexibility by agreeing to a limited extension of the first phase, provided that serious negotiations immediately commence on the second stage. And this is something that appears to have been
it's like claiming that you're haggling to buy a horse by stealing the horse and then beating the shit out of that person. But you're like, well, I was just haggling.
To us on the news.
$0 for this horse.
Now, Muin, Israel's PM and defense minister have instructed the military to take strong action against Hamas in Gaza. That's coming in from the office of the Prime Minister Netanyahu. So, I mean, just commenting on what we're hearing there, it does sound, Muin, that this is something quite significant. I mean, we have seen
it's
Israelis.
very significant when you already have dozens of dead and wounded.
Well, how much appetite? I mean, you're in the States. We've seen protests restart in various places around the world, including Canada, against the recent blockade by Israel. How much appetite is there? How is the world going to stomach Israel going back in this way and killing dozens of Palestinians once again when they're already so clearly on their knees?
Well, when that question can be asked in two ways: the international community and increasingly public opinion in the West.
Of course, it's Trump approved. Yeah, of course. Two Israeli officials told me that Israel notified the Trump admin in advance of the airstrikes and briefed it on the objectives. Look at that. Uniparty, baby. Fucking uniparty.
Only the Trump administration, but also very much its predecessor, the Biden administration, which is not only lending their support or acquiescence to what Israel is doing, but is complementing it by launching unprecedented campaigns.
You care so much about your people that not even help them, and your people with you don't care about other wars. Why not join Ukrainians on the streets to protest and be louder but fight them? Are there some other war or no war? What are you fucking saying? My people? I'm Turkish, dog. All people are my people. And not only that, but I have also lent support to Ukrainians. Did you have a stroke while you were trying to type this out? What the fuck are you talking about? This community raised $200,000 for Ukrainians. Hello?
Now from Hamas, according to a senior Hamas official talking to Reuters news agency, Hamas saying Israel is unilaterally ending the ceasefire agreement. Where does this leave Hamas, do you think? I mean, how do they respond to what is happening now?
Well, again, I'm less interested in what Hamas says or thinks or what the Israelis say or think, because, again, the key decision about what's next is going to be made in Washington. As far as your question is concerned, I think Hamas will basically have the same position that it did during the past 15 months, which is of using the resources at its disposal to deny Israel the ability to basically declare a victory over the Palestinian people and to objectives of eradicating this movement either militarily or as a governing force in the Gaza Strip. And again, this may be either a short, sharp series of strikes or a longer-term campaign.
It's crazy because Donald Trump is supposed to be talking to Putin tomorrow, right? If I'm not mistaken. And he has mentioned that he's going to start talking about offering pieces of Ukraine to Russia in that conversation.
Grouping during the past several weeks of the suspension of hostilities. Hamas and other Palestinian organizations have been doing that as well.
Muin, I also want to ask you...
Why do you think they decided to break the ceasefire themselves instead of waiting for a counterattack from Hamas by starving them? The fuck do you mean? Because there was no counterattack. What are you talking about? When the moment that they said that they are looking for a counterattack, that they said that there was going to be a counterattack by Hamas, we should have known that Israel is going to start fucking bombing again. Israel has also never abided by the ceasefire principles at all. They literally shut off aid, humanitarian aid. They shut off humanitarian aid a week ago. That's the reason why the Ansar Allah movement in Yemen restarted the blockade in the Red Sea, and then Trump responded by blowing up Sana'a and killing a bunch of children there, like 30 plus.
And if they didn't, the attacks would resume on Israeli shipping. And the Americans basically responded with this ongoing indefinite campaign, according to the Americans, of airstrikes on Yemen to make the Red Sea safe for Israeli genocide. That's really all that can be said about it. But in the wider context, it also has to be seen in the context of U.S.-Iranian relations. The Americans made very clear that they view Ansar Allah, the Houthis in Yemen, essentially as Iranian proxies, issued warnings to Iran. And again, we could well be dealing with an administration that feels that bullying and shows of force are the best tactic to get the other side to accede to one's demands. But these are also fairly inexperienced people, whether someone like Witkoff or, for that matter, someone like Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who, although he has very little to do with foreign policy in practice, does have these kind of pro-Israeli neocon ideological blinders on. And I think what they will realize is that this kind of brute pressure on adversaries can often be counterproductive and is very unlikely to achieve its stated objectives.
Okay, Muin, I appreciate your time this evening. Muin Rabbani, co-editor of Jadaliyya, an online magazine specializing on the contemporary Middle East, joining us there from Montreal. So
Let's see if this is even making a dent on CNN, by the way, because I'm doubtful that they're even covering this, because they said, oh, the ceasefire is on shaky ground.
Nazi government resume their aggression and genocidal war against defenseless civilians in the Gaza Strip. We hold the criminal Netanyahu and the Nazi Zionist occupation fully responsible for the repercussions of the treacherous aggression on Gaza and on the defenseless civilians and our besieged Palestinian people who are being subjected to a brutal war and a systematic policy of starvation. That statement coming in from Hamas in the last few minutes in reaction to the huge escalation we've seen over the course of the last few hours from Israeli military. Over 30 airstrikes on the Gaza Strip this evening. So far, we believe over the latest figures saying over 30 people have been killed. Many have been injured. No doubt that number is likely to change as we get more information. Let's go now to Hamda Salut. She joins us there from the Jordanian capital, Amman. That is, of course, because the Palestinian authorities suspended Al Jazeera's operations in Israel and the occupied West Bank. So Israel confirming that it's carried out these airstrikes. What more are we hearing from them?
Well, the army says that at the direction of the political echelon, that means the prime minister and the defense minister, they were instructed to attack different areas in Gaza. They're saying it's because Hamas refused a lot of different things that were offered by negotiators and by Israel when it came to these ceasefire negotiations. But it's important to remember that these are negotiations that were largely stalled and failing after Israel refused to go into phase 2 negotiations on February 6th. That was day 16 of phase 1, saying that they did not want to commit to an end of the war. And several Israeli analysts, several within the political opposition, and several within Netanyahu's own government said that this was the plan all along, a resumption of the fighting to go back to full-scale war. And in fact, there's a new army chief of staff, one who said that 2025 is going to be a year of war, noting that Israel still has a lot of goals to accomplish when it comes to the Gaza Strip, meaning that they are in no way finished with their military action. So what we're seeing tonight are large, intensive strikes all across the Palestinian territory with at least 34 people killed. We're hearing that at least a dozen of them are children. This is also an important time of the year for Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. It's Ramadan. It's the middle of the night. This is when people are typically asleep and in a couple of hours waking up for the morning prayer. So not only is it Ramadan, but there's also a humanitarian siege on the Gaza Strip where more than 96% of the population is food insecure. But the Israeli military has said that humanitarian aid is not something they want to provide, saying that, in fact, Hamas is the one who is exploiting the humanitarian aid, when we do know that Israel repeatedly throughout the 15 months of fighting was constantly obstructing goods, aid, fuel, and anything else that was under the bracket of humanitarian assistance into the Gaza Strip. So Israel says that they are resuming the fighting, going to attack different targets in Gaza. But what's different this time around is that you have tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people who have returned to areas that were largely evacuated, people that were forcibly displaced from the north. A majority of them have gone back. And Israel says that Hamas is regrouping. That's also according to United States assessments. But areas where these
CNN is live reporting on it now. Let's take a look.
Tell us about what drove this decision by Israel to resume its strikes inside Gaza tonight.
Well, Caitlin, this appears to be the end of the ceasefire as we have known it for over a month and a half now, nearly 2 months at this point since the ceasefire came into effect, as Israel is carrying out what itself describes as extensive strikes throughout Gaza. We have been hearing from reporters on the ground who work with us inside the Gaza Strip saying that the heavy bombardment has been in southern, central, and northern Gaza, but particularly heavy in central Gaza, where Al-Auda Hospital alone is reporting at least 70 injuries. The civil defense spokesman for the Gaza Strip says that at least 15 people have been killed, including 5 children at this point. As for what drove this decision, the Israeli Prime Minister says in a statement that it was Hamas's repeated refusal to reach an agreement over the release of additional hostages, including just last week when Steve Witkoff, the U.S. Special Envoy, flew to Doha, Qatar, and put forward a proposal on the table that would have seen an additional 5 living hostages released, a number of deceased hostages, in exchange for a month or month and a half extension approximately of this current ceasefire agreement. Hamas, for its part, has continued to insist that it wants to see the previous ceasefire agreement implemented, meaning getting to phases 2 and 3, which would ultimately lead to an end of the war in Gaza and the withdrawal of all Israeli troops. But this Israeli government made repeatedly clear that it was not interested in engaging in those longer-term negotiations.
Interestingly enough, it was supposed to be Israel's proposal, according to Biden.
Tactics. And now we have seen, after Israel blocked aid to Gaza for the last 2 weeks, it is now conducting extensive airstrikes in the Gaza Strip and making very clear in the statement from the Prime Minister's office tonight that they intend to continue to escalate that military action. So far, no word of Israeli troops going back on the ground in major areas of the Gaza Strip, but certainly that could happen next. Hamas, for its part, saying that Israel has decided to unilaterally end this ceasefire and calling on the United Nations to hold an urgent meeting on this matter. Caitlin?
Yeah, we'll see if they do. Jeremy Diamond, thank you for that reporting and joining us very quickly here. My next source on this breaking news, CNN political and foreign affairs analyst Barak Ravid, who's also been reporting on what led to this. You know, obviously, Barak, U.S. officials were trying to get an extension. You just heard Jeremy talking about that. What are you hearing from sources about why tonight?
I think it was a combination of factors. I think one of the factors was that the Israelis, at least what I hear from Israeli officials, that they felt that the negotiations over the extension of the ceasefire and another hostage release is not going anywhere. Another reason Israeli officials mention is that they saw Hamas regrouping and getting ready for possible attacks against Israel. And there's also domestic political reasons, because Netanyahu gave Hamas another 2 or 3, even 3 weeks of ceasefire without getting anything in return. And there was more and more pressure from within his own cabinet to resume the war, and not to mention the fact that he just fired the head of the Shin Bet intelligence agency yesterday. So I think when you add all those things together, you get to this specific timing.
Yeah, of course, the firing of the Shin Bet was incredibly notable as the backdrop here. The other question, you know, given how closely Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff, who's, to remind everyone, he's the one who's been going to Russia to meet with President Putin. He's also been going to Doha and to Israel to meet with officials there on this war, this other war. Do we know if Israel informed the White House that it was going to resume strikes in Gaza tonight?
Yes. 3 Israeli officials told me that Ron Dermer, Netanyahu's confidant, and Israeli military officials notified in advance their U.S. counterparts, the White House and the Pentagon and CENTCOM, that this is coming. They explained the objectives of this move, of those airstrikes. And I think that you mentioned that Mr. Witkoff is also the envoy for the Middle East, but also an envoy to Vladimir Putin. Donald Trump will speak tomorrow with Vladimir Putin. He was supposed to speak with him about the ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine. I think that the ending of the ceasefire in Gaza will be a major issue in this call. And another thing, Donald Trump assumed office when there was a ceasefire in Gaza. And I think now there's a big risk that this resumed war that could take between another 6 to 12 months could hijack a lot of Donald Trump's foreign policy agenda, because we all know how much this war took over international attention. There's no reason to think that it's not going to happen again.
That's a really good point, Barak Ravid. We'll see how it changes the White House calculus. Thank you for that excellent breaking reporting tonight. And of course, speaking of Trump and what's been happening at the White House, you saw overnight President Trump was claiming that some of the actions taken by President Biden, those pardons in his final day, were void because of how they were signed. Up next, here at the White House.
Oh my God. Here is Zana's analysis on it. The next 24 hours could be the most critical 24 hours in the past 17 months. In less than 12 hours, Israel's launched multiple airstrikes in South Lebanon and South Syria, which have had their own cross-country violence at the border. While the U.S. has carried out major attacks in Yemen that killed upwards of 50 people, Israel has now also resumed heavy bombardment across Gaza. Iran is on high alert, anticipating a possible U.S. strike following Trump's threats. The Department of Defense just announced that 3 additional aircraft carriers are heading to the Middle East. I love the peace candidate, man. I fucking love the peace candidate. If they released the hostages, the ceasefire would still be on. In your fucking wildest dreams, I think. It's wild to genuinely think this. Like, you have to be broken in the brain. Yeah, you don't understand. The best method for releasing hostages is by releasing them from their lives, by killing them. Is that the take here? Like, terror. They are doing terror. They should release the hostages, which is why we are killing the hostages. You okay? The biggest brains are out on this one. Khan new spin on it. Among the targeted, of course, senior figures in the political wing and commanders in Hamas. Oh, of course. Of course. Is it Hasbara spamming about Christian villages slaughtered in Syria? No. No, not at all. HTS is Israel aligned, but it doesn't really matter because Israel doesn't care. They have, one, eviscerated the entirety of the Syrian, like they've destroyed as much military equipment as they possibly could, even after HTS said that they're not interested in fighting Israel at all. Okay. They've literally said that they're shuttering the operations of any sort of like Hamas or any sort of like Palestinian resistance groups that operate out of Syria. Israel still blew the fuck out of Syria. They took more and more territory in Syria. And not only that, but on top of that, the HTS, like former Al-Qaeda head that is now leading Syria, has had a bunch of his coalition forces drop mortars on top of Alawite villages, doing massacres over and over and over again. So no, that's not Hasbara at all. Syria is completely fucked. Israel is taking advantage of the situation in Syria by taking as much land as possible from Syria. It's a thirst that will never be quenched. Israel's ambition for territorial expansion is just like unstoppable. Don't lie about Syria. That's a lie. That's a lie. I'm saying a lie. I thought the regime defenders and their takes was to say, oh no, those guys have been punished. Actually, there were some bands underneath the HTS coalition forces, but they've been punished. Not that it didn't happen at all. Yes, you are lying. Jesus Christ. So what happened? Yes, the government is not massacring Alawites. Is that what I said? Is that the word that came out of my mouth? Is that the words that came out of my mouth? No, it's not. So why are you putting words in my fucking mouth, dumb fuck? That's not what I said. No, you heard. I used my words very carefully. I didn't say HTS is dropping mortars. I said HTS aligned coalition forces are dropping mortars on Alawite villages. I used my words very carefully. You got horny to say, that's a lie. Don't lie about Syria. Dumb fuck. It's not my problem that you misunderstood what I was saying. Nothing I said about Syria so far has been even remotely controversial. What does Israel even want? I mean, complete domination, more land, ethnic cleansing of all the lands that they take over. What is this? Lol, you're so dumb. Israel just bombed them today. They can't do shit, dog. Lol, what is this analysis? Yes, you are, lol. How are they Israeli aligned? Substantiate that for us. Yes, they're Israeli aligned in the sense that the HTS leadership is a American invention for the most part, and they are clearly backed by American and Turkish interests. Turkey is a representation of America, okay? It's not an accident that he gets puff pieces on fucking CNN and numerous other Western outlets, and yet he is still considered to be dangerous and unstable due to his background, which is precisely the reason why Israel has been taking advantage of the instability in Syria and blowing up all of the fucking military equipment that they can. Why didn't America lift the sanctions then? Brother, come on. Are you okay? Are you, please, are you all right in the brain? You think that the United States of America actually hates the fact that HTS is now in charge? Is that what you think? There could be a number of different reasons as to why they want to maintain a destabilized Syria. You know, considering that if they lift the sanctions, allow Syria to rebuild, what happens if one of the coalition partners that is not fully on board with HTS and feels as though they have created this government that maybe doesn't have a lot of interest in following through with the democratic process, or maybe they become unpopular and gets over fucking thrown in that process? All of a sudden, all of that military equipment that Israel didn't bomb, or all of the sanctions that weren't lifted, in the hands of the bad guys. Nothing happens in Syria without America's go-ahead. What the fuck are you saying? It is literally one of the only conflicts that I can think of where America is on every side of it. Like literally every side, with I guess the exception of Bashar al-Assad, who was also awful in his own right, obviously. But with the exception of Assad, who was weak, feckless, and a horribly violent leader, okay? America funded the Kurds on the one hand and offered them logistics and training, weapons. America, by way of Turkey, created a Salafist brigade. And this is before we, of course, talk about, you know, fucking the ISIS and Al-Qaeda forces in the region. You know? Is anyone going to challenge us on US on this, or us? What do you mean? I don't know what this link is. Like, the pro HTS line is supposed to be saying that it's actually Assad aligned Alawites that are causing instability, and that's why they're violently trying to squash the rebellion, and that the rebellion, if it gets too far out of hand, as it has already, it's one of the most violent massacres in the fucking Syrian civil war. Obviously not to the same degree, but it's close. Okay. But the casualty numbers are only happening because random brigades that are under the HTS, like random brigades inside of the coalition under the HTS, are acting out of their own personal interest in an effort to, maybe in a heavy-handed manner, in a heavy-handed manner, decide to violently squash Alawite protests, which is fucking ridiculous, by the way. That is completely unacceptable. Yeah, they're dropping mortars on captive civilian populations because of their interest in stopping the Alawite from rising up. Oh.
Situation on the ground. We can speak to Tariq Abu-Azzoum. He joins us once again on the phone from Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. So, Tariq, I believe the latest death toll now is 59 people dead. What more can you tell us about what is happening there?
Yeah, this is an absolute madness. We are talking about 59 Palestinians confirmed killed in the past few hours, while more than 150 others have been confirmed killed. During the past hour, we have seen that there has been a very tangible intensification of airstrikes on Al-Nusayrat refugee camp, where these attacks have been carried out by Israeli air forces, that drones, fighter jets continue to hammer residential buildings, makeshift centers, what we could completely see in the city of Khan Yunis and the Marfa area, where 2 makeshift tents have been struck by Israeli fighter jets. 14 Palestinians at least confirmed killed in the attack. And we can see that there has been more momentum of airstrikes took place on targeting residential buildings that are packed full with civilians in Al-Nusayrat, in Gaza City as well. We can see also, based on eyewitnesses' accounts, that there has been an active displacement movement from Al-Mughraqa and Al-Nusayrat area in the central areas of the Gaza Strip. Families have started to be displaced in order to find any alternative shelter from the houses in the areas that witnessed the extensive bombardment and attacks by the Israeli.
And they got Trump's approval for this, by the way.
That have been struck did not receive any sort of warning. We saw emergency ambulances started to turn up in these locations, but evacuating, but since they have been supported and banded together by the help of volunteers who started to evacuate casualties to Nasser Hospital by using their donkey carts. We have seen a very devastating image for Palestinian children being torn to pieces, for entire families being obliterated, and now there is more escalation is taking place. Simply, Israel said that Hamas did not show any flexibility, and there has been no progress in terms of the ceasefire talks. Hamas side has confirmed that Israel has unilaterally violated the ceasefire agreement, and now by systematic escalation, the situation is getting much more worse. We can absolutely hear the thunder of the Israeli drones outside. It's completely overclouding the entire sky of the central area, and that situation leaves people quite uncertain about what might come next. Specifically, that till now, only these attacks have been carried out by aerial forces, and there was no any ground invasion that took place so far. What might happen if there's no any sort of advancement in these talks, which bring us back to ground zero regarding what was happening before 15 months in terms of the high rates of killing, high rates of devastation, and the humanitarian misery that is completely complicated due to the Israeli ongoing ban of aid entry for more than 2 weeks so far, Malin.
Okay, thank you for now. Tariq Abu-Azzoum there joining us on the phone from Deir al-Balah, trying to give us a sense of what is happening on the ground. Just a few more lines to bring you that are coming through to us from Israeli military officials saying the Israeli military is prepared and is spread out in all arenas. Presumably that means throughout Gaza. And then another line saying that again from the Israeli military official, says that the offensive will continue as long as necessary and will expand beyond airstrikes. Some of the latest lines that we are getting. Another line here saying that the Israeli military is targeting mid-ranking Hamas commanders and leadership officials and infrastructure in these latest strikes. The latest number of these that we're getting, over 50 people killed in the last few hours in these strikes by the Israeli military all across the Gaza Strip. Let's get more reaction from Benjamin Friedman. He's policy director at Defense Priorities. He joins us from Washington, D.C. So these latest Israeli strikes on Gaza taking everyone by surprise. The American media reporting that the White House was consulted ahead of these strikes. Your reaction to what is happening?
Well, it is a surprise in the timing, but it's not surprising that the Israelis have broken the ceasefire.
No, Trump's ceasefire push. So we can say that the Trump ceasefire, when it was inaugurated, was just spectacles? No. It was so that he could engage in emergency funding to Israel. As I said at the time, the only important aspect of Trump's ceasefire was the fact that he was capable of getting Israel. He could have kept re-upping Israel and rearming Israel without a ceasefire at all. But he did. He was able to get Israel to at least say yes to a ceasefire, maybe with assurances that Israel could pummel Gaza even more later down the line. But this is precisely what I told you. Trump's ceasefire proposal was most likely to, allow Israel more space to do this later down the line.
It seems like they've given up on the remaining hostages now.
So is that your sense that the ceasefire is now over? The war has been resumed?
Well, I mean, when you're bombing all those targets and killing 50, 60 or more people, clearly, the ceasefire is not in effect. Now, maybe it could be resumed. It sort of depends on Hamas. But
why do you say why do you say that it depends on Hamas?
Well, if they just decide to essentially take it on the chin and let the Israelis bomb them without responding in any discernible way, then maybe the Israelis will just stop and the ceasefire will resume. I don't really know because it's hard. I don't know exactly what the Israeli sort of tactical objective is here with these renewed strikes. But I was going to say it's also up to Israel.
But what about the United States? I mean, are they going to just, given what we've seen in recent weeks, the involvement of Steve Witkoff in terms of getting the negotiations, the ceasefire negotiations back on track and so on, is the U.S. Going to support the war just being resumed in this way?
In short, yes. I think the Trump administration, with some exceptional moments, remains essentially beholden to the Israeli right or its representatives in the U.S., in our politics. And they don't seem willing to stand up for American interests. It's notable, for example, that the U.S. hostage negotiator, Adam Boehler, was fired after the Israelis complained about him talking directly to Hamas and doing an interview or a series of interviews where he sort of differentiated between U.S. and Israeli interests and said, I'm not an Israeli, I don't work for the Israelis. So, the Trump administration maybe will change their stripes in the future, but at the moment, they seem even more eager than the Biden administration was to do the bidding of the Israelis and unwilling to stand up to them and say enough is enough.
I just want to tell our viewers, update our viewers on the latest death toll.
I don't want to derail, but is there going to be pushback from the UN at this point? What pushback can they do?
We understand 86 people have now been killed in these latest airstrikes by the Israeli military that have taken place in the last few hours. And according to the Israeli military, they are prepared to continue attacks against Hamas commanders and infrastructure in Gaza for as long as needed, and would expand the campaign beyond airstrikes. That's what we're hearing from the Israeli military this evening. So in terms of, just coming back to you again, Benjamin, in terms of the ceasefire, if it is actually still ongoing, we've been very much in limbo between stage one of the ceasefire and Hamas wanting to go into negotiations about the stage two and Israel wanting to extend stage one. Is it possible that these attacks could be some sort of negotiating tool to put pressure on Hamas?
Yes, I think that's possible. I don't really know, what the kind of tactical thought is here, or what this has to do with the negotiations. But it's certainly possible that there's some logic in the negotiations, and the Trump administration being briefed in advance is a way to say, look, we're just trying to put some more pressure on Hamas to essentially amend the original ceasefire deal in our favor. And the Trump administration, of course, would go along with that.
And how much sense what is your sense publicly of how much appetite there is globally? I mean, we've seen protests resume in recent weeks in Canada and elsewhere after Israel began their blockade on aid once again on the Gaza Strip. How do you think the public, the international public, will react to the resumption of fighting in Gaza?
Well, certainly, I think if the ceasefire is indeed over, you could see a resumption of protests in many places in the world, but including here in the United States, in Washington, as we had under the Biden administration. But as with Biden, it's not clear that even really massive protests in the United States will have much effect on the policy, because of the political calculations that the people on top of the government in both parties are making.
Hamas has said in a statement that the Israeli government decided to overturn the ceasefire agreement and warned that this move exposes the remaining hostages of Gaza to an unknown fate. We demand that the mediators hold Netanyahu fully responsible for violating and overturning the ceasefire agreement, Hamas said. The Houthis went from looking for one piece to being in multiple pieces. Lamau is such a fucking pathetic display of loserdom as an American citizen. Like, in your mind, you think you're demonstrating a show of strength, and all you've done is bomb by using your fucking free college tuition that's never going to happen, by using infrastructure spending that will never happen for you, by taking away your future and deploying it overnight to kill fucking 50 civilians in Yemen. The American government once again is showing their major display of power. Meanwhile, this initiative that cost $1 billion when the Biden administration tried it was a failure, an abject failure, which is why they had to stop 86. Sorry, I thought it was 50 plus. Like, you can fantasize about dominating the poorest country on the planet. Okay? You can fantasize about it, but that's not a display of power. It's a display of weakness. It's a display of how little the American government gives a shit about you, by the way, as well. They're doing this for Israel. The American government cares more about Israel continuing its genocide. Oh, no, I was talking about Yemen, not Gaza. 86 in Gaza. The number in Gaza has risen to 86. That's crazy. I'm talking about Yemen. I think it's like, I don't know what the exact numbers are. I think it's 50. In Yemen. That's all you do. All America's doing in its America First agenda is basically bombing Yemen because Yemen said that they would restart the blockade that they had stopped during the ceasefire because Israel was not following on the conditions of the ceasefire. They denied humanitarian aid from going into the Gaza Strip before actively bombing the Gaza Strip as they started tonight. Yeah, here. This is a perfect demonstration of what I'm talking about. I just saw this tweet on my timeline. Yeah, the Houthis are about to be eliminated from the face of the earth from breaking 911. My daughter's math class had to move to the cafeteria today because the roof has more leaks and the room had buckets. I'm not going to repost this person. I don't know what their fucking take is. But think about that. Think about that. Every dollar being spent on offensive weapons that are being used on random civilians and like children overseas is a dollar that could have been spent in your classrooms, is a dollar that could have been spent on fixing your potholes, a dollar that could have been spent on giving you free health care, giving you fucking at cost medicine. And you know that's never going to happen. So you have to sit there like a pathetic fucking loser and celebrate the violence. Because if you don't celebrate that violence, after all of this is said and done, you have nothing, right? Like all of this violence and display of force has to amount to something. Because if it doesn't, if we don't celebrate the cruelty for the pure sake of cruelty, then why is my school leaking, you know? Why are classroom sizes 48 people now? Why is it? It's because all that money is going to Israel and also in defense of Israel. That's it. You are completely wrong here. Who is this fucking Muppet talking? Oh my God, you are completely wrong here. What do you mean? No, not every single dumbass that's like celebrating the What? Because you say I having? What? Trey Inc. says horrific images already circulating from inside Gaza, the aftermath of Israeli airstrikes. One shows a small baby wearing a jumpsuit with rainbows on it who was killed. The death toll continues to rise. Talks of around 300 casualties around Gaza. Ambulances are now rushing. Casualties means dead and wounded, by the way. It doesn't mean just dead. Al-Aqsa Hospital is inundated with casualties. The number of doctors is not enough to treat the patients. No medical supplies and aid were allowed during the ceasefire. Just horrific images of unjustifiable cruelty coming from Gaza once again. The number of the dead has risen to 86.
The ceasefire to take hold, and
people were killed in Yemen.
That was, you know, something to gloat about by both presidents.
Yeah, look at the terrorist children, dude. Look at that. The face of terror in Yemen.
But in the sense that in this conflict between Palestinians and Israel, there's little to gain transactionally, the U.S., from helping the Palestinians. And given the bipartisan support for Israel in this country, there's little to gain politically for Trump as well. So he has always been 100% on the side of the Israelis, and he has been proud to proclaim that to the American public. And in fact, we were talking with your guest earlier about the international protests in support of Palestinians. Those have really been chilled here in the United States since Trump has began deporting non-U.S. citizens who have participated in those protests. And that is an ongoing story that's really captured the headlines in the United States. And in fact, there is a chilling effect. There's simply not as many people out on the streets protesting for Palestinian rights That, again, is part of the unpredictable nature of Trump, as you said. Few people know how he's going to crack down on those who are in support of Palestinians, and few people know how he's going to continue with this policy toward the Middle East.
Indeed. Okay, thank you for that. Heidi Jo Castro there for us in Washington, D.C. I just want to recap where we are at the moment. The breaking news from the last hour. There have been a series of Israeli airstrikes being carried out across the Gaza Strip. It is the biggest assault since the ceasefire came into effect on January 19th earlier this year. We understand at least 86 Palestinians have been killed so far, including children. Now, in a statement, Hamas has said, accused Israel of unilaterally breaking the ceasefire deal. They're calling on the UN Security Council to intervene and force an end to these attacks. Let's go now on the phone.
What the fuck? Why did you send me Ashhark breaking news to tell me the White House spokeswoman, she was just on Fox News? And even all of this darkness, there's a little bit of room for laughter, it seems, where a chatter is like telling me that the American White House spokeswoman said Hamas, the Houthi group, and Iran, and anyone who wants to intimidate Israel or America will pay the price. But instead of sending me like an American news outlet where she probably said this, you sent me Ashhark, the I guess local Qatari. Is this Saudi outlet? Isn't it? Is it a Saudi outlet? He's like, no, you don't understand, little bro. Ashhark is tapped in.
In case something happens. So the situation is really, really hard. The Israelis F-16 warplanes are hovering heavily above our heads, and the drones also. And we're really, really scared.
I can't even imagine what you're going through, Ahmed. We're just looking at some of the pictures that have come through to us. Bodies and injured people being carried around on donkey carts and so on, desperately trying to get medical help. What can you tell us about the availability of...
I hope they draft every fuckface that comes into my chat that's like, hell yeah, we're blowing fucking children in Yemen to bits. I hope all of you get fucking drafted. If that's the attitude you have, then, you know, I hope you get fucking drafted to go, I don't know, try and defend Israel, okay? You stupid bitch. Surely you'll enjoy the process. Do you think Trump coordinated the protester crackdown with Israel re-engaging? No, I don't think that they coordinated the protester crackdown with that. I think the Yemen thing they coordinated, though. Israel's Channel 14 says the opening wave of attacks in the Gaza Strip has ended. We await the results, which may become clear in the morning. Airstrikes will continue at varying levels. Jackson Hinkle is a Fed, 100% confirmed. Last month, Raja Alouei traveled to Beirut, Lebanon to attend the funeral of Hassan Nasrallah, a brutal terrorist who led Hezbollah, responsible for killing hundreds of Americans over a 4-decade terrorist spree. Yeah, how come Jackson Hinkle gets to do that with no issue? Yeah. The Israeli army has killed Major General Mahmoud Abu Wafa, Deputy Minister of the Interior in Gaza, following an airstrike targeting his home in Gaza City. Oh. There's also a ground invasion in West Bank right now from Mariam Barghouti. Israeli army is carrying out a large-scale aerial attack, carpet bombing in Gaza, and it's carrying out a large-scale ground invasion north of the West Bank with reinforcements sent to Jenin and Qalqilia. Yeah, the person that they killed, by the way, regardless of the title, general, is a civilian position. Meanwhile, Trump is also violating all norms and all rules, and what remains of the constitutional protections afforded the people here at the domestic front. Great stuff overall, just actively worsening the situation
in other parts
everywhere.
of Gaza in the last few weeks. Since the ceasefire, so many people, displaced people, have tried to move back home to parts of northern Gaza, which they haven't had access to for over a year and a half. And it sounds like in these latest strikes that attacks are taking place across the Strip, including the north, including the south. I mean, what are you hearing in terms of the areas that have been affected and the people, many of the people, the displaced people who've managed to move back home to the north? What are they saying to you?
They're really, really scared. You know, like in the past months, they start already to cope or to find a place, find a room or clean it, or try to drink some water. And these zones were like invaded by Israeli occupation, so now they are frightened. So if there's like the military like operations come back to the city, they have to flee, and there's no other places to flee to. I know how. I don't know if you understand or you know how does it look like to flee from a place to another, but just it's really, really hard, especially if you have kids, if you have infants, and people, the most thing that they are scared of. They are afraid to flee again, scared to run again from a street to another at this time at night. And the thing is that the Israelis do not differ between civilian or a fighter, so they kill anyone moves. So they can't now even flee or leave outside Gaza or even...
109 Palestinians already reported to have been killed in Israeli strikes.
Previously mentioned, Gaza City now is really, really crowded, and if there is any strike in any house, you will see the entire neighborhood is affected. And the kind of bombs that the Israelis uses right now are really, really heavy and affect all the neighborhood. Now I'm talking to you and I can't even hear your sound because of the drones hovering above our heads. It's really, really annoying, and we can't even sleep on it. And this time exactly, the Gazans are awake to have the suhoor meal in the holy month of Ramadan. The children used to wake up and enjoy the meal right now, but now every father is holding his babies and trying to calm them down a little bit, and they already start to forget war, and now they are back to the 0 point, and they don't know or don't realize what's going on. Dad, you told us that the war is over, so what's going on outside? So
this is fucking it's so bad. Everything is so bad. All right. This is all I got for tonight. I'm sorry. Chat, tomorrow I'm going to be on Alana Hadid's podcast in the morning. So I might be a little late. I think I'm going to be able to start on the right time, like on the normal time that I start at. But I will be on Alana Hadid's podcast. She's Bella Hadid and Gigi Hadid's sister. The Hadids are Palestinian, for those of you who don't know. I'm sure we'll be covering this as well, and I'll be covering this tomorrow as well. But that's all I got for today. And I'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully there will be some better news tomorrow. Probably not, but
the shadows trickling has helped people hate.
I love you all. I'll figure out what's going on with protests against this around the country as well, and I'll try to keep people informed on that. But I hope this doesn't shake your confidence. I hope the fears of, you know, your citizenship status being revoked or removed doesn't shake your confidence and stops you from agitating and getting involved in protests in general. It certainly won't stop me. But be safe, and I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming.